perhaps because the distance was too great or perhaps because the array formation of the 1,000-mile heartlink had broken apart too much, it was difficult to transmit a complete sound. There were only some blurry syllables. But, no matter how blurry these sounds were, they were loud and clear enough to ring through the minds of all present. Listening to this unforgettable voice that was carved into her bones, a voice that she only heard in her dreams, Xianxia couldn't stand it any longer. She burst into tears. Lin Ming. Mu Chenyu's body weakened and she fell onto the obsidian table. She gently touched the 1,000-mile heart link, her mind shaking. This man who haunted her dreams, he was still alive. Through countless sorrows, through countless tribulations, through nearly 7,000 years across the endless river of time, they had come to this wild and strange land, withstanding loneliness, despair, slaughter, sacrifice, and death. And now, all of these tribulations and grievances turned into boiling hot tears that recklessly flowed down. He had returned, and because of his return, nothing else mattered anymore. This was the dawn that came after a long night, the warm spring that came after an endless winter. As long as he was in this world, all the cold and darkness seemed to fade far away. Big Brother really returned. Qin Xingxuan and Lin Xiaoga found it hard to restrain their emotions. They hugged, supporting each other. Tears flowed out, dried, and then repeated once more. No one knew just how many emotions and thoughts were contained in these tears. He is my father. Lin Huang looked at the projection image, his body quietly shaking. This was the man who made him feel pride and glory. This was the man who had left an indelible mark on his life. And today he had appeared before Lin Huang. Lin Huang felt as if all of this was an illusion. This was the man who had given him his life, the man who had given him his unparalleled talent. This was the man who had saved humanity. When humanity was in a dire and hopeless situation, he had found the way to enter the wild universe, giving humanity a moment of reprieve. Lin Huang had listened to tales of his father growing up. When he saw the various rulers of humanity, they would always touch his head and say, "You must grow well and become a man like your father was." His father was a hero, the man he respected most in his life, and also the one goal he had to surpass. No matter how high this goal was, his father's life was too brilliant, too dazzling, so blinding that he eclipsed anyone standing near him. As his son, Lin Huang had immeasurable attention focused on him since he was born. But as he was saddled with the mantle of his father's pride, he also had to withstand an even greater pressure. For all these years, he had worked hard, pushing himself to his limits. He started washing his bones at a mere 3 years of age. He used medicinal solutions to temper his immature body, withstanding the pain that racked him. After growing up a little, he left the city to develop the virgin lands. He ventured into the wild forests, cultivating, training, exploring, engaging in slaughter with vicious beasts. He withstood the loneliness of seclusion. He studied transcendent divine mights, studied fighting, studied murder. He used every moment to temper himself, forcing himself forwards. No one knew how much blood he bled, how much sweat sprinkled to the ground. In his life, no one knew how much pressure he bore because he never spoke of it, not even to his mother. In front of Xianxia, he was forever her kind and caring son. He comforted her, trying his best to share the burden on her shoulders. Sometimes, late into the night, he would take out his father's portrait from his spatial ring and meditate as he faced this portrait alone. Like a wild animal in an uninhabited cave, quietly licking their wounds. And through these endless nights and days, Lin Huang became increasingly strong. He became the rising star of humanity, the goal that many young juniors chased after. Perhaps the reason he mercilessly pushed himself forwards was because subconsciously, he wanted people to say, "He is truly worthy of being Lin Ming's son." Because he did not want to disgrace this pride. And today, his father had finally returned. Not only had he not died, he had come back far more powerful. His return was originally a miracle. But he was someone who was forever creating new miracles. Pa! The 1,000-mile heart link shattered. The last motes of light in the array formation darkened and vanished. leaving behind nothing but the beating candlelight in the room. Xiao Moxian took a deep breath and dried her tears. From this moment, she no longer felt fear or grief. Because of him, this world was only filled with unending warm light. Oh! At this time, far from New Ming Planet, Lin Ming opened his eyes from meditation. He stood alone above rivers and mountains, looking at the blue clouds slowly crawling over the skies. As he gazed down upon the vast wild land beneath him, the corners of his eyes had become wet. In truth, he had once thought that Xiao Moxian might use the 1,000-mile heartlink to contact him. After entering the wild universe, all sound transmission marks had been replaced. Only his soul mark in the 1,000-mile heartlink would be able to find him. But the 1,000-mile heartlink had been attuned to Xiao Moxian and only she could use it. And after such a long time had passed, Lin Ming even suspected that the 1,000-mile heartlink had broken apart. But today, during the last time that the 1,000-mile heartlink could be used, in a situation where it couldn't even transmit a complete sound, in that brief moment, Xiao Moxian had used her own soul as the medium and had transmitted all the thoughts of everyone in the room to Lin Ming. Without words, those thoughts contained incomparably blazing emotions. These emotions had passed on everything that was needed to Lin Ming. His family was there. He had a son. Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Lin Xiaoga. They were all safe and well. They were there, waiting for him to return. After nearly 7,000 years, besides his first reincarnation that he spent with his parents, he had spent the rest of the time alone, withstanding the solitude. But now he had found his family. To feel the concern of others was a wonderful feeling. In the transmission just now, Lin Ming had sensed the general position of Xiao Moxian's soul mark as it flashed. In that endless starry skies, he had already locked onto the approximate star territory. With the incredible intensity of his divine sense, as long as he knew which star territory it was, wanting to find Xiao Moxian wouldn't be difficult. As for New Ming Planet, Lin Ming had already finished dealing with it. Before he attacked, he had used an array formation to seal up the planet. After he began his cleansing, no one was able to escape. All of the saints had been dug out and dealt with by Lin Ming. Now, news would not flow out from this area for a long time. The saints would take some time before they could respond. They would first suspect there was an accident and then send people here to investigate. As it stood, Lin Ming didn't need to worry that the good fortune Saint's son would retaliate by sending out troops to destroy New Ming Planet. However, in order to be safe, Lin Ming left behind a transmission array here as well as a squad of the Legion of Famine. If an accident occurred, they would immediately notify him, and he would be able to return in a short period of time. Lin Ming shot up into the skies, flying faster the more he flew. In the blink of an eye, he soared into the vast starry space. Behind him, Primordius' heavenly palace revolved as it appeared. Lin Ming's figure sank into it. "Congratulations, Master. You have found your family." Fairy Blue Lotus soon learned of what happened and smiled in congratulations. The good fortune Saint's son should also be near Master's family. As long as Master goes there, then finding the good fortune Saint's son will be easier than taking candy from a child. Lin Ming smiled. In nearly 7,000 years, he had never smiled so brightly. Primordius' heavenly palace soon sank into the void, rapidly shuttling towards the direction that Xiao Moxian was in. Lin Ming was already burning with impatience. He wished he could quickly return to the side of his family. Oh! On this day, within the dark nebula, Xiao Moxian's base was seething with excitement. News of Lin Ming's return hadn't been announced. But what people knew was that a great battle had been successfully and decisively won at New Ming Planet, and some peerless powerhouse would soon come to the Hidden Dragon Galaxy to join them. There was no news more uplifting than this. At the very least, the problem with New Ming Planet had been solved, so there wouldn't be any extra concerns. They wouldn't need to worry about the good fortune Saint's son using the planet as a threat. It had to be known that some of the citizens of New Ming Planet were inextricably related to the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace. Some of them were even family members. Xiao Moxian started to bathe early and freshen up her looks. She took off her armor and put on a grand and luxurious black dress. As she meticulously combed her hair, she carefully coiled it up and then inserted a phoenix hairpin. After dressing up, Xiao Moxian was like a beauty from a painting. Similarly, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were also readying themselves in the bronze mirror. They dressed and applied makeup for a full hour, each one helping the other. Since the last time they saw Lin Ming and all the struggles that happened afterwards, they couldn't remember when they last spent so much time carefully dressing up. The two women carefully inspected each other, even straightening up the other's hairpin if it was slightly skewed. They happily did all of this. Their hearts had already been filled with happiness. After they finished, Xiao Moxian passed down orders to prepare a banquet to receive Lin Ming. But when the banquet was only half prepared, the concealing array formation of their base quietly trembled. Xiao Moxian looked up and saw a giant black fortress break through the void, appearing on the horizon like a towering mountain. As the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace saw this castle, they were all stunned. By this time, all sorts of feelings swelled up within Xiao Moxian and tears shined in her eyes. Even though this black fortress had changed appearance, she was still able to recognize that this was Primordius Heavenly Palace. In the past, when Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were forced into God-burying Ridge by Tian Mingzi without a way out, in that moment of life or death within the Primordius Heavenly Palace, Xiao Moxian had gathered her courage to abandon the shackles of her family and race, giving herself to Lin Ming. To Xiao Moxian, Primordius Heavenly Palace held far too much meaning. At this moment, in the midst of their struggles, Xiao Moxian rejoiced that she made the decisions she did in the past. As Primordius Heavenly Palace steadily came to a stop, Xiao Moxian could no longer stand still and flew into the air. In the distance, she could see a black-clothed man standing atop Primordius Heavenly Palace, smiling as he looked down at her. Against the dark and starry skies, the sharp and distinct edges of his face, his star-bright eyes, his outstanding appearance, everything became an image that was marked for eternity. Right after Xiao Moxian flew up, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Xiaoga all flew towards Primordius Heavenly Palace. Atop the palace walls, the women looked towards Lin Ming, their eyes flowing with tears. They threw themselves into his arms. He tightly held onto them. At this time, all tribulations, all grievances, all the pain and sorrow they suffered was burned away in this moment of happiness. No one spoke because there were no words that needed to be said. Their hearts had become one and they could clearly feel the innermost feelings of each other. Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan were like fish while Lin Ming was like water. Their lives were linked together, unable to be separated. Lin Ming held onto them for a long time before slowly separating. He carefully wiped away the tears that fell down each woman's face and said in a soft voice, "You have all suffered hardships." More tears fell. Mu Qianyu said, "In these past years it has been little sister Xian'er supporting us." I understand." Lin Ming gently stroked Xiao Moxian's cheek. She had abandoned her own race to follow him, but soon after he had disappeared and everyone had assumed he had died. Thus, Xiao Moxian and her unborn child had arrived at the wild universe without him. Facing the great wilderness and the covetous gaze of the saints, the burden she had to endure could be imagined. As he thought back to that innocent and strangely eccentric young girl, that image still reverberated in Lin Ming's heart. The Xiao Moxian of that time had been filled with happiness and perpetual joy. Step by step, she had walked to where she was today. From a naive young girl, she had become an empyrean of humanity who carried the lives of several dozen billion subjects on her shoulders, helping in propping up the fate of the human race. Such a gradual transformation left Lin Ming even more in love with her. Lin Ming pulled Xiao Moxian's hand and tightly held onto her. He gently kissed her forehead and then bent down to whisper in her ear, "With me here, everything will be fine again." As these words fell onto Xiao Moxian's ears, she felt her heart ache. Emotions surged in her like a raging sea. Yes, no matter where it was or when it was, no matter how difficult the situation was, as long as he was here, he would use his broad shoulders to prop up the heavens for them. In the past, within the Azura Road, she and Lin Ming had faced the pursuit of Tian Mingzi. After returning from the Azura Road, she had to face the surprise of her unborn child, the marriage proposal of the good fortune Saint's son, as well as the rage of Empyrean Demon Dawn, And beyond that, when the great calamity of humanity erupted ahead of time, and when almost all Empyreans felt the situation was hopeless, it was him. It was he who had faced all of this without turning back, who had faced all of this without hesitation. Leaving behind only the image of his back, he silently shouldered the responsibility, experiencing unimaginable difficulties and tribulations before finally creating a miracle and changing everything. Time and time again he had made the impossible possible, writing his own legend as he lived. He was a man who she could always feel peace of mind to stand behind. Xianxia knew that she could never leave him. Every inch of her flesh, every drop of her blood, her entire soul, everything she was belonged to him. "You Xingxuan?" Lin Ming hugged Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan into his chest, feeling their hearts beat in tandem, feeling their breath against him. Originally, these two women should have remained safely in the lower realms. Although they wouldn't live overly grand lives, they would still live lives that all mortals would envy. However, they had been caught in the great stormy war between the saints and humanity and were forced to drift in desolate loneliness for thousands of years. Lin Ming felt that he had been unfair to the both of them. Secretly, he firmed his resolve that these two women would never be harmed in any way again. And finally, Lin Xiaoga. He traced and patted her head. His parents had already passed away. Although he had been at the side of his parents, protecting them until the end of their lives and finally seeing them leave with smiles on their face, Lin Xiaoga had actually never managed to see her parents one final time. This would inevitably be a regret deep in her heart. "Xiaoga, you've grown up." After nearly 7,000 years, Lin Ming said the exact same words he said to her so long ago. The first time he said these words was when he returned to the Sky Spill continent and saw Lin Xiaoga suppress her rivals at the martial arts meeting, winning the crown of champion. At that time, Lin Xiaoga had been in her prime. She had a beautiful figure and the vitality of a youth. When Lin Ming had said she had grown up then, he had been referring to her physical maturity. But this time, Lin Ming was referring to the evolution of her mind. After experiencing tribulations for thousands of years, even a carefree person would grow up. "Big brother, I'm doing well." Lin Xiaoga grabbed Lin Ming's hand and firmly hugged him, her actions speaking louder than words. The brother and sister separated after some time. Lin Xiaoga looked at Lin Ming and said, "Big brother, do you know what happened to our parents? I have been in the wild universe all these years, so I never had a chance to return to the Sky Spill continent and see them." Lin Ming sighed. He shook his head and said, "I'll tell you everything that happened later." Seeing Lin Ming's eyes, Lin Xiaoga was startled, as if she suddenly realized something. She slowly nodded. In truth, when she asked this question, she had already faintly guessed the answer. It was impossible for her parents to live for such a long time, and at this time, Lin Ming looked at the approaching Lin Huang. The first time that Lin Ming saw Lin Huang, he could feel a faint bloodline connection from his body. Even without Xianxia explaining things to him, he could still guess that this was his child. As Lin Huang saw his father turn and regard him, he was a bit wary. To Lin Huang, his father was the god in his heart, and the person he respected and worshipped the most. Now that he actually met his father, his heart began to speed up. He tidied his robes and stepped forwards. Then, he kneeled before Lin Ming and deeply bowed in obeisance. "Child Lin Huang greets father." Lin Ming received this bow. Then, he stretched out his hands to help Lin Huang up. With this touch, Lin Huang could feel just how strong his father was. In fact, this couldn't be called helping him up, but pressing him down. This was a strength greater than that of any ancient wild beast Lin Huang had ever encountered. It was like a 100,000-foot tall mountain pushing down on his body. Lin Huang was shocked. Then, he immediately began summoning strength to resist his father's pressure. He knew that his father was testing him. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Lin Huang's body and joints began to emit explosive cracking sounds. Xianxia was startled to see this. Although she was a bit worried, she didn't stop them. Lin Huang gasped, his breath coming in heaves. His forehead dripped with beads of sweat. Finally, he forcefully lifted Lin Ming's hand and stood up. "Good." Lin Ming said a single word of praise, a strange light flashing in his eyes. In Lin Ming's eyes, the invasion of the saints was bitter distress for Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Xiao Maxian and Lin Xiaoga. Lin Ming didn't want them to suffer any tribulation or injury. But to Lin Huang, his own son, this was a time to temper himself. Without being by his side for these 6,000 some years, Lin Ming was looking forwards to seeing just how Lin Huang had grown. Tonight, I will test your strength here. Lin Huang was stunned. He didn't think that during the first time he met his father, the words his father would say to him were that he wanted to test his strength. However, these words caused Lin Huang to slowly stir with excitement. To fight with the father he respected most in his life was also what he anticipated. You just came back and now you want to fight with your son? Xiao Maxian muttered, a bit begrudgingly. Although Lin Huang was strong, up until now he had lacked fatherly love. Lin Huang was like a little wolf growing up, lonely, cold, and proud. He had incredibly high standards that he set for himself. Although he seemed strong on the outside, the truth was that his innermost feelings were quite fragile. Xiao Maxian hoped that after Lin Ming returned, he would take good care of Lin Huang and show him the love that he had missed. However, the way that Lin Ming cared for Lin Huang was completely different from what she had thought. Mother, allow me to fight father. Lin Huang's eyes flashed. Xiao Maxian looked at Lin Huang's eyes and was startled. She immediately understood what he wanted. Lin Huang was born with overflowing talent, but he had never been complacent or satisfied with himself. He had worked harder than anyone else. He had to use his own achievements to win the recognition and praise of others, because he could not bring disgrace to his father's honor. But even all the praise he had ever received added up could not compare with the praise that came from Lin Ming's mouth. Today, he wanted to personally obtain praise and affirmation from his father. Oh! News of Lin Ming's return soon spread throughout the entire Demon Fairy Palace. Lin Ming no longer concealed his identity, because he knew that after he appeared again and again, no matter if it were the saints or humans, they would have approximately guessed his identity. There was no meaning in continuing to hide who he was. Humanity worshipped Lin Ming, and if one had to think of a group of people that worshipped Lin Ming the most, then that would absolutely be those of Demon Fairy Palace and New Ming Planet. As it was confirmed that the black fortress that appeared in the skies was Lin Ming's heavenly palace, the entire Demon Fairy Palace went crazy with celebration. To New Ming Planet or to Demon Fairy Palace, the name Lin Ming contained far too much meaning. Afterwards, they learned that Lin Ming had saved New Ming Planet recently. And not just that, but in the process they also learned that Lin Ming, with his own strength, had destroyed 2 great saint legions. And before that, he had even defeated the Legion of Famine. This left the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace roiling with jubilation. After being chased down by the saints for dozens of years, they thirsted for a victory. They were fed up with the days of hiding like rats. They were willing to exchange their lives for a great and hearty victory. Lin Ming! Lin Ming! Everyone shouted out Lin Ming's name, their voices echoing like ocean waves, reaching into the nebula. They leapt in joy, running around to spread the news. Their hero had returned. When Lin Ming opened up a path to the wild universe and saved humanity, he had only been at the Holy Lord realm. But now he could easily strike down Empyreans. If so, then he would surely be able to lead their Demon Fairy Palace to charge out of the hidden dragon galaxy and rule the world once more. In their gloomy lives filled with despair, they finally saw the eternal lighthouse shining in the horizon. That light left them intoxicated with dreams. Many people gathered in front of Primordius' heavenly palace, loudly chanting Lin Ming's name and chanting humanity forever. It was difficult for anyone to restrain themselves from shouting this. Brother Lin, the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace all want to see you, Xiao Maxian said. I understand. Lin Ming smiled and stood up, walking into the square in front of Primordius' heavenly palace. Seeing Lin Ming appear, the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace became even more frenzied. They cried out from the depths of their hearts, their shouts sounding out into the highest heavens. In the darkest times of the human race, what they needed were heroes, what they needed was motivation. Sage Lin, will you lead us to battle? Someone asked from the crowd. This question quieted the raucous disciples of Demon Fairy Palace. Yes, they wanted to fight. They were sick of these days of hiding in little holes. Everyone looked at Lin Ming with bright, burning eyes. At this time, their eyes were also filled with hope. Everyone. Lin Ming stepped onto the front wall of the square before Primordius Heavenly Palace. As he looked down below at the numerous disciples of Demon Fairy Palace, his voice was grave and earnest. Everyone's ears rose to attention. For a time, the entire square fell silent. Did you know that 3.6 billion years ago, humanity once encountered another great calamity? Lin Ming's words left the martial artists present stunned. They thought that Lin Ming would speak some emotional words that would impassion them all, but they didn't think this would be the first thing he mentioned. We know. Many people loudly shouted out in reply. Very good. I also know of this great calamity, and what I know is much clearer than what you all know. Lin Ming seemed to fall into deep recollection. He looked at the vast sea of human martial artists before him and the swirling black nebula above. After a long period of silence, he finally opened his mouth and slowly said, 3.6 billion years ago, humanity was the same as it was today, facing a saint race that was several times more formidable. They had to face famine in its peak state as well as Saint Empyreans and Saint True Divinities that were multiple times greater in number. The difference in strength was too great and humanity had no chance of winning. Through any logical reasoning, the only conclusion that could be made is that they would be annihilated and reduced to slaves. However, that war was one humanity won. Do you know what it was they relied on to win? Lin Ming's question left the crowd dazed. Although they knew that humanity had also suffered a great calamity 3.6 billion years ago, the problem was that far too much time had passed and too many great influences had been destroyed, thus a great portion of history had been lost. They only knew that Empyrean Divine Seal had led the warriors of humanity to win that great war, but as for the exact details of how, they weren't sure. For a race to stand tall in the 33 heavens, for a race to possess their own territory, for a race to have sovereignty, to have freedom, they must have great strength or their own bravery. The bravery of a race is that intangible desire condensed from the bloodline of the people, the power to fight for their dignity. 3.6 billion years ago, humanity knew that their strength was far surpassed by the saints, but they were not afraid. Empyrean Divine Seal led the troops from the Divine Seal altar. 200 Empyreans, 200 god beasts, several million holy lords. With holy lords as soldiers, with Empyreans as generals, all of humanity joined forces to engage in slaughter with the saints. Finally, Empyrean Divine Seal brought numerous great hosts of humanity to voluntarily burn even their own lives to lay down a great array formation and seal away famine's soul. In that great war, nearly all the Empyreans, world kings, and holy lords of humanity died in battle. The great martial arts civilization of humanity declined. Our inheritances were cut off, and in order to redevelop all of this, endless effort needed to be paid. However, this was all worth it, because we preserved our dignity. Lin Ming said these last words clearly and without hurry. The entire audience was completely silent. The tens of thousands of disciples stood in the square or floated in the skies, respectfully listening. Their faces were filled with solemn respect and reverence. Because of the sacrifices our seniors made, we do not need to live like slaves. We have our own martial arts civilization, and although it is not the best, it is still ours. We have our own territory, our own homeland, and even though we only possess a single heaven, we can still develop and restart from the beginning. However, as we truly began to develop and our martial arts civilization began to grow bright once more, the saints returned yet again. And this time, their ambitions were even greater. Step by step, they want to gradually take control of the 33 heavens. Their leader, the good fortune Saint Sovereign, wishes to merge together with famine and finally swallow up the essence of every race in the 33 heavens, taking a step beyond divinity. He regards the Spiritas as his greatest opponent and our human race as a stepping stone. Yes, just like before two riders meet on the battlefield, they have to feed their horses grass. And our human race has been regarded as this grass. Lin Ming honestly spoke these words. As the martial artists of Demon Fairy Palace heard this, all of them began to stir with excitement. Many of them started to breathe heavily, the blood vessels straining in their necks as if they were about to erupt where they were. But as Lin Ming stood on the high platforms of the wall, no one spoke. This was because of their respect towards him. After several breaths of silence, Lin Ming suddenly asked, "Do you all think you are grass to feed horses? They are courting death." A large fellow jumped up, shouting from his lungs. He was one of the ones who had nearly choked on himself in the silence. "Kill them all." Someone took out 2 great shining axes and began to clash them together. "Fight them to the death. Let's go to those motherfuckers. I've had enough of them." Martial artists all had their own form of bravery, especially when their race had been bullied and suppressed for so long. Whether it was them or their race, at this moment of life or death they were like kegs of powder, ready to blow up at the tiniest spark. "I don't think so either," Lin Ming said out loud. "Our seniors are more than just Empyrean Divine Seal. There is Empyrean Primordius, who chose to become the incarnation of a demon to fight the saints to the death. There is 3 Lives Old Man, who prolonged his life for 300 million years to wait for the great calamity, and finally sacrificed himself to buy time for the elites of humanity to enter the wild universe. Not just them, but there are numerous Empyreans, World Kings, and Holy Lords that we do not know the names of, as well as even more countless martial artists of lower cultivation, and beyond them there is also the common people who die cruel and tragic deaths. They all traded their lives for the chance for us to stand safely here today. Do you think that they did all that just so that we could be grass used to feed horses? We withstood the loneliness of being forced out of our homeland. We entered the wilderness, taking vicious beasts as our neighbors. We slaughtered, fought, honed ourselves, bathed in blood, used every ounce of our strength to crawl our way out from the torn flesh and blood all around us. We tempered our abilities, increased our cultivations, diligently trained, passed through mystic realms, walked the thin line that separates life and death. We are humans, we are part of humanity. We come from the divine realm, and what we want is to return home." As Lin Ming spoke, his voice suddenly rose. The warriors of Demon Fairy Palace erupted in thunderous applause all around him. "We must go home. We'll kill our way back to the divine realm. Exterminate those saint dogs. Humanity forever." Waves of roars resounded through the skies. When the brave blood of a race was lit, they could create a miracle. At this moment, even if an endless mountain of swords were placed in front of these people, they would still rush forwards without hesitation. A troop filled with bravery and blood instinct would be able to erupt with unparalleled combat strength. They would be able to defeat an enemy 10 times more powerful. The tide-like cries continued for a quarter hour without weakening. Warriors all over drew their weapons and pointed them to the skies. Some women covered their faces and wept until they lost their voices. They had to fight their way back. Even if they died in battle, they would bury themselves in the divine realm. "Very good. Then, rest for 6 hours. After that, come with me. We will kill our way out." Lin Ming waved his hand, and all the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace felt as if they would explode from their emotions. At this time, even if an Empyrean stood before them, they would still rush forwards to fight. Some people already hurriedly flew back to their residences, preparing their pills, weapons, and armor for the battle that was soon to come. They couldn't wait even a moment longer. Who cared about the good fortune saint's son? Even if they weren't his match, they would still die in battle. "Brother Lin." This Xiao Moxian didn't think that Lin Ming's words would produce such terrifying results. The disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were brave, but if they were to truly frontally engage with the good fortune saint's son, they would still inevitably feel fear. After all, the difference in strength was too great. "Are we going to fight the good fortune saint's son?" Xiao Moxian asked. When Lin Ming came, Xiao Moxian believed that he would reverse the course of this war and even have the good fortune saint's son suffer great losses. But Xiao Moxian thought that Lin Ming would further consider his plan of action, using methods and tactics to finally defeat the good fortune saint's son. However, She never imagined that after Lin Ming had been at Demon Fairy Palace for such a short period of time, he would take command of the troops and lead them into direct battle with the good fortune Saint's son. This was too decisive. Is it a bit too hasty to set out in 6 hours? I thought you would at least eat at the welcoming banquet set out for you before considering how to deal with the good fortune Saint's son. Although Xiao Moxin thought marching the forces out now was too hasty, she still allowed Lin Ming to make the decision. This was the unspoken trust she held towards him. Banquet? We will have a banquet. However, it will not be a welcoming banquet but a victory banquet. The food and wine has already been prepared. We will fight first and then celebrate our victory. Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Good Fortune Saint Palace. Within the highest room of the Good Fortune Saint Palace, the Good Fortune Saint's son sat in an opulent chair, frowning. He was agitated. Ever since he learned Lin Ming was still alive, he had been restless, unable to still his mind or heart. On one hand, he had always dreamt of facing Lin Ming and brutally crushing him beneath his feet, severing his limbs and crippling his martial arts before feeding him to famine. Only this would allow the Good Fortune Saint's son to feel truly happy and free, expelling the heart demons of the past. On the other hand, the Good Fortune Saint's son didn't know what cards Lin Ming was hiding in his hand. He inevitably worried about this. It had to be known that over 6,000 years ago, the Good Fortune Saint's son had also once been overbrimming with confidence. He believed that with his then Holy Lord Realm Cultivation he would be able to easily defeat the Divine Lord Lin Ming. However, although the Good Fortune Saint's son thought he could ruin Lin Ming, the result was that he was the one ruined instead. He had been beaten so savagely when he had been full of confidence. And now, the Good Fortune Saint's son didn't know any details about Lin Ming. He couldn't help but be wary this time. The Good Fortune Saint's son had especially sent out troops to research all recent information related to Lin Ming. He had also thoroughly researched all of Lin Ming's recent combat images. The truth was that the Good Fortune Saint's son didn't worry too much about Lin Ming being able to destroy the 2nd and 3rd Saint Legions. In particular, when Lin Ming fought against the 4 Peak Empyreans, the strength he showed was inferior to that of a true divinity. If so, then the Good Fortune Saint's son would have no need to fear him because he possessed the true divinity-level avatar of famine. The avatar of famine was limited by the Good Fortune Saint's son's cultivation and soul, and thus the strength it could display was much lower than it should be. But even so, this strength was far greater than what Lin Ming had revealed. In addition, the Good Fortune Saint's son had the direct troops of the Good Fortune Saint Palace under his control. This was his ultimate trump card. What the Good Fortune Saint's son truly worried about was just how Lin Ming managed to annihilate the Legion of Famine. The Legion of Famine consisted of 60,000 Holy Lords, 2,500 ordinary World Kings, 200 Great World Kings, as well as 4 of the Saint Generals leading them. There was the wise fairy Blue Lotus as the military strategist, and although the Good Fortune Saint's son wasn't on good terms with her, he couldn't help but acknowledge that she was indeed a fierce character. Besides her, the other 3 Saint Generals weren't soft melons either. After undergoing the famine body metamorphosis, their strength would multiply, allowing them to kill an Empyrean-level powerhouse. But such a legion of famine had been completely cleared out overnight. From the 4 Saint Generals to the most ordinary Holy Lord, not a single one managed to live. This matter was far too strange. The Good Fortune Saint's son guessed that Lin Ming still had cards he hadn't showed yet, and the Legion of Famine had been defeated by one such card. Moreover, when Lin Ming fought the 2nd and 3rd Saint Legions, that Black Fortress had started attacking the Saint Spirit ships on its own, and its striking power had been terrifying. Just this alone caused the Good Fortune Saint's son to be concerned. Could Lin Ming have some helper that he didn't know of? The Good Fortune Saint's son first thought of Lin Ming's 3 avatars. Over 6,000 years ago, he had experienced 2 of these 3 avatars himself. They were fierce and formidable avatars, but the Good Fortune Saint's son found it difficult to believe that these alone could have the Black Fortress display such strength. He had studied the light beams sent out by the Black Fortress for a long time, but he still found it impossible to distinguish the laws contained within these energies. One couldn't blame the Good Fortune Saint's son for being powerless in this aspect. This was because Lin Ming already expected that he wouldn't be able to fully wipe out the joint Saint legions. He knew that the scenes of him attacking the Saint Spirit ships using Primordius Heavenly Palace would be recorded. In the case of these attacks, if Lin Ming directly used the Legion of Famine to send out a barrage of attacks from Primordius Heavenly Palace, then the good fortune Saint Sun would be able to analyze these attacks and at the very least conclude that they possessed the aura of famine. After all, the good fortune Saint Sun controlled the most formidable avatar of famine. If this happened, then Lin Ming's secret ability to control the flesh and blood of famine would be exposed. After the good fortune Saint Sun learned of this, he would be on guard and might even flee the wild universe. This was not what Lin Ming wanted. So, Lin Ming had only used the Legion of Famine's energy as a medium. He poured this energy into Primordius Heavenly Palace and the ancient Elysium Seal array formation. Then, he used curse seals of the Azura laws and Holy Scripture laws to drive the attack. With these two insurance policies, whether it was the Divine Seal array used by the ancient Elysium Seal or the two great laws utilized by Lin Ming, these were not things that the good fortune Saint Sun could understand. With this, if the good fortune Saint Sun wanted to analyze information about these attacks from projection images, then it would be far too difficult to find out what their origins were. This was like using coal to boil a pot of water and then using wood to boil a pot of water. It would be impossible for someone to tell whether that pot of water had been boiled from coal or wood. Your Highness Saint Sun, have a meal. A beautiful woman carried in a tray of food cooked from precious heavenly materials. However, the good fortune Saint Sun had no appetite for food. He waved his hand, a bit agitated and a bit annoying. You, go contact Empyrean Evernight and have him hurry up. Tell him to start slaughtering cities tomorrow, thousands of cities at a time. I want to see whether or not that whore Xiao Maxian will truly be so cold-hearted. The good fortune Saint Sun had already lost his patience. Since he couldn't find out what cards Lin Ming was hiding, he could only count on capturing Xiao Maxian. Yes, the woman bowed and drew back. She prepared to send Empyrean Evernight a sound transmission. Sound transmission marks were the core secret of every army, and in the Saint Army stationed at New Ming Planet, only Empyrean Evernight had the corresponding transmission mark Jade Slip. Empyrean Evernight had been killed by Lin Ming, thus there was no one to use this mark. The Saints didn't even know that Empyrean Evernight had been eliminated. The woman had only left for a short while before rushing back in a hurry. What is it? The good fortune Saint Sun frowned. To activate a sound transmission array formation that could surmount an entire star territory took a considerable amount of time. There was no reason for her to come back so quickly. Your Highness Saint Sun, our scouts sent in new information just now. They discovered that the human fleets have broken through our blockade. It seems to be Xiao Maxian's Demon Fairy Palace. What? The good fortune Saint Sun was startled before immediately turning to happiness. That little slut. She was finally unable to sit still. The good fortune Saint Sun quickly strode out of the room and into the official meeting hall. There, above the sound transmission array disk, he saw the projection of Xiao Maxian's Demon Fairy Palace army. The numerous spirit ships there all belonged to Demon Fairy Palace. Currently, the space that Demon Fairy Palace was at had already been sealed away by a force field. It was impossible for them to undergo great void shifts. If this fleet wanted to escape from the sealed space, it would take at least 4 to 6 hours. That was more than enough time to capture this fleet 7 or 8 times. Ha 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 ha. The good fortune Saint Sun wildly laughed. Just wait for me to catch you. I will make you feel what pleasure is. The good fortune Saint Sun revealed an obscene and lascivious smile. It had already been a long time since he cared about his sexual attractions to women. In his long life, he had experienced countless incomparably beautiful women, and he had slowly grown numb to them. However, it was Xiao Maxian and only Xiao Maxian that the good fortune Saint Sun desperately hoped he could press beneath his body and brutally ravish. This was a woman who once stepped on his dignity. He wanted to savagely conquer her and take out all his revenge on her. If possible, he wanted to ruin Xiao Maxian in front of Lin Ming, humiliating her and giving vent to all the malice and hate he had saved from all those years ago. Prepare the soldiers. We are going to battle. The good fortune Saint Sun was already impatient. The Saint armies were well trained. After the good fortune Saint's son issued his order, it only took a quarter hour for the entire army to be ready to march forwards. In order to ensure absolute success, the good fortune Saint's son had brought the entirety of his troops with him. This was a massive army, otherwise known as the troops that were under the direct control of the good fortune Saint Palace. The good fortune Saint Palace deserved its reputation as the undisputed number one top influence of the saints. The troops under its direct control were far stronger than any other random saint legion. In fact, even if the second and third legions of Saint Convocation Heaven joined together, they were still far inferior to the personal troops of the good fortune Saint Palace. This legion wasn't numbered. It had a name, and its name came from the good fortune Saint Palace. It was called the Good Fortune Legion. Although the Good Fortune Legion didn't have the illustrious and fierce reputation of the Legion of Famine, it had more saint powerhouses than an ox had hairs. The name of the Good Fortune Legion rang through the ears of all like thunder. The Good Fortune Legion hadn't killed many people, but to humanity they were actually a great deterrent. Besides Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, if any other human influence were to bump into the Good Fortune Legion, their only choice would be to flee into the wild. With such a trump card legion as well as the Good Fortune Saint Sun and the Avatar of Famine, this could be considered the ultimate force that the saints had within the wild universe. This vast fleet shuttled their way deep into the universe. Wherever they went, even stars would be washed away. In particular, deep in space there was the giant Avatar of Famine. It waved its horrifying dragon tentacles, exuding a terrifyingly oppressive feeling. Xianxia, just you wait for me. Ha ha ha. On the bloody surface of famine, the good fortune Saint Sun's voice echoed out into the void. Oh! And at this time, in another part of the starry skies, Demon Fairy Palace was rapidly marching forwards. Every disciple of Demon Fairy Palace was boiling over with fighting spirit. In truth, they knew that this would be a bitter and tragic battle. When their strength was compared to the Good Fortune Legion, saying it was an egg against a rock wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even with Lin Ming here, and even if Lin Ming were to create another miracle, they knew that they would suffer heavy losses in this battle. This was an inevitable occurrence. No matter how formidable Lin Ming was, the most he could do was stop the Good Fortune Saint Sun. How could a single person deal with the entire Good Fortune Legion? But even though everyone knew this, no one batted an eyelash to march into battle. They were warriors with hot blood flowing through their veins. How could they hide in nests like rats and then be slowly dug out by others? If they had to die, they would die with honor and glory. All warriors were ready to fight, in full battle formation. And at this time, in Primordius Heavenly Palace, which was disguised as a common spirit ship, Lin Ming was fighting Lin Huang. Pong! A muffled thump echoed out. Lin Huang was sent flying backwards. Lin Huang rolled on the ground before smashing into a wall. He stood up and ripped off his tattered sleeves, his eyes staring at Lin Ming like those of a cheetah. This father and son had suppressed their cultivations to the divine sea realm. What they were competing in was fighting skills and laws. And up until now, Lin Ming had only used a single hand. The disparity was too great. You both! Xianxia heard the heavy thumping sounds and walked over. She was left speechless by what she saw. We're about to fight soon, and not only are you not adjusting yourselves to your best condition, but you're actually exchanging moves here. This is just too childish. As Lin Ming saw Xianxia, he couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, he said. We've suppressed our cultivation to the divine sea realm, and even our bodily strength has been limited to the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. We haven't used much energy and we aren't injured either. Lin Ming and Lin Huang's mortal bodies contained the bloodline of god beasts. They were incredibly potent. In a situation where they suppressed their cultivation, even if they stood still and allowed themselves to be hit, it wouldn't matter much. We're just warming up for the upcoming battle. Seeing Xianxia's not too happy expression, Lin Ming shrugged. Still, Xianxia couldn't find it in her to laugh. Even with Lin Ming here, they had to face the Good Fortune Saint Sun and also the most powerful Good Fortune Legion of the Saint race. It was hard for her to relax. Every single person in this fleet was a brave and loyal warrior who had followed Xianxia and fought for her with all their might. Today, They decided to march against the good fortune Saint's son, fearing neither danger nor death. Even against the good fortune legion that was over a dozen times stronger than they still boiled over with fighting intent. All of this came from the glory of their race, the hot-blooded instinct carved into the marrow of their bone, as well as their deep faith and trust in Lin Ming. However, although they didn't fear death, Xiao Moxian didn't wish for them to simply toss away their lives. She wished for as many of her followers to survive as possible. They were her most beloved subjects. I understand. Lin Ming knew what Xiao Moxian was thinking and hinted for Lin Huang to stop fighting. At this time, his heart suddenly stirred. He could feel the soul of famine within his spiritual sea starting to beat. Compared to when he met the Legion of Famine, this beating was now several times more intense. For this sort of response to occur, there was only a single possibility. What is it? The sensitive Xiao Moxian noticed the change in Lin Ming's countenance. It's fine. Lin Ming waved his hand and left the martial arts training room, moving towards the square outside Primordius Heavenly Palace. Primordius Heavenly Palace had already been disguised as one of the flagships of Demon Fairy Palace. The good fortune Saint's son didn't have much of an impression toward Primordius Heavenly Palace, and with the camouflage added by the ancient Elysium Seal's array formation, it was impossible for anyone to recognize it. After the martial artists of Demon Fairy Palace realized that Lin Ming had walked outside, they hurried to the platform of their spirit ships and waited for him. Each one of them stood tall and upright, like a towering tree. The army was filled with a dignified solemnity. This was the aura of a people unafraid of death or destruction, ready to perish in iron and blood. After a little more time we might fight against the trump card of the Saint armies, the Good Fortune Legion. Do you all have any thoughts about this? Lin Ming smiled as he spoke. With such a critical war approaching, everyone was strung taut. Yet he was still able to smile like this. This left many warriors dumbfounded. Indeed, this person was worthy of being called the #1 hero of humanity. He could actually still talk and happily smile at this time. Invisibly, Lin Ming's calm infected them. Their taut minds slightly relaxed. We will battle them, a martial artist shouted as he rolled up his sleeves. Killing one is enough and killing two is a gain. Even if we only have our teeth left remaining, we will still bite down on the heads of those saints. Whoever fears death is a woman, a ruffian soldier carelessly shouted. But as he did so, he noticed Xiao Moxian, who stood near Lin Ming, suddenly cast him a frosty look. The soldier quickly shrunk his neck, immediately changing his statement. Whoever fears death is a coward. Lin Ming smiled. You all seem prepared to sacrifice yourselves? Sacrifice isn't anything at all. Even if we must cross through seas of boiling oil, us brothers will jump in without batting an eye. Several large fellows strained their necks and wielded the sabers in their hands, showing their determination and lack of fear. Lin Ming suddenly asked, From your words, it seems we are not going to battle, but committing suicide? The martial artists present dazed. Because of Lin Ming's previous speech and because they had been repressed for so long, they were like barrels of powder, ready to explode with the slightest spark. Now they faced the Good Fortune Legion, an enemy that stirred panic and fear at the mere thought of fighting directly against them. So, they had all readied themselves to throw up their heads and sprinkle their blood on the ground. To the soldiers, this only seemed natural. This was sure to be a tragic battle. Even if Lin Ming alone could deal with the Good Fortune Saint's son, it would still be difficult. The other Empyreans of the Good Fortune Legion weren't some random cabbage. Just those people alone were over 10 times stronger than Demon Fairy Palace. They had to deal with such a formidable and tricky enemy. They had to delay this powerful enemy to give Lin Ming time to deal with the Good Fortune Saint's son. Naturally, the vast majority of people thought this was how a war was fought. General against general, soldier against soldier. Facing such a powerful enemy, there was also the chance that they would be completely annihilated. Even so, they would continue pushing forwards without fear of death. As for how many people would need to be sacrificed, they simply hadn't considered this at all. What they wanted was their bravery and dignity. It was only after Lin Ming asked his question that these people were left in a daze. Could it be that even in a battle where there was such a massive disparity in strength, there was still a favorable turn somewhere? Could it even be that Lin Ming had already called for support troops? Thinking of this possibility, many people grew excited. Lin Ming continued, "Not being afraid to sacrifice yourself is a necessary quality for any legion that wishes to be strong. But those who do not fear death are not just the brave warriors but also ordinary men. Do not make meaningless sacrifice. This will only turn you into the military exploits of your enemies, something that they can use to show off. Even at the very end, none of us must easily give up on our lives. Rather, we must exchange it for the greatest possible value. If each and every one of you can accomplish this, we will sweep away all obstacles." Lin Ming's words caused the human warriors to calm down. A brave and hot-blooded legion was terrifying, but a legion that could be all that and also be calm, that was even more terrifying. Lin Ming drew out the black dragon spear. Wang, with a loud rumbling sound, the roar of a dragon seemed to spread throughout the starry night sky. Lin Ming shouted out, "Now everyone, man your stations. You will have around 1 incense stick of time to prepare. Afterwards, we will go into battle with the Good Fortune Legion. At the time of battle, everyone obey my command. An incense stick of time." After hearing this, the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were startled. Before, they had heard that they would fight in a while, but they didn't expect this while to be so short. Everyone hastily rushed over to their stations. "And me?" Xiao Moxian hurriedly asked. "Follow me." As Lin Ming spoke, he strode into Primordius Heavenly Palace. An incense stick of time was an extremely short period of time. And in fact, before an incense stick of time passed, the human army was able to see the vast and roiling Good Fortune Legion in the distance. The spirit ships, the heavenly palace fortresses, they were as magnificent and unsurpassable as a great wall. What led the legion was a massive blood-red sphere. The sphere was as large as a planet and wielded thick tentacles. This was the avatar of famine. And beside the avatar of famine was a golden temple. This temple was half the size of famine and wildly gushed out astral essence. A golden halo spun around it. This was the Good Fortune Saint Palace. A true divinity spirit treasure-level immortal palace. This immortal palace was usually located within Saint Convocation Heaven, and was the main temple of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's influence. When people spoke of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's influence, they usually referred to the Good Fortune Saint Palace to represent everything. From this it could be seen how terrifying this temple was. This could be called a landmark of Saint Convocation Heaven. Now, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign possessed the true body of famine, so he didn't need to use the Good Fortune Saint Palace in battle. At the same time, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had no use for it either. Thus, the Good Fortune Saint Palace had been made into the flagship for the Good Fortune Legion. The ones responsible for driving the Good Fortune Saint Palace were 9 peak Empyreans. Only by joining forces were they just barely able to display the terrifying strength of this war fortress. When Demon Fairy Palace and the Good Fortune Legion met, if one disregarded the massive disparity in strength, the Good Fortune Legion already suppressed Demon Fairy Palace in momentum. When contrasted with each other, it was no different from a fighter to a little baby. "Ha ha ha! Xianxia, you truly are stupid. You really brought yourself to my door." The Good Fortune Saint Sun stood above the flesh and blood of famine, wildly cackling. He gazed up the fleet of Demon Fairy Palace as if they were all prey waiting to be cut down. Within Primordius Heavenly Palace, Xiao Moxian grit her teeth, hatefully staring out the array formations at the Good Fortune Saint Sun. "Dealing with you is easy. I alone am enough. But even so, I brought my greatest strength here in order to ensure absolute victory. You no longer have the slightest chance of doing anything, and I will not make any mistake either. Why don't you be a good little girl and surrender yourself to me? You should already be content that I brought so many people here just to capture you." As the Good Fortune Saint Sun spoke, he waved his hand and issued an order, "Seal off the surrounding space." With the Good Fortune Saint Palace as the head, dozens of Saint Spirit ships shined with brilliant beams of divine light. These beams of divine light shot into the void, linking together into a massive net of light. The net of light spread out until it formed a titanic enchantment that sealed up the surrounding space for millions of miles. Such a massive array was based upon the defensive array formation of the Good Fortune Saint Palace. Whether it was activating or deactivating it, it wasn't easy at all. Moreover, starting it up required a massive amount of energy. After the great array was formed, it would be impossible for normal spirit ships to break through. The only exception would be if the spirit ships of Demon Fairy Palace all attacked in a joint strike. However, the Good Fortune Saint Sun would not give them the chance to do this. Are you satisfied? Xianxia, this is the cage that I specially prepared for you. In order to capture you, I took great pains in arranging all of this, and soon you will also understand why I tried so hard to catch you. Several days from now, I'll give you a pleasant surprise. If you know your limits, then you will hurry up and surrender to me and be my slave. If you serve me well every day, then I will let you keep your life and enjoy it too. The Good Fortune Saint Sun recklessly laughed. But at this time, there was also a response from Demon Fairy Palace's flagship. This was Xianxia's voice, icy cold and clear. You stupid! These two simple words caused the Good Fortune Saint Sun's complexion to darken. The clear voice continued in sharp contention. If you know your limits, then hurry up and surrender to me and be my dog. But I don't think I can stand it. To have such an ugly dog. Just thinking of it makes me nauseous. Good Fortune Saint Sun diabolically grinned. Very good. I also feared you might not be in that fleet and had sent in this rubble to die. Now that I know you truly are here, I can rest assured. The flagship is mine and I leave the rest to you all. Kill them all to the last. Do not let a single man live. After confirming Xianxia's presence, the Good Fortune Saint Sun revealed his fangs. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun issued his order, the Good Fortune Legion started moving forwards. This was an incredibly powerful army. The spirit ships pushed forwards, surrounding the fleet of Demon Fairy Palace. With the Good Fortune Saint Palace taking the lead, hundreds of spirit ships gathered together to form a battle array. Each spirit ship possessed their own array formations, and with several hundred array formations gathered together, this was actually a net of battle arrays. With these battle arrays coordinating with each other, they could display an incomparably terrifying strength. By joining together, the sheer amount of energy they released would be several times that of a true divinity. However, in terms of laws, this spirit ship battle array couldn't compare with a true divinity, nor could they focus their energy like a true divinity. So, the actual threat was less than that of a true divinity. For such a joint attack, no matter how much it was enhanced, it wouldn't reach the height of a true divinity. Nevertheless, this attack had a massive area of effect and the power behind it was enormous. Against a group of spirit ships, this was a devastating attack. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if the Good Fortune Legion had sufficient time to prepare, gathering their complete group of battle arrays for a single barrage of attacks, they could blow away over half of the spirit ships of Demon Fairy Palace. This was an overwhelming disparity that came from the difference in strength. Seeing the spirit ship battle array that was led by the Good Fortune Saint Palace, even someone like Xianxia, who refused to give up, found it hard to maintain her composure. It was hard not to waver in front of such a terrifying weapon. At this time, Lin Ming raised his black dragon spear and stepped out of Primordius' heavenly palace. Brother Lin. Xianxia grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand. Just wait here. Lin Ming gave Xianxia a comforting look. Then he stepped outside. Xianxia, the destructive attack of the Good Fortune Legion nears that of a star. Aren't you afraid? Don't worry. Before I capture you alive, I will not let them attack. Only after I catch you will I have you personally watch as all your subordinates turn to ash beneath this world-destroying light. The Good Fortune Saint Sun wildly laughed. At this time, the planet-sized body of Famine rapidly rushed forwards, flying straight towards the flagship of Demon Fairy Palace. Compared to the giant body of Famine, the disguised Primordius Heavenly Palace was like a bird in front of a tiger. They were completely disproportionate in size. However, just as Famine's several dozen tentacles were poised to attack, the flagship suddenly flashed with a strange black light. It began to change shape, becoming taller and wider and transforming from a linear spirit ship to a black fortress. Seeing this, the good fortune Saint's son was shocked. What? The shape of this transformed spirit ship caused a foreboding to rise in his heart. He watched as a man holding a spear jumped out from the black fortress. This man wore black battle armor. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were profoundly deep. As the man grasped the spear, he pointed it straight towards the good fortune Saint's son. You? It's you? The good fortune Saint's son's complexion became incredibly ugly. At this time, Lin Ming had already recovered his appearance of 6,500 years ago. One didn't even need to guess that this was Lin Ming. To the good fortune Saint's son, this man was no different from a nightmare. Is that so? So it's like this. Because you were a step earlier than me and found Xiao Moxian first, you had the courage to break into my blockade. The good fortune Saint's son's lips twitched. His complexion became increasingly grim and dark. His eyes clouded over with killing intent. You really are as stubborn as a cockroach. Even after being hunted down by a true divinity, you still won't die. You swept through the joint second and third Saint Legions, extinguished the Legion of Famine, and you plan on eliminating me today? Ha 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 ha. The good fortune Saint's son raucously laughed. Over 6,000 years ago, the battle between you and I became the greatest shame of my life. But today, the heavens have given me a chance for revenge. Since this is a battle of destiny, I cannot ask for anything more. Today, let me see just what makes you so brave. Die! The good fortune Saint's son exploded with a roar. The dozens of Famine's tentacles attacked together, thrusting forwards like the spears of a divine god. Bang! A horrifying detonation sound surged out and the void was crushed apart. The good fortune Saint son's strike was comprised of dozens of attacks. Its pressure was greater than innumerable mountains, smashing into Primordius' heavenly palace. At this moment, it looked like Famine was branching out a giant pile of its flesh and blood to swallow up Primordius' heavenly palace. For some time, everyone felt their hearts gripped with fear. In particular, the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace. They all watched with bated breath. Although they had a nearly zealous faith in Lin Ming, this avatar of famine that the good fortune Saint's son commanded was still a being at the true divinity level. No matter how strong Lin Ming was, this would be a difficult battle. Kill Lin Ming. With your strongest attack, blow him up together with famine's flesh and blood. The good fortune Saint's son crazily shouted. He didn't take back the flesh and blood of famine, nor did he see whether or not Lin Ming died. He instantly severed this part of famine's flesh and blood and had it surround Lin Ming. He wanted to use the combined attack of the Good Fortune Legion's battle array to unleash the ultimate killing blow. This was a sinister and decisive choice. The Good Fortune Saint's son would rather sacrifice a portion of famine than to give Lin Ming the smallest chance of survival. At this time, behind the Good Fortune Saint's son, the battle array network with the Good Fortune Saint Palace as the lead began to gather a mind-boggling amount of energy, preparing for their world-destroying light attack. On the side of Demon Fairy Palace, a giant man wielding a war flag rushed out of a spirit ship. He rode on a great wild beast, shouting out as he rushed into the Saint Fleet. "Brothers, move forwards. Protect Senior Lin Ming and Palace Master Demon Fairy." He was a human genius born after the Great Calamity and also the flag-bearer of Demon Fairy Palace. The scarlet war flag he carried on his shoulders was emblazoned with the symbol of Demon Fairy Palace, the image of a black phoenix bathing in the fires of nirvana. A dark phoenix was Xiao Moxian's god-beast bloodline, and the fires of nirvana represented the rebirth of humanity. Kill them. Fight with them. Destroy those saint dogs. The army of Demon Fairy Palace roared and charged forwards. They rushed directly toward the flesh and blood of famine. Placing Primordius' heavenly palace behind them, they used their fleet to form a great protective iron wall in front of it. They began gathering all of their energy, preparing to meet the direct attack of the Good Fortune Legion. Even if their attack was pitifully weak compared to the battle array network of the Good Fortune Legion, at this time no one felt fear and no one shrank backwards. No one was scared of death. A tiny pearl dares to compete with the shining moon. The good fortune Saint's son derisively sneered. He wielded the giant blood dragon tentacles and lashed out at the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace. The one he targeted was the youth in front carrying the war flag. With the strength of Famine's avatar, a single strike could easily turn this man into muddy meat. A war flag was the faith and symbol of an army. If the flag fell, so too would group morale. Who dash? The tentacles of Famine shrouded down with an unstoppable force. A tremendous pressure locked down the surrounding space, making it impossible to avoid. The flag-wielding youth's complexion changed. In this moment of life or death, he turned around and exhausted all of his strength to throw the war flag. The war flag howled and broke through the space blockade with difficulty as it fired towards the direction of another flag bearer. The man could die, but the flag could not fall. Brothers, for the glory of humanity, charge! The youth seemed to exhaust every last dreg of his blood vitality to shout out these earth-shaking words. The morale of Demon Fairy Palace erupted like a volcano. For humanity! They yelled, their blood boiling over. But as everyone thought the flag-bearer's blood would dye the starry space, something unexpected happened. From Primordius' heavenly palace that was wrapped in the flesh and blood of Famine, a blood dragon tentacle whipped out. This blood dragon tentacle was even thicker than the one shot out by the good fortune Saint's son. With inconceivable speed, it crossed the void and collided with the good fortune Saint's son's strike. Bang! The void collapsed. As the mountain-thick tentacles clashed in the air, a deafening explosion rang outwards. A terrifying tide of energy wildly surged out, sending the flag-bearer flying away. Because this other tentacle of Famine had blocked the attack, the flag-bearer only felt his blood vitality tumbling in his body. He wasn't even seriously wounded. What? This is... Everyone was bewildered. The good fortune Saint's son watched all of this with disbelief thick in his eyes. In the air, two tentacles intersected, just like two blood dragons twisting together. But that other tentacle was clearly linked to Primordius' heavenly palace. How was this possible? The flesh and blood of Famine that I discarded would actually protect the flag-bearer on its own? Why would this happen? The good fortune Saint's son was panic-stricken. At this time, the flesh and blood of Famine that surrounded Primordius' heavenly palace began to slowly split up. Within it, a channel formed. A black-clothed youth wielding a long spear stepped out. His long hair fluttered behind him. His clothes were clean and meticulous. His appearance was sharp and resolute, and his aura was as deep as the sea. He stood firm above the flesh and blood of Famine, like a peerless war god who had descended from the highest heavens. The flesh and blood beneath his feet slowly rose up to form a round table that lifted up the man. This feeling was as if the flesh and blood of Famine was revering this demon-like man. Seeing this scene, not to mention the good fortune Saint's son and the good fortune Legion, even the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were dumbfounded. What was happening? Your words are wrong, Lin Ming casually said as he pointed his spear toward the good fortune Saint's son. Between you and I, there is no battle of destiny. In my life, I might have a destined opponent, but that person is not you. You are not worthy. Lin Ming's cold voice resounded through the vastness of space, spreading over both the Demon Fairy Palace and the Good Fortune Legion. The Good Fortune Saint's son regarded Lin Ming as the greatest opponent in his life, but Lin Ming only regarded the Good Fortune Saint's son as one of the many goals he had to surpass in life. Moreover, this was in the past. Now, Lin Ming had completed the dual transformation of his body and mind. The Good Fortune Saint's son could only be called an enemy and not his match. Lin Ming, you are seeking death. As the Good Fortune Saint's son listened to Lin Ming's words, his complexion turned incredibly ugly. He regarded Lin Ming as the greatest opponent in his life, but Lin Ming only treated him as a little clown, mercilessly trampling him and humiliating him in front of his subordinates. This struck the Good Fortune Saint's son's nerves. At this time, in the starry space, the hundreds of thousands of Saint martial artists and the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were watching as this conversation took place. You are not worthy. These 3 words echoed in the ears of everyone, enraging the martial artists of the Good Fortune Legion even as it caused the human martial artists to bubble over with excitement. This was arrogance. This was pride. If someone else were to say such ridiculous words, others would only call them an idiot. But as Lin Ming said these words, they actually contained an unparalleled deterring force. This was a happy and hearty feeling that filled one with exuberance. Fight! The disciples of Demon Fairy Palace emitted an earth-shaking cry. Their voices sounded out into the vastness of space. At this time, the morale of the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace had climbed to the extreme. "You can go die!" The Good Fortune Saint's son roared out. His mortal body emitted explosive crackling sounds as he began to grow taller. Fierce bone plates jutted out from his body. He had used the strength of the Saint race's bloodline body metamorphosis. By using this new power to control the flesh and blood of famine, the Good Fortune Saint's son could reach his highest level of strength. The enraged Good Fortune Saint's son suddenly burnt his blood essence. Dozens of new blood dragon tentacles gushed out from the avatar of famine, and all these tentacles sparkled with blinding divine light as they shot towards Lin Ming. At this time, even if a sun were in front of the Good Fortune Saint's son, it would still be torn apart by these tentacles. Facing this heaven-shaking strike, Lin Ming merely focused his thoughts. Beneath him, the flesh and blood of famine shot out. Lin Ming had a limited amount of famine's flesh and blood. It was impossible for him to form tentacles that were as thick as mountains. As he formed tentacles to meet the Good Fortune Saint's son's attack, his tentacles were only as thick as a tree. Compared to the Good Fortune Saint's son's attack, Lin Ming's counterattack was nothing at all. Puff, puff, puff. All of the comparatively slender tentacles shot into the much thicker tentacles. And in that moment, the scene of those far thicker tentacles rolling over the thinner tentacles didn't occur as everyone thought it would. Instead, the tentacles struck out by the Good Fortune Saint's son were completely frozen in place. Like snakes that were caught by their necks, these tentacles began to twitch. At this time, everyone was amazed to discover that these thinner tentacles had become like blood-drinking snakes, sucking in the flesh and blood of the thicker tentacles. Goo, goo, goo. The tips of the thicker tentacles began to wither at a speed visible to the eye. The rich flesh and blood essence of famine flowed through the thinner tentacles and into the flesh and blood of famine beneath Lin Ming's feet. The flesh and blood of famine beneath Lin Ming wildly wriggled. On the other side, the avatar of famine that was controlled by the Good Fortune Saint's son began to restlessly stir as if it were greatly stimulated by something. It emitted deep roars. What? This situation left the Good Fortune Saint's son stunned. Could it be that Lin Ming could control famine? This conclusion left the Good Fortune Saint's son panic-stricken. Was this even possible? But now, he was already able to clearly feel Lin Ming's soul force pass through the flesh and blood of famine and permeate into famine's avatar. You dash! The Good Fortune Saint's son went wild with rage. There was no time for him to think about how Lin Ming had accomplished this. If he were to discard the avatar of famine, just what sort of consequences would he suffer? It was simply unimaginable. If he were to lose the avatar of famine, it would be impossible to escape Lin Ming chasing him down. Disregarding that, even if he somehow survived, the Good Fortune Saint's sovereign would not let him live. He would die either way. In that moment, the Good Fortune Saint's son felt a cold sweat seep out of his entire body. But right after that, a crazed and fierce light flashed in his eyes. Blue veins twisted on his face like worms. His eyes that stared at Lin Ming seemed dyed with blood, overflowing with killing intent. Do you really think you can kill me like this? Stop dreaming. You are destined to die here. Good Fortune Legion, obey my command. With the world-destroying light, attack with everything you have. Kill them all. The Good Fortune Saint's son shouted. At this time, behind the Good Fortune Saint's son, the Good Fortune Legion had already prepared their battle formation and gathered their energies for several breaths of time. It was enough to send out the world destruction light. In a small scope, this attack was inferior to that of a true divinity. But as a mass range attack, It was a terrifying strike that surpassed that of a true divinity. In this critical situation, the Good Fortune Legion didn't fall into chaos. With 9 peak Empyreans calmly directing the troops, the Good Fortune Legion took the Good Fortune Saint Palace as the core and struck out with the world destruction light. In that moment, it seemed as if every sound in the universe was swallowed up. A heaven-shaking energy swept through the vastness of space before converging in front of the Good Fortune Saint Palace. It gathered together and collapsed into a black energy ball. The surrounding space cracked and shattered, as if this black ball was one of the fabled black holes. Shwa! Energy recklessly shot out from this black hole, shooting towards Lin Ming as well as the fleet of Demon Fairy Palace. The black light was too terrifying. It covered a massive range, and with this part of space being sealed up, it was impossible for the fleet of Demon Fairy Palace to avoid it. At this time, the demented Good Fortune Saint Sun sent out more massive tentacles. These tentacles didn't directly attack Lin Ming but covered him instead, forming a wall of flesh and blood around him. It was clear he wanted to block off every possible escape route. In truth, even if the Good Fortune Saint Sun didn't do this, Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to dodge this world destruction light. At this time, he had poured his soul force into the avatar of famine in order to erase the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark and capture the avatar. If he were to dodge this attack, the least of his problems would be the injuries to his soul. The key problem was that the flesh and blood of famine that he controlled beneath his feet would also be destroyed. And this flesh and blood of famine wrapped around Primordius Heavenly Palace. Xiao Moxian and the others were all inside. Lin Ming was doomed to not avoid this attack. He could not abandon Xiao Moxian, nor could he abandon the 100,000 warriors of Demon Fairy Palace. At this time, the warriors of Demon Fairy Palace didn't give up on Lin Ming. They stood in front of Lin Ming, using their relatively weak spirit ships to face off against this attack. Brothers, attack! For humanity! For honor and freedom! The warriors of Demon Fairy Palace shouted out from the depths of their heart. They poured every ounce of their strength into the array formations of their spirit ships. At this instant, even without anyone directing them, these 100,000 warriors burnt their blood essence together, burning it all without reserve, because they knew that this was likely the final and most dazzling attack in their lives. This was the brilliance of burning their lives away, as gorgeous and as blazing as the hot sun. A martial artist was born like a summer flower and died like a spring thunderstorm. The attack of the Demon Fairy Palace's disciples gathered into a surging current of golden light that welcomed the world-destroying light. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang out. In a flash, energy beams recklessly shot outwards. It was unknown just how much matter was destroyed in that explosion. Even so, the attack of Demon Fairy Palace's disciples was unable to eliminate the world-destroying light. After the world-destroying light slowed down for a brief moment, it suddenly overwhelmed the energy wave from Demon Fairy Palace's disciples and continued forwards without hesitation. The disparity in energy was too great. They were simply unable to deal with it. In the next moment, dozens of Demon Fairy Palace disciples became like little beasts beneath a giant tsunami, soon to be utterly submerged. At this time, from beneath Lin Ming's feet, the mass of famine's flesh and blood split open. Primordius Heavenly Palace rose up from within, wrapped in an all-devouring black light. Legion of Famine, attack! Lin Ming coldly commanded. Within Primordius Heavenly Palace, the 60,000 warriors of the Legion of Famine had already undergone their body metamorphosis a quarter of an hour ago. They had prepared their battle formation and had gathered their energy earlier, waiting for the moment to erupt. After the battle with the joined Saint Legions, the Legion of Famine had rested and built up their strength for over a month. All of that was done for the sake of this one strike. By now, even Fairy Blue Lotus had undergone body metamorphosis. 4 of the Saint Generals, Lin Ming's 3 avatars, 1 miniaturized black dragon, and 200 great world kings that were comparable to the weakest of Empyreans after body metamorphosis. Every person and beast poured all their energy into the array formation without reserve. In particular, the flesh and blood of famine beneath Lin Ming's feet that he controlled also lent its strength to this attack. The flesh and blood of famine burned itself without holding back. Energy surged into Primordius' heavenly palace as a horrifying black beam of light pierced through the universe and clashed with the world-destroying light. Xian'er, lend me your help. Lin Ming's sound transmission reached Xiao Moxian's ears. Next, Xiao Moxian, Lin Huang, and some of the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace who had followed her to Primordius' heavenly palace all poured their greatest strength into the array formation, preparing to meet the world-destroying light. A beam of divine light joined together with the divine light emitted by the 100,000 disciples of Demon Fairy Palace, ruthlessly colliding with the world-destroying light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An explosion sounded out as if the universe was being torn to shreds. Energy gushed outwards, able to collapse space and wash away the stars. With this all-out strike from Demon Fairy Palace, the Legion of Famine, and even the flesh and blood of famine burning away its essence, the might of this attack managed to suppress the terrifying beam of energy emitted by the Good Fortune Legion. Right after, the beam of energy shot out by the Good Fortune Legion began to be pushed backwards, drawing back at an increasingly quick pace. Finally, Lin Ming's strike carried with it a heaven-shaking strength as it forcefully extinguished the world-destroying light and then fired towards the direction of the Good Fortune Legion. No! The Good Fortune Saint Sun's eyes nearly cracked open, and behind him, the several 100,000 Saint martial artists of the Good Fortune Legion all seemed to lose their spirit. Awe! Some people cried out in despair and sorrow. Others rushed out their spirit ships and fled into deep space. And still others moved their spirit ships wanting to withdraw. But no matter how they struggled, everything they did was useless. This beam of light was too fast, faster than any spirit ship or martial artist. Much less, this space had already been sealed away by the Good Fortune Legion. They were caught in their own trap. Bang! Divine light exploded within the Good Fortune Legion. Divine light swallowed all, drowning out all sight in a sea of blinding light. Before, in order to arrange the battle formation that would send out the world-destroying light, the Good Fortune Legion had crowded together their spirit ships. But this now became the reason for their complete destruction. Large swathes of Saint spirit ships were struck head-on by the light and directly disintegrated into powder, without leaving behind any fragment of space debris. Innumerable spirit ships were swept up in the explosion before bursting apart in the horrifying energy storm, turning into dazzling fireworks in space. The Good Fortune Legion had suffered far too heavy losses in this attack. The Good Fortune Saint Sun watched all of this from a distance, his heart trembling. At this moment, he knew that the Good Fortune Legion, the trump card of the Saint armies, was done for. The world destruction light along with the Good Fortune Legion was completely overwhelmed by the blast of energy sent out by the human alliance. The defensive barrier laid down by the Good Fortune Legion was torn apart like a soap bubble. Even from trillions of miles away, one could see a brilliant light blazing in the distance, as if a massive star had burst into a supernova. The energy waves recklessly washed out the dark nebula, thoroughly destroying the surrounding star territory and causing the light to spread even further out. The trump card of the Saint armies, the Good Fortune Legion, was utterly ruined. They didn't even have half their spirit ships remaining. The Good Fortune Saint Palace managed to remain intact. Even though it was at the center of the energy beam, it barely made it through due to the fact that it was a true divinity spirit treasure. But for hundreds of miles around the Good Fortune Saint Palace, every spirit ship was reduced to ashes. Even those that were far away and relatively well off were greatly damaged in the explosion. The battle strength of these spirit ships was reduced to near nothing. In truth, the truly fatal strike was the impact on their morale. The Good Fortune Legion was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, possessing an absolute faith in their strength and ability to win. This was a terrifying army that feared no opponent. But that strike just now had completely smashed apart their arrogance and confidence. They were defeated, completely and utterly defeated. Even for the several peak Empyreans as they faced Lin Ming, this man that seemed like a demon god, all of them felt a fear come from the depths of their souls. This Lin Ming was too horrifying, simply unbeatable, And while the saints were wallowing in their low morale and fervently wishing to retreat, the morale of humanity reached the zenith. That incredible all-out attack just now caused their blood to boil over. The human martial artists that burnt their blood essence should have been exhausted due to overdrawing their blood vitality. But because of this great victory, all of them had gone crazy with elation. "Brothers, onwards!" The officers of Demon Fairy Palace wildly roared. The soldiers were like starving wolves that saw fresh meat, swarming forwards. The flapping war flag of Demon Fairy Palace was lifted high into the air. The dark phoenix in Nirvana embroidered upon the war flag seemed to come alive. It guided the anger of the human army, stabbing into the Good Fortune Legion like a sharp blade. The Good Fortune Legion was the top army of the entire saint race. But facing the brutal onslaught of Demon Fairy Palace, they were unexpectedly routed. The explosion had blown up their battle formation. Now, every spirit ship had to operate independently, contributing more to the chaos in the field. And most importantly, according to how the original battle formation was arranged, the more powerful spirit ships were placed closer to the center of the battlefield. Like this, they could support the main strike force. When the energy beam exploded within the Good Fortune Legion, the spirit ships near the center took the brunt of the attack and almost all of them were destroyed as a result. The spirit ships that were farther away and survived the explosion were much weaker than the spirit ships near the center. It could be said that the Good Fortune Legion had lost almost 3/4 of their total war strength. Divine light shot out and an explosion lit up space. Demon Fairy Palace pushed forwards with unstoppable momentum, and the Good Fortune Legion withdrew in defeat again and again. At this time, on the other side of the battlefield, the flesh and blood of famine beneath Lin Ming's feet was still entangled with the Good Fortune Saint Sun's avatar of famine. A massive amount of flesh and blood essence from the avatar of famine was being swallowed up by the flesh and blood of famine that Lin Ming controlled. The Good Fortune Saint Sun's complexion had already turned horrendously ugly. Lin Ming could swallow and control the flesh and blood essence of famine. Even if the flesh and blood essence of famine had the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark within it, it was still useless. The Good Fortune Saint Sun didn't know how Lin Ming managed to accomplish this. But this part was no longer important because he had been pushed into a dead end. He wasn't like Fairy Blue Lotus, someone who had a master willing to damage their own cultivation to protect her with a wisp of an incarnation. How could the greatly ambitious Good Fortune Saint Sovereign ever make a sacrifice to help his disciple? As far as the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was concerned, everyone else was nothing but a pawn to be used. So, as the Good Fortune Saint Sun faced Lin Ming, he no longer had any cards in his hands. Perhaps it should be said that even if he did have hidden cards, these cards would be nothing but toys in front of Lin Ming. At this moment, the Good Fortune Saint Sun felt what true despair was. He could feel that Lin Ming was not just sucking out famine's flesh and blood essence, but also drawing out his own flesh and blood. He was no different from a convict who had his artery slashed open. He could only stare helplessly on as his blood flowed out from his body, awaiting the moment he died from blood loss. This way of waiting for death truly left one grasping in craziness. The Good Fortune Saint Sun went mad. He wildly injected his soul force into famine's body, wanting to compete with Lin Ming in controlling it. However, the moment that the Good Fortune Saint Sun touched Lin Ming's soul force, his face turned paper white and his body shook. Blood started seeping out from his nose. The difference between his soul force and Lin Ming's was far too great. Moreover, the crux of the issue here was that the Good Fortune Saint Sun's soul force couldn't control famine's avatar to begin with. He had only barely managed to indirectly control famine's avatar using the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark. When compared to Lin Ming, who possessed the soul of famine, the difference was unfathomable. With a great roar, the Good Fortune Saint Sun leapt out from famine's body. He grasped a heavy sword and slashed out at Lin Ming. In that instant, golden astral essence surged out from the Good Fortune Saint Sun, as if there were a golden sun burning within him. His aura also changed. The endless starlight around him distorted, gathering towards him. The origin energy of the universe, the cosmic dust, all forms of energy were drawn out by the Good Fortune Saint Sun. This was the good fortune Saint Sun's good fortune divine art. Once the good fortune divine art was used, it could seize the power of the world's good fortune. In other words, it was wresting away the spiritual energy and life of the world. A martial artist skilled in the good fortune divine art could convert this energy into their own strength, using it to destroy their enemies. By this time, the good fortune Saint Sun had cultivated the good fortune divine art to an extremely high boundary. Once he used it, weaker Empyreans couldn't even stand before him. This was because the good fortune divine art would sever their connection with the energy of the world, and the good fortune Saint Sun would brutally take it away. Only a peak Empyrean would be barely able to deal with the good fortune Saint Sun's good fortune divine art. But to Lin Ming, not even peak Empyreans could stand before him. This was the disparity between the two. When the good fortune Saint Sun attacked, so did Lin Ming. But it wasn't Lin Ming that moved, but the flesh and blood of famine beneath him. Dozens of blood dragon tentacles shot out towards the good fortune Saint Sun. The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes turned blood red. He could use the good fortune divine art to absorb origin energy from the universe, but to use it to steal away origin energy from famine was actually impossible. This was because of the difference in their ranks. He rushed left and right between the dozens of tentacles. But to his shock, he discovered that Lin Ming's ability to display the strength of famine's avatar far exceeded his own. Every tentacle of famine seemed to be alive, as if they had their own thoughts and sensations. They coordinated their attacks, their barrage of strikes, without flaw. The good fortune Saint Sun dodged over a dozen attacks. But in the next few attacks, as his speed slowed down by just a bit, a blood dragon tentacle slammed him in the back. Puff! The good fortune Saint Sun spat out a mouthful of blood. The organs in his body tumbled around as he was sent flying backwards. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun's heart was filled with shame and humiliation. Lin Ming had actually stolen away the avatar of famine and then used it to deal with him. He had mobilized the several Saint Legions in Saint Convocation Heaven to come here and wait for Lin Ming. But these legions were completely defeated by Lin Ming. He had led the Good Fortune Legion, the trump card of the Saint armies, to encircle Xiao Moxian. But in the end, the Good Fortune Legion had been demolished. And from beginning to end, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had never truly fought with Lin Ming. Lin Ming simply stood where he was without moving, gradually taking control of famine's avatar. The Good Fortune Saint Sun hurled himself at Lin Ming. But Lin Ming only used famine's avatar to deal with him. Lin Ming's methods matched what he had said before. He simply didn't take the Good Fortune Saint Sun to be his match. Humiliation, frustration, despair. In the final waning moments of his life, the Good Fortune Saint Sun went crazy. He burnt his blood essence to the limit, but no matter how he attacked, all that greeted him were the fierce and terrifying blood dragon tentacles. These tentacles were endless. Even if the Good Fortune Saint Sun cut them off, they would rapidly regrow. Then, these tentacles were reabsorbed by famine's body. It was simply an unkillable monster. Moreover, as more and more flesh and blood of famine was absorbed by Lin Ming, the tentacles that fought with the Good Fortune Saint Sun became increasingly thick even as more and more of them appeared. The Good Fortune Saint Sun was covered in blood. His organs had broken apart in countless places and he was covered in innumerable wounds. His movements gradually slowed down. He knew he had reached the precipice of death. In the final moments of his life, the Good Fortune Saint Sun's lips curved up in a humorless smile. He used his remaining astral essence to flood his limbs. These energies started to boil like magma. "You want to implode?" A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. How could he allow the Good Fortune Saint Sun to do as he wished? To him, the Good Fortune Saint Sun was still of great use. Whoosh! A wisp of soul force shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows like the sword of a divine god, piercing into the Good Fortune Saint Sun's spiritual sea at an inconceivable speed. For an instant, the energy gathered within the Good Fortune Saint Sun froze. And in this instant, a thick tentacle rushed forwards and bit down upon the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Puff! 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 Immediately, Hundreds of tentacles the thickness of a worm drilled into the good fortune Saint Sun's body. Like leeches, they started to recklessly swallow the good fortune Saint Sun's flesh and blood, essence and energy alike. The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes bulged out and his expression turned dull. At this moment he was no different from a living corpse. In these last moments of his life, he could feel Lin Ming using Famine's avatar to swallow him. He had controlled the avatar of Famine for a long time and had used it to swallow an incalculable amount of lives and energy. Finally, he had been reduced to becoming this avatar's food. This was truly life's greatest joke. Slowly, the good fortune Saint Sun's mortal body withered away. His skin wrinkled and his eyes deepened into their sockets. The flesh and blood of Famine wriggled about and fed the disabled good fortune Saint Sun into primordious heavenly palace. After the good fortune Saint Sun was swallowed up by Famine, the entire good fortune legion fell into complete chaos. In the end, the saints lacked the fearlessness against death the humans had. This didn't mean that the saints were less brave than the humans, but because the saints weren't in a situation where the life or death of their race was on the line. The only reason they came to the wild universe was to invade this new world and obtain more advantages. Now that the good fortune Saint Sun died, the good fortune legion rapidly fled. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't let them escape. This was especially because they controlled a true divinity spirit treasure, the good fortune Saint Palace. This sort of palace-type true divinity spirit treasure was extremely rare. How could Lin Ming possibly let it go? Pursue them, Lin Ming commanded. However, the truth was that he didn't need to issue such orders, as the disciples of Demon Fairy Palace were already chasing ahead on their own initiative. The Saint Legion scattered like a cloud of locusts, fleeing in all directions. In fact, the remaining number of Saint Spirit ships was still higher than the number of spirit ships the Demon Fairy Palace had. And although Lin Ming was powerful, he could only chase in a single direction. Naturally, the direction he chose was toward the good fortune Saint Palace. As for the remainders of the Saint Fleet, Lin Ming didn't plan to bother with them. As long as they retreated far enough away, they could carry out great void shifts, and then it would be impossible for him to catch up to them. But at this time, Lin Ming's heart stirred. He looked towards another direction of the vast starry space and saw another fleet flying towards him at a breakneck pace. There weren't many ships in this fleet, but they were extremely fast. It was clear they were elite troops. As this fleet appeared, it wove together a net of firepower that blocked off massive swathes of the Good Fortune Legion. Many of the Saint Spirit ships were destroyed where they were. Back up? Lin Ming was startled. He didn't know which human army this was, but he believed that they had been drawn here due to the massive dazzling explosion moments ago. As long as they looked at the explosion a little closely, it'd be easy to guess that the blinding light wasn't a natural cosmic phenomenon. Moreover, there was the aura of laws that surged outwards, easily indicating that a battle had erupted. The backup troops and Demon Fairy Palace's fleet caught the fleeing Good Fortune Legion in a pincer attack. The Saints were like a rabbit being chased by a wolf, unable to choose a way out in their panic. More and more spirit ships exploded. The result of this battle had already been decided. As for Lin Ming, he had overtaken the Good Fortune Saint Palace. With the dark starry skies illuminating him, Lin Ming overtook the Good Fortune Saint Palace like a giant octopus grabbing hold of a seashell. Famine stretched out dozens of blood dragon tentacles that wrapped around the Good Fortune Saint Palace. Great waves of flesh and blood broke into the Good Fortune Saint Palace, drowning everyone inside. As Famine began to wildly swallow up the blood energy of the powerhouses within, as the one controlling it, Lin Ming could deeply feel just how great its bloodlust and rage were. Without its soul, Famine's flesh and blood only possessed its devouring instinct. The more it devoured, the more powerful it became. When it swallowed enough things, it could even split apart and form an avatar. This was simply a life form that defied the heavenly Tao. According to Lin Ming's understandings, the more powerful a life form was, the more difficult it was to reproduce. In fact, there were many formidable beings that were unique in the heavens and earth. Otherwise, if there were too many of these powerful life forms, they would become the absolute masters of the universe. destroying the balance. But famine clearly violated this common sense. Lin Ming didn't know if there was a limit in the number of avatars famine could form. But if there wasn't a limit, then with enough time famine and its avatars could slowly flood through the entire 33 heavens, swallowing all of existence. Such a deduction left chills crawling down Lin Ming's spine. The more he thought about previous events, Lin Ming seemed to realize a possibility. His thoughts stirred, and in the next moment he appeared in Primordius' heavenly palace. Though the battle had come to an end, there were still many matters Lin Ming had yet to wrap up. He didn't even have time to completely refine Famine's avatar. Brother Lin. Xiao Moxian flushed red as she saw Lin Ming arrive, gently panting for breath. This was because of her excitement in destroying the Good Fortune Legion and also because she had joined forces with the Legion of Famine to attack, consuming a great deal of her energy. Can you control famine? Xiao Moxian asked curiously. As she asked this, many disciples of Demon Fairy Palace looked toward Lin Ming, also wondering this. Lin Ming smiled. I'll tell you everything in a little bit. There are some matters I need to process first. After Lin Ming spoke, his figure flickered and he appeared in another chamber. Within this chamber lay the withered and weakened Good Fortune Saint's son. In the past, the Good Fortune Saint's son had been tall and strong, his eyebrows slanting upwards like swords and his bearing extraordinary. He was destined to live a magnificent life from birth, and regardless of his life experiences or the talent he displayed, he had always been worshipped and surrounded by others, as if he were the star, and they all revolved around him. Because of this, even though many peerlessly beautiful women amongst the saints knew that the Good Fortune Saint's son was extremely cruel and ruthless and that women were insignificant creatures to him, they still delivered themselves to his bed on their own volition. But now, after the Good Fortune Saint's son's blood vitality was swallowed up by famine, he didn't even resemble a person anymore. When Lin Ming entered the chamber, the Good Fortune Saint's son felt his presence but didn't respond. His eyes were empty and blank, and his mouth was slightly open with drool leaking out, as if he had become a walking corpse. At this time, the Good Fortune Saint's son's heart had already died. His ambitions and arrogance had all been smashed apart. From someone who expected to rule the world in the future, he had devolved into this sad and pitiful appearance, living a life worse than death. Lin Ming slowly lifted his right hand. A black cube appeared atop his palm. Black lines sparkled, shining onto the Good Fortune Saint's son's face. The Good Fortune Saint's son's eyelids opened and he saw the magic cube. As someone who once possessed the Grand Miss Spirit Bead, the Good Fortune Saint's son had a vague sense of what the three divine tools were. As the magic cube appeared, he seemed to faintly realize something. But as for what it was, he wasn't sure. However, none of this was important. Even if learned of Lin Ming's secrets, what use would that be? He bitterly smiled and hoarsely said, "Kill me, as you wish." Lin Ming waved his hand, and the Good Fortune Saint's son's soul disintegrated into fragments that flew into the magic cube. In that moment, the Good Fortune Saint's son truly died. His spatial ring and weapons were all taken by Lin Ming. As for his corpse that had lost all blood vitality, Lin Ming simply flicked his finger, sending out a fireball that burnt the corpse into ashes. With another thought, Lin Ming appeared within the magic cube space. Currently, Lin Ming had become increasingly proficient in using the magic cube. He could now directly read through the memories of the soul fragments as if he were flipping through a book and didn't need to absorb them. To Lin Ming, the memories of the Good Fortune Saint's son were extremely important. There were many things he wanted to find out, and the most important was the Good Fortune Divine Art. At this stage, Lin Ming's greatest opponent was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, and the Good Fortune Divine Art was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's strongest ability. This seemed to be a peak true divinity cultivation method. Lin Ming possessed far too many cultivation methods. Just the Azura laws and Holy Scripture laws were two of the highest laws of martial arts and more than enough for him to perceive. He just didn't have the time or energy to study the Good Fortune Divine Art. But even if he didn't study it, he still had to understand it. Know oneself and know your enemy, and be undefeated in 1,000 battles. What Lin Ming wanted to do now was to find the weakness within the Good Fortune Divine Art. The good fortune Saint's son had an Empyrean realm cultivation and possessed a profound understanding of the good fortune divine art. In his memories, the good fortune divine art had a total of 12 levels. The good fortune Saint's son had only practiced to the 9th level, but he knew the content of the first 11 levels. As for the final 12th level, only the good fortune Saint Sovereign knew the details behind it. This cultivation method was indeed at the peak true divinity level. Compared to the Ajura Sutra and Holy Scripture, it was only slightly worse. Even the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't seem to have practiced this cultivation method to perfection. In other words, this cultivation method wasn't created by the good fortune Saint Sovereign, but was an ancient inheritance he had obtained. Within the good fortune Saint Son's memories, the good fortune divine art originated from the primeval realm ruins. As for who had created it, no one knew. After the good fortune Saint Sovereign obtained the good fortune divine art, he spent 100 million years to slowly add in his own understandings and improve this cultivation method. Many peerless cultivation methods were not completed by a single person. This included the Holy Scripture and Ajura Sutra that Lin Ming practiced. He himself had added in his understandings of his 6 lives of reincarnation, and had even slowly started to fuse the two together. In Lin Ming's hands, these 2 peak roads of martial arts had become completely different from what they were in the past. Lin Ming read through the content of the good fortune divine art a little at a time. The more he read, the more startled he became. From the past, he understood that the good fortune divine art granted the ability to seize the power of good fortune. The so-called good fortune was nature itself. If a true divinity displayed this technique, they could suck dry the essence energy of a world, turning it into a dead land. However, as he delved deeper into the laws, the speculations Lin Ming had before became increasingly clear as he affirmed them. Lin Ming discovered that the good fortune divine art's ability to swallow the power of a world was similar to famine. Famine could swallow anything, but it focused on swallowing flesh and blood. The good fortune divine art focused on swallowing the power of a world. If the two were combined, in that instant, Lin Ming felt his blood run cold. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's improvements on the good fortune divine art had mostly concerned this aspect. To swallow flesh and blood, that was equal to swallowing the body. To swallow the power of the world, that was equal to swallowing the universe. This just happened to be the same as Lin Ming's own path of cultivation. That was joining together the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra and combining the universe of the body with the universe of the world. Lin Ming could finally see the road the good fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to walk down. His ambitions were too great. He wanted to practice the laws of swallowing to their limit, stepping beyond divinity and even surpassing the Ajura Roadmaster. If the good fortune Saint Sovereign had planned to this step, humanity alone naturally wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. He would inevitably strike out against the Spiritas. Lin Ming suspected that in the end, when the good fortune Saint Sovereign had swallowed everything to the limit, would he even let the saint race off? For someone to go this far, were they even a person? Perhaps calling him a monster wasn't enough to describe him. However, the good fortune Saint Sovereign would not stop on his road. This was all because of his ambitions. He wouldn't resign himself to eventually returning to dust. He wouldn't resign himself to being subject to the highest heavenly Tao. Upon reaching the level he was at, there was nothing in this world that could captivate the good fortune Saint Sovereign besides absolute strength and eternal life. When Lin Ming emerged from the magic cube space, his heart had become filled with worries. It had to be known that the good fortune Saint Sovereign was only one of the enemies he was destined to face. But just the good fortune Saint Sovereign alone played such a grand and complex game. In the eyes of the good fortune Saint Sovereign, the only person capable of playing against him was the Soul Emperor. Just what was the Soul Emperor plotting? As Lin Ming thought of the Soul Emperor, he inevitably recalled Xiang Mei. Lin Ming had met with Xiang Mei over 6,000 years ago in the Soul World. There, he had wanted to pay a price in order to facilitate an alliance between humanity and the Spiritas. But the result was that his proposal had been refused by Xiang Mei. Now that he thought of it, this was also completely normal. Whether it was the Soul Emperor or good fortune Saint Sovereign, both of them thought that humanity was nothing but a tiny chess piece within the grand game they were playing. If humanity were to undergo a great apocalyptic calamity in which they went extinct, this would be no different from a chess piece being taken off the board. Lin Ming fell silent as he thought of the words he spoke to Xiang Mei. His mind in deep contemplation, as if his thoughts were wrapped in fog. Why are you sighing? I'm sighing over your destiny. Oh. Lin Ming, you are like a moth drawn to the flame. Even though you know a raging fire is in front of you, you still desperately plunge into the roaring flames. Me, I am also a moth. Oh. Lin Ming, let me ask you one more time. Are you willing to abandon humanity, abandon everything, and follow me in reaching the peak of martial arts, probing the limits of the road of martial arts, establishing a vast world that lies separate from the 33 heavens, and become rulers of that world? Oh. Forget the words I've said tonight. Oh. Lin Ming thought back to the words they shared. He thought of the thoughts he had at the time, the thought of being hunted down by soaring feather god king, and then being shifted into the sky spill planet by Xiang Mei, and even the sad face she had when she left after stealing away his source soul force. Without a doubt, Xiang Mei had her own story, and it was because of the Soul Emperor that her story was filled with sorrow and pain. She didn't wish to, but she eventually had to make a choice. It was just that Lin Ming didn't know the secrets behind her choices. Brother Lin, what is it? Xiao Moxian asked as she saw the peculiar expression on Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming shook his head. It's nothing. I was just recalling some past events. I'm worried about what the Spiritas are planning. When Lin Ming met up with Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan, he had 6 hours before his battle with the good fortune Saint Sun. During this time, Lin Ming recounted his experiences to them, and Xiao Moxian also learned about Xiang Mei and the Soul Emperor. Xiao Moxian didn't continue this topic. She instead said, Dragon Fong has arrived. Dragon Fong. Lin Ming was startled. He suddenly remembered that in the backup troops that came, there were few ships but their war strength was incredible. Yes, in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy there was not just Xiao Moxian but also Dragon Fong. During these past years, both forces had worked together to harass and divert good fortune Saint Sun. Dragon Fong was slightly weaker than Xiao Moxian, and Xiao Moxian also had Lin Huang at her side. It was obvious that Dragon Fong had a much more difficult time surviving in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Thinking about it, Dragon Fong shouldn't have been too far away from this area. So, when he saw the light from the massive explosion, he rushed over. Dragon Fong broke into the Empyrean realm. Xiao Moxian suddenly said. Lin Ming was bewildered to hear this. Dragon Fong was about his age, and to break into the Empyrean realm at 6,000 to 7,000 years of age was a bit too exaggerated. However, this was likely because of the Great Calamity. With the arrival of disaster, many geniuses grew rapidly. If this calamity continued on and more human martial artists perished, there would also be more powerhouses that rose from their ashes. After the tides washed the sand away, true gold would emerge. To the weak, this great calamity was a living hell, but to geniuses this great calamity was a stage set for their growth. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then took out a jade slip from his spatial ring. This was the sound transmission mark of the Mount Padala Wartime Alliance. It was about time for humanity to reunite. Currently, the invincible forces of the Saints had been slowly whittled away. Although humanity couldn't engage in a counterattack, they could at least resist the Saints head-on before the good fortune Saint Sovereign left seclusion. Moreover, there was something else he wanted to do. Lin Ming wanted to find out news about Mo Eversnow through the Human Intelligence Network. According to what Xiao Moxian knew, Mo Eversnow had left early on in the Great Calamity, and as for where she went, Xiao Moxian didn't know. But Mo Eversnow had brought Fishy away with her. There might be some human Empyreans that would know where Mo Eversnow had gone. Let's go. We're returning to the base of Demon Fairy Palace, Lin Ming said. Oh. Lin Ming, ha ha ha. Within a brightly lit hall of Demon Fairy Palace, a tall and robust middle-aged man strode in, a group of silver-armored warriors following close behind him. As these silver-armored warriors saw Lin Ming, visible excitement shined in their eyes. This middle-aged man was Empyrean Vast Universe. Empyrean Vast Universe stretched out a hand and slapped Lin Ming's shoulder. I knew it. I knew a brat like you wouldn't have died so easily. It's been 6,500 years, and you've finally returned. Good. Too good. This is just far too good. Empyrean Vast Universe shouted, his complexion beaming. In the past, he and Divine Dream were the human Empyreans who had noticed Lin Ming's capabilities first. At the time, Empyrean Vast Universe only thought Lin Ming was a genius with excellent talent who would become an Empyrean in the future. He even believed he had underestimated in his judgment of Lin Ming, but he never thought that his underestimation would be so great. Now, Lin Ming was already able to create the miracle of reversing this war. Who would have thought that the somewhat naive and childish youth of the past would become the great hero that reversed the great calamity? Senior Vast Universe. Seeing Empyrean Vast Universe, Lin Ming was also excited. When the Saints began their full invasion of humanity, the human elites had to evacuate the divine realm to guarantee the continuation of their inheritance. In order to safely arrive at the wild universe, the armies of the human Empyreans, led by Divine Dream, had to go to Bright Luster World to block the advance of the Saints. And Empyrean Vast Universe had been one of these brave Empyreans. Lin Ming knew that Empyrean Vast Universe's strength wasn't considered strong amongst the many human Empyreans, and he worried that Empyrean Vast Universe would perish in battle. After all, this was an elder that he respected, and he also appreciated Empyrean Vast Universe for having recognized him in the past. As Lin Ming saw Empyrean Vast Universe standing alive in front of him, he was overjoyed from the depths of his heart. Haha! Don't call me senior anymore. Boy, you are the hero of humanity. If Divine Dream were to see you now, she would definitely be happy. Senior Divine Dream, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. I heard Senior Divine Dream was fighting two other Saint True Divinities in a different wild universe. How is the current situation? Empyrean Vast Universe shook his head. I don't have much of an understanding about how she is doing. When Divine Dream sent a message to me, she instructed me on how humanity should continue the war, and she also conveniently mentioned that she was engaged in battle with two true divinities. Oh? What instructions did Senior Divine Dream give? It was very simple, just a single word: endure. Divine Dream wants the various human forces to go into hiding and not to directly confront the Saints. We're to use guerrilla tactics to engage them in order to drag out as much time as we can. Now, it seems that we really managed to wait for our favorable turn to appear. Empyrean Vast Universe laughed once more. Lin Ming's appearance had truly been their favorable turn. As for Divine Dream's current situation, I only know the approximate difference in strength between her and the other two true divinities. If Divine Dream and Soaring Feather God King were to be compared alone, it's hard to say if either of them could truly harm the other. But if Divine Dream were to face Astral Vault God King, she has a considerable superiority over him. This is mainly due to the height of the laws they cultivated when they stepped into true divinity, and also because her cultivation methods naturally restrain his. Astral Vault God King has a formidable mortal body, but he is weak when it comes to the spiritual sea and mental strength. Against someone like Divine Dream, who is familiar with illusions and soul attacks, he suffers far too great a loss. Divine Dream said she used her Divine Dream space to trap Astral Vault God King, and then she was able to lead Soaring Feather God King around. Like this, she was able to fight one against two. But this is also because Astral Vault God King and Soaring Feather God King have no intentions of going all out against Divine Dream. If they did, Astral Vault God King could simply burn his blood essence, and even if he can't see through the illusions of the Divine Dream space, he can still use brute force to break through the Divine Dream space's force field enchantment. I see. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. He was originally afraid something might have happened to Divine Dream since she was fighting one against two. But it seems the situation was better than he hoped. Haha, you don't need to worry about Divine Dream. I've known her for more than 10 million years, and I personally know just how fierce she is. In the past, she and I both participated in a great tournament similar to the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Afterwards, we adventured together, passed through dangers together, and explored mystic realms together. She has always been creating miracles. Between her and I, our relationship is just like... As Empyrean Vast Universe spoke to hear, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He laughed and said, It's just like you and Xianxia, you always seem to be making moves that defy all common sense. And when it comes to you, there doesn't seem like there is anything that is impossible. As for Xianxia, he's an honest and diligent person who works hard on his cultivation. Just like me. These days, honest people like me really find it hard to keep up. Haha. From the time he saw Lin Ming, Empyrean vast universe didn't stop laughing. In the last 6,000 some years, he hadn't smiled so brightly and openly. Well, enough of me. Let's go. There are many other people waiting to see you. Lin Ming contacted Emperor Xianxia, who in turn contacted the different human influences through the sound transmission marks he had. For a long time, innumerable human influences started gathering at the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. At this time, outside of Demon Fairy Palace, a massive number of ordinary warriors gathered. A part of them were holy lords, some were young divine lord powerhouses, and there were even some divine transformation realm juniors who weren't strong enough to enter the battlefield and were only part of the reserve forces. Seeing Lin Ming appear, all these warriors began to crazily cheer. When a nation was in danger, whether it was warriors seeing a beloved leader or the common people seeing their warriors return in triumph, it was difficult for them to suppress the excitement in their hearts. Lin Ming undying. Humanity forever. It was unknown who started shouting this, but others also began shouting it in agreement. Lin Ming undying. Humanity forever. Lin Ming undying. Humanity forever. The cheers were like tsunamis crashing into each other. A million martial artists shouting out at the top of their lungs created a terrifying roar that echoed into the heavens, shaking the vast starry skies. Warriors yelled with arms raised high. Some people couldn't help but happily lift their weapons. Young girls openly sobbed and held onto each other. At this time, everyone's hearts were joined as one, beating in unison. Every person, whether they were ordinary warriors, officers of the army, Empyreans with long lives who had passed through the difficulties of wind and rain, or even Lin Ming who stood above the walls of Demon Fairy Palace looking down at the world below, at this moment, everyone seemed infected by this atmosphere. Their blood boiled over as they shouted out loud, their voices brimming with joy and excitement that they were unable to restrain. They all deeply felt that in these dangerous times, humanity was joined together in an unprecedented moment of unity and bravery. At this time, even Lin Ming couldn't help but feel hot tears stream down his face. In his heart, he knew that this was the race he would belong to forever, and he would also fight for his people forever. His friends, his family, his descendants, they were all part of the human race and were something he could never abandon. Even a full month after Lin Ming defeated the Good Fortune Legion, the humans within the wild universe were still seething with excitement. Using various information networks, the Mount Padala Wartime Alliance proudly spread out news of Lin Ming's continued victories over the past months, including the crushing defeat of the Legion of Famine and the destruction of the Joint Saint Legions and the Good Fortune Legion. That were 3 continual great victories. In particular, the last battle, when Lin Ming had killed the Good Fortune Saint's son and broken the Saint Army's trump card, pushing the morale of humanity to the extreme. In these past days, all of the various human influences were excitedly speaking to each other. Gather in the Hidden Dragon. Emperor Xianxia used Lin Ming's name to gather all human influences to convene in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Besides Lin Ming's illustrious victories, Emperor Xianxia hadn't said a single word about their future plans. However, many people felt that the gathering of all forces in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy was the beginning of something new, perhaps even the start of their return to the Divine Realm, to push their way back into the Divine Realm. This last thought left many enchanted by its possibilities. They all remembered what had been said. Until the day humanity's comrades in the wild universe returned to the Divine Realm, they would never forget the sacrifices that were made. This was the faith of humanity. Whether it was the humans in the wild universe or the humans in the Divine Realm, for their race they would sacrifice all. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Slowly, this star territory turned into the central headquarters of humanity. Since the war in the wild universe began, this was the first time humanity had established their own true and solid base. By the time half the human influences had gathered, the various rulers of humanity gathered together and convened a meeting of the highest importance. Those that attended this meeting were all people who possessed a fighting strength at the Empyrean realm or above. Emperor Sakya, Great Limitless Buddha, Empyrean Vast Universe, Hang Chi, June Blue Moon, Dragon Fong, Dark Demon Monarch, Skyren Godlord, Daiwahen, and so forth all had come for this meeting. The reason for this meeting was to formulate a plan for humanity to launch a counteroffensive into the divine realm. According to the memories that Lin Ming had obtained from the Good Fortune Saint Sun's soul, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was swallowing the 9 divine shift essence gathering system, and in order to do that had to consume a tremendous amount of time and energy. It would take him at least several hundred or even over 1,000 years to finish. If he were to stop midway during this process, all his previous efforts would come to nothing. To the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign this would mean a tremendous loss in strength. If this occurred, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would find it hard to resist the heavenly tribulation brought down upon him for trying to tamper with the highest heavenly Tao. With his origin energy severely damaged, there was even a possibility that he would perish. On the other hand, if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was able to withstand the baptism of heavenly tribulation and survive, he would obtain enormous benefits. Humanity needed to fight during this time period. While the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was deep in seclusion, they would give the saints a major blow. Drawing back, even if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign were to recklessly leave seclusion to prevent this, humanity would simply do as they did before and scatter in all directions within the wild universe. No matter how strong the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was, it was impossible for him alone to annihilate humanity. In the vast and complex wild universe with its bizarre terrains, once humanity were to disperse here and hide in the different star territories, then who knew how much time it would take for the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign to search through each territory and kill off the humans he found. As for Lin Ming and Empyrean Divine Dream, one could use the bodily rebirth technique and the other could use profound illusion and concealment skills to hide away in the universe, so that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would never be able to find them. Currently, humanity's plan was to take this time period and eliminate as many of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's minions as they could. With each Saint Empyrean they killed, humanity would be that much safer in the future. In the meeting, the human rulers nominated Lin Ming to be the leader of humanity. While Divine Dream wasn't present, he would be given full command of all war powers. However, Lin Ming refused this idea. Lin Ming's response caused Empyrean Vast Universe's eyes to pop open. Boy, don't decline this now. In the human race, your prestige has already reached the peak, even surpassing Divine Dream. If you don't do this, who will? However, Lin Ming still shook his head. I thank all the seniors here for the honor, but leading the troops to war is something that truly doesn't suit me. In truth, there are many matters I have to attend to, and although I can lead the human armies back to the divine realm, even if we retake the divine realm, that doesn't mean that we have defeated the saints in the war. If the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign doesn't die, the battle will never end. Moreover, our enemies might not be just the saints. As Lin Ming said this, the various human rulers were startled. Could the reason the Spiritas have been standing idly by for all these years be because they intend on sweeping in at the end? In the eyes of those present, the Spiritas were a mysterious race on par with the saints. If what Lin Ming said was true, this was bad news. Lin Ming shook his head. I'm not sure of the exact details. I shall speak frankly. No matter how magnificent the successes of our human armies in the battlefield, the truth is that this will not shake the foundation of the saints. The Good Fortune Saint Sun and the other 4 Saint Generals didn't know that I possessed the ability to control famine, allowing me to catch them off guard and wipe out the Good Fortune Legion and Legion of Famine. Although this might seem like a wondrous feat, it actually isn't anything at all. If we truly wish to face the saints and Spiritas, there is only a single possibility, and that is that amongst humanity there appears a character who can compete with the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and Soul Emperor. As Lin Ming spoke these words, everyone fell silent. Lin Ming wasn't wrong, and the human rulers present also understood this in their heart. However, in their subconscious, they found themselves unwilling to face the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. To develop a plan to retake the divine realm seemed ambitious and brave, but the truth was that as long as they couldn't resolve the problem that was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, Everything they did was mere illusions. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was simply far too powerful. Without noticing it, the human powerhouses had already lost the courage to face him, and they didn't even want to think about it. Emperor Xianxia thought for a moment. Lin Ming, what you say is right, but we still must return to the divine realm. As for leading the troops, leave that to us. You go and handle your matters, but we will still name you as the leader. Just your name alone is the source of our morale. Great, Lin Ming agreed. Like this meeting of the highest level came to an end. Lin Ming took on the mantle as spiritual leader of humanity. In the absence of divine dream, he possessed the highest authority, whether it was in name or reality. However, the ones truly responsible for the war and the ones that would control military authority would be Emperor Xianxia, Dark Demon Monarch, and Skyren Godlord. With them at the head, they would add in a few other highly influential and powerful Empyreans to compose a supreme military council. Everyone, I will leave the war plans to retake the divine realm to you. There are matters that I must finish first. As for the battle in retaking the divine realm, I won't participate in that either. However, I will leave behind the Legion of Famine and the Good Fortune Saint Palace. When Lin Ming said this, Emperor Xianxia was stunned. Lin Ming, there are more important things you must do? I want to confirm some suspicion I have. But before then I must obtain more strength. In these upcoming days, I plan on breaking into the Empyrean realm, Lin Ming slowly said. The supreme phantom in his inner world had already taken shape. In truth, when he refined Soaring Feather's life-blood essence, he had already gained the ability to break through. The reason he waited until now was so that he could absorb Famine's flesh and blood essence. With the power of demons in Famine's avatar, he could make up for the lack of the power of demons in his body, allowing the power of divinity and power of demons to enter equilibrium. With this, once Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm, his strength would experience a qualitative change. You want to break into the Empyrean realm? Hearing Lin Ming's plan, Emperor Xianxia, Vast Universe, Dark Demon Monarch, and the others were all dazed. As for the many human rulers present, many of them had just arrived at the hidden Dragon Galaxy and didn't know what Lin Ming's exact cultivation was. The laws that Lin Ming cultivated were far too mysterious. The road he walked diverged too greatly from the traditional cultivation system that humans followed, so most people couldn't see his boundary. They simply assumed he had already broken in the Empyrean realm. But as they heard that Lin Ming had yet to break into the Empyrean realm, they were all left dumbfounded. Without having reached the Empyrean realm, he had still managed to eliminate the Good Fortune Saint Sun and destroy the Good Fortune Legion. Just how had he accomplished this? If he truly broke into the Empyrean realm, what would happen then? That's amazing! Empyrean Vast Universe laughed. Once you break into the Empyrean realm, humanity simply need not fear the saints. Lin Ming smiled. In order to break into the Empyrean realm, I might need to go into seclusion for several months. During this time, Soaring Feather God King might catch up to us. If she does arrive, take Fairy Blue Lotus as a hostage. I don't think she will ignore the life of her most beloved disciple just because she has a relationship of benefits with the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. The reason Lin Ming had allowed Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon to live was because he needed a card in his hand. Now was the time to use that card. At any time, he could draw out the flesh and blood of famine from their bodies and restore their free will. Within the hidden Dragon Galaxy, in a separate starry space isolated out by an array formation, Lin Ming sat within the flesh and blood of famine, his eyes closed in meditation. At this moment, Lin Ming had already completely refined this avatar of famine. It was simply far too large, and even if Lin Ming had already refined it, wanting to easily control every part of its body required a long period of adaptation. This was all because Lin Ming's soul force was formidable, and he also possessed Famine's soul. As for someone like the Good Fortune Saint Sun, he had controlled famine using the spirit mark that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign left behind. In the Good Fortune Saint Sun's clumsy hands, this avatar that possessed a middle true divinity level strength could only display abilities that made it invincible at the Empyrean realm. When Lin Ming swam in the flesh and blood of famine and completely controlled this true divinity-level avatar, it was only then that he could feel how terrifying it was. From appearance, it seemed to be a massive ball of flesh and blood. But the truth was that it was filled with an incomparably mystical strength and incredibly complex laws, as if there was a bizarre and strange demonic world within. This world was filled with bloodthirst and rage. Every wisp of blood soared into the skies, filled with 10,000 phantoms that wailed and cried. But at the same time, this world was overflowing with spiritual matter. It was flooded with divine chains composed of infinite law runes, vast and boundless. The source of some of these laws originated from famine itself, but the majority of them had been swallowed up. The ever-changing laws formed this macabre yet magnificent scene before him. As Lin Ming wandered through this sea of laws, he continued to look and search, his divine sense rapidly passing over thousands of law chains. He didn't bother with Empyrean-level laws, instead he was searching for something in particular. Even though Lin Ming's divine sense was powerful, famine had simply swallowed far too many laws in the billions of years of its life. He had to withdraw his mental strength several times before finally finding an unusual divine chain in this endlessly mystical world. This divine chain spanned across the skies, seeming to be sprinkled with endless starlight. It shined with a myriad of colors. It was as beautiful as a dream. The moment Lin Ming saw this divine chain, his mind shook. His eyes began to shimmer with excitement. He could feel his blood vitality being drawn toward this divine chain's alluring strength. His heart began to race and the blood within his body quickened. Within his spine, between his eyebrows, in his heart, and all throughout his body in a total of 9 spots, he began to feel a burning heat. He faintly sensed something wonderful, as if he were resonating with this divine chain. This is it. Lin Ming's breath paused for a brief moment. This divine chain was the causal link between humanity and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, heavenly Tao law that famine had swallowed, and then condensed into a chain of the highest laws of the 33 heavens. If he could cut this off and refine it, what would happen then? This divine chain wasn't complete, and only contained a small portion of the samsara of cause and effect that linked the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and humanity together. The vast majority was undoubtedly located in famine's true body, underneath the control of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Only when he obtained the main body of famine would Lin Ming be able to truly liberate the causal link that connected humanity with their lost heavenly Tao. This would be equal to doing a great deed for the entire human race. 6 billion years ago, the ancient era's Saint Sovereign had cut off one of humanity's arms. Now, Lin Ming would take it back. Lin Ming even suspected that the destiny of the primal god race and celestials might be sealed within famine's body. Why would the ancient races decline? Why would the primal god race find it difficult to reproduce? All of this might be connected to the abyssal demons. Lin Ming sat down beneath the divine chain. He didn't immediately sever it. After all, this was something that involved the highest existences of the heavenly Tao and might trigger a heavenly tribulation. With Lin Ming's current strength, wanting to shake laws of this level was a bit beyond him. So, he planned to first break into the Empyrean realm. By this point in time, Lin Ming had more than enough accumulations. He had used almost 7,000 years to cultivate through multiple reincarnations, slowly firming his foundation. Now, he was ready to take the next step. Slowly, Lin Ming entered the fused martial intent state, becoming like a statue. As he sensed the demonic power emanating from famine's avatar, he also quickened the divine spiritual power in his inner world. Within his mind, countless deductions took place as he slowly forgot the passing of time. The highest laws within existence were in these 2 strengths. If he could fuse the power of divinity and demons together, forming a yin-yang balance and achieving harmony, there would be inconceivable effects that followed. But this was also extremely dangerous. In order to have 2 extreme forces achieve harmonious integration, there were billions of ways the balance could be lost. Once Lin Ming lost control of the process, he could even fall into obsession. If anyone else were to try this, it would be the same as suicide. Even for Lin Ming, he had to be cautious. The flesh and blood of famine melted into beams of energy that poured into Lin Ming's body. He began to breathe blood vitality. The demonic power in this flesh and blood dissolved into threads of blood-red laws that rushed toward Lin Ming's divine soul. Lin Ming stood still. His eyes were slowly infected with red, as if he were soaking in a blood pond of hell. He didn't hurry to refine this power of demons. Rather, he spurred on the power of divinity within his body, allowing it to resonate with the power of demons within him. The so-called power of divinity was actually a fusion of astral essence, true essence, and spirit essence. Whether it was the power of divinity or the power of demons, in the end they were merely forms of energy. Energy and laws were two different things. The amount of energy that one possessed was the symbol that represented their strength. It could nearly be equated with their cultivation rank. But comprehension of laws represented the rate at which a martial artist could utilize this energy. The higher the laws one comprehended, the greater their combat strength would be amongst those of the same rank. The quality of energy was divided into ranks and laws were also the same. Now, Lin Ming's laws nearly stood at the peak of martial arts. His fusion of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra was something that had never occurred, from ancient times until now. In terms of energy, he wanted to fuse together the power of divinity and demons, stepping onto a path no one had ever traveled. Slowly, more and more demon power gathered within Lin Ming. He began to recklessly absorb and refine it. Great Tao laws drilled out without end, drawing in the power of Famine's avatar into Lin Ming. All of this power was the essence of Famine's strength, and every wisp was extremely precious. As Lin Ming swallowed more and more of this strength, his body slowly turned blood red. Every pore on his body exuded demonic energy, as if he were transpiring blood. This strength was far too powerful. Even for Lin Ming, who possessed a nearly indestructible body, the attack of this strength nearly burst him apart. Underneath this wild impact, Lin Ming's skin and flesh began to peel away in fragments. But as his skin and flesh peeled away, the life essence within them turned into a red flow of energy that was reabsorbed into Lin Ming's body. Finally, all that was shed was old skin. This situation continued without end. 1 day, 2 days, a month, 2 months. Lin Ming had no idea how long this period of seclusion would continue on for. The power of demons contained within Famine was far too formidable. If he wanted to absorb it all and also achieve yin-yang harmony within his body, this would be a long process and there couldn't be a single accident that occurred in the meantime. This period of time was long enough for many matters to occur. Soaring Feather arrived. And she arrived abruptly. In fact, ever since Lin Ming went into seclusion, the human leaders within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy were all waiting for Soaring Feather to appear. After all, as the gathering point for all human influences in the wild universe, they were in a semi-open space within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. In addition, Fairy Blue Lotus had been held by them for several months. It would instead be strange if Soaring Feather didn't come. However, they didn't think that not only would Soaring Feather come, but Astral Vault God King would follow her here. His figure was as great as an iron tower and his entire body seemed to be formed from metal. He didn't have a single hair on his body. He didn't even have hair or eyelashes and his head shined like translucent crystal. In normal times, Astral Vault God King's body would shimmer with a glorious light that emitted a powerful pressure. But now, this light had weakened a great deal, indicating that Astral Vault God King had consumed a great deal of energy. He had strained himself in his battle with Divine Dream. 2 true divinities had gathered, as Emperor Xianxia, Dark Demon Monarch, Skyrend Godlord, and the many other human Empyreans simultaneously faced these 2 legendary existences of the Saint race. Their hearts shrank and their complexions turned ugly. Facing these 2 people, the strength they had gathered at the Hidden Dragon Galaxy wasn't worthy of mention at all. But as humanity was in a tense state, the distant skies twisted once more. A woman in a pale blue dress walked out. She held an ice blue divine sword in her right hand and a sea blue band was wrapped around her left, like a goddess who had stepped out of the highest 9 heavens. Seeing this woman, Emperor Xianxia let out a breath of relief. Divine Dream had also arrived. With the saints and humans combined, 3 true divinities had gathered. Seeing Divine Dream appear, A cold light flashed in Soaring Feather's eyes. If it weren't for Divine Dream, it wouldn't have been such a long time before she was able to return to this wild universe. The 33 heavens were simply far too broad. No matter how fast a true divinity was, it was impossible for them to travel through an entire universe by flying. If they wished to travel through a universe, they had to use great void shifts. But using great void shifts required time, and not just that, but it couldn't be interrupted midway. For someone in the midst of battle, it was a nearly impossible feat to complete. Although Divine Dream couldn't harm Soaring Feather, just harassing her so that she couldn't use a great void shift wasn't difficult. It was only afterwards that Soaring Feather God King helped Astral Vault God King in ridding himself of the shackles of the Divine Dream space. Then, with Astral Vault God King delaying her, she had been able to withdraw and use the Great Void Shift to travel through space. Divine Dream certainly wouldn't allow Soaring Feather to return to the wild universe so easily. She had already locked onto Soaring Feather, and like this, a grand chase began. During the process, they exchanged moves several times. With Astral Vault God King butting his way in, the three true divinities blocked each other. It was only after several months that they just managed to return to the wild universe. Because of this, whether it was Soaring Feather, Divine Dream, or Astral Vault, all of them had consumed a great deal of energy. At this time, their appearance in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy had caused the situation to become complex. As Soaring Feather God King saw Emperor Xianxia and the others, her face darkened. When she entered the wild universe and was flying towards this area, she quickly contacted the intelligence networks of the Saints to find out whatever information there was, and she discovered that the humans had started to gather in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. However, she didn't think this gathering would be so thorough. As she roughly passed her sense over the area, she noticed there were dozens of human Empyreans in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, and nearly all of the several peak Empyreans were here. Divine Dream, you chased me for such a long time, from that nameless universe all the way to this wild universe, and now you've finally caught up to me. Are you in such a hurry to fight me? Then, let's do it here. As Soaring Feather God King spoke, feathers drifted down from the endless skies, forming an invisible force field that rapidly expanded outwards. This force field formed incredibly quickly. It almost instantly covered the surrounding 1,000,000 miles of the star territory, completely shrouding the human alliance. With this true divinity force field here, it would be difficult for humanity to break out. And once three true divinities started to fight in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, it would be catastrophic for the humans gathered here. At this time, Soaring Feather's expressionless face was filled with cold, killing intent. Ha ha ha! Wonderful idea. We've been playing around all this time, and today we should finally get serious. Even if I have to consume a little of my life, it doesn't matter. Perhaps I might even be able to gain some comprehensions in this fight. Astral Vault God King laughed, and pure golden astral essence gushed out from his body, burning all around him like a blazing golden flame. As he struggled with Divine Dream, he had spent most of the time trapped in the Divine Dream space. From start to finish, he had never truly fought her, causing Astral Vault God King to be extremely annoyed and angry. Now, he wanted to vent his frustrations. Astral Vault and Soaring Feather's response caused Divine Dream to frown. After she entered the wild universe, it became much easier to transmit news, and she had already received a sound transmission from Emperor Xianxia that informed her of Lin Ming's return. She had been overjoyed to learn this, but she didn't think the situation would devolve to this step. If they really did fight here, then the consequences would be inconceivable. Where is Lin Ming? Call him out. Soaring Feather God King's voice seemed to come from the Nine Nether Abyss. Her incarnation had been defeated by Lin Ming and then refined by him. As for her most beloved disciple Fairy Blue Lotus, she had no idea whether she was alive or not. When she first learned Lin Ming was still alive, Soaring Feather God King was unbelievably shocked. She had killed Lin Ming thousands of years ago, but reality had been laid before her. Soaring Feather carefully recalled her memories of killing Lin Ming, and she came to an incomparably startling result, one that even left her feeling a bit fearful. That was that some mysterious person had used an unbelievable technique and illusion skills far more profound than her own to deceive her. The one she actually killed might have been a scapegoat who looked similar to Lin Ming, but at the time she had sincerely believed that she had killed him. Just who had the ability to do this? Without a doubt, this mysterious person was far stronger than she was. And according to the techniques this person used, they must be a peerless master in terms of the soul and mental strength. Once she realized this, the person's identity became far too apparent. When it came to the soul and mental strength, no one could compare with the Spiritas. And although the Spiritas had several true divinities, including even Soul Emperor Divine Void in the Azura Road, none of these people possessed the ability to fool her. If she disregarded those powerhouses that were hidden away and no one knew if they actually existed or not, and she also disregarded the rumored old monsters that were said to still exist from 10 billion years ago, then this mysterious person could only be the 33 Heavens Soul Emperor. Soaring Feather didn't know why the Soul Emperor would help Lin Ming. Could he be planning to cultivate Lin Ming so that he could be an enemy of the saints? To sit on the mountaintop and watch tigers fight, this was a reasonable explanation. However, to raise a fierce tiger just so he could send it out to fight, didn't the Soul Emperor fear that his actions would bring disaster unto himself? All sorts of doubts passed through Soaring Feather's mind, but right now she couldn't think of all of this. This time she had come to capture Lin Ming and settle the account of her incarnation being destroyed as well as the unknown fate of her disciple. If Lin Ming wouldn't come out then, she would wash the hidden dragon galaxy in blood. Shwa. At this time, another divine light came shrouding down. A thin force field emerged from Empyrean Divine Dream's body, covering the hidden dragon galaxy. But the scope of this force field was smaller and merely covered humanity's spirit ships. This was equal to isolating Soaring Feather from humanity. Seeing this, Astral Vault God King sneered. Divine Dream, do you think that this alone is enough to block me? Destroying is always easier than protecting, and we have two people. Astral Vault crossed his arms against his chest and his voice began to drip with murder. There are also my two disciples. I want to find out what happened to them. With two God Kings aggressively approaching, the situation had spiraled out of control. It seemed that a battle would be sparked at any moment. At this time, Emperor Xianxia stepped forwards. Two God Kings, do you both believe that Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon slaughtering humans is just and fine, that the countless trillions of human lives should be their military exploits, and our bones should be used to pave the road to true divinity for those three people? And once we resist and harm your disciples, we should be damned to destruction by the heavens and earth. Soaring Feather didn't respond to Emperor Xianxia's words. With a blank face, she said, "There is no right or wrong in war, only others killing others. If Blue Lotus kills your people, then you are perfectly justified in killing her. And if you've killed Blue Lotus, then it is simply cause and effect that I kill you in return. Indeed, there is no wrong party in war. Since ancient times the winner has always been king and the loser always the villain. Then, let me tell you something, regardless of whether it is Blue Lotus, High Sun, or Dark Moon, none of them have died. They are still alive." With this information, Soaring Feather felt her heart tighten. She let out a long breath. Blue Lotus was still alive. However, the icy expression on her face didn't melt away. "Then have her come out," Soaring Feather God King said with a determined voice. However, Emperor Xianxia flatly refused. "I'm sorry, but this is impossible. Otherwise, once you forcefully take Blue Lotus away, you could then turn around and kill us all. How could we believe you? Are you threatening me?" Soaring Feather God King slowly descended, her clothes fluttering all around her. Her terrifying pressure slowly seeped through Divine Dream's force field and covered Emperor Xianxia. Emperor Xianxia frowned. He summoned energy to resist the pressure and proudly said, "We are far from being able to threaten you. However, Lin Ming was the one who captured your apprentice, and releasing her is something that only he can decide." "Where is he?" Astral Vault God King asked. After he returned to the wild universe, he had still continued fighting with Divine Dream, so he had only hurriedly received information. He approximately understood that Lin Ming had appeared and that he had created a reversal in the war. He wanted to see just what this legendary super genius was like, the person said to be the #1 talent in the 33 heavens and also the youth who managed to somehow escape Soaring Feather's chase in the past. Lin Ming, he is in seclusion. Seclusion. Yes. He is breaking through to the Empyrean realm. Emperor Xianxia didn't hide anything. We have taken into account the possibility the saints might worry that once Lin Ming breaks into the Empyrean realm, his strength will reach the level of true divinities and the two of you will not be his match. So, you might try to eliminate Lin Ming ahead of time to remove any future troubles. Because of this, I can only keep your disciples as guests so that you two will quietly wait here for a few days. Emperor Xianxia slowly said. Then Astral Vault God King began to laugh. What did you say? After breaking through to the Empyrean realm, his strength will rise above true divinities and I won't be his match. That's too funny. Astral Vault God King mocked. The disparity between a true divinity and Empyrean was far too great. This wasn't something that originated from just the difference in cultivation but also the difference in talent. There was no true divinity who wasn't a peerless genius. Long before Astral Vault God King stepped into the Empyrean realm, he had been able to battle peak Empyreans without being defeated. But afterwards, let alone at the Empyrean realm, even after reaching the true divinity realm, Astral Vault King couldn't say that he could be a match for those existences who had already been true divinities for a long time. It could even be said that he was relatively weak amongst true divinities. Of these true divinities, when they were at the Empyrean realm, just which ones had an inferior talent to Astral Vault? They had similar levels of talent and cultivation, so who could say they could jump ranks to fight? But in comparison to Astral Vault God King's mocking words, Soaring Feather was much more considerate. She thought for a moment and then said, You have no need to try provoking me. It is useless. Lin Ming must be in seclusion within the hidden dragon galaxy. Emperor Xianxia didn't reply. Lin Ming had indeed gone into seclusion in the hidden dragon galaxy. Before, Emperor Xianxia had urged Lin Ming to search for some hiding place so that it would be more difficult for Soaring Feather to find him. This was to prevent Soaring Feather from experiencing a stroke of rage and disregarding Blue Lotus's life to strike out at Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming didn't do this. He was the one who called the human forces here, so how could he abandon them as soon as they arrived, using them as his shield? Moreover, Lin Ming believed that Soaring Feather wouldn't be rash in her actions. There were all sorts of reasons involved in this. It doesn't matter if you answer or not. I know that he is here. It seems he lacks fear, Soaring Feather coldly said. Her words contained a hint of anger. She felt that Lin Ming choosing to go into seclusion in the hidden dragon galaxy, and also using Fairy Blue Lotus as a hostage was a provocation against her authority. But before making such a provocation, Lin Ming had carefully considered the situation before coming to this decision. Firstly, it was impossible for Lin Ming to abandon the human armies that he had just gathered. Secondly, if Soaring Feather wanted to choose this time to attack Lin Ming, she would have to weigh the matter and decide if it was worth it. Once Soaring Feather attacked, Fairy Blue Lotus would immediately be killed. Losing her most beloved disciple that she had placed all her painstaking effort and care into was one matter. But the key issue was, could Soaring Feather confidently said that she could certainly kill Lin Ming? Over 6,000 years ago, Lin Ming had only been a holy lord with strength not worth mentioning. Soaring Feather had been a god king, and she had even planted a true divinity mark in his body, chasing him through several great worlds to hunt him down. But in the end, she had failed. She analyzed this matter later and came to the possible conclusion that it was the sole emperor who had deceived her. But no matter what, it was a great blow to her confidence. Even the chase where she was absolutely sure she had killed Lin Ming had failed. Now, could she guarantee that this attempt would be successful? The present Lin Ming was soon about to become an Empyrean. And before becoming an Empyrean, he had created miracle after miracle, even reversing the war between humanity and the saints. He was not a character who could be easily dealt with. If Soaring Feather were to start a battle in the hidden dragon galaxy, then annihilating the human fleet and killing 20 to 30 Empyreans wouldn't be too difficult. But to kill Lin Ming, that was a completely different matter. Lin Ming had a great destiny upon his body that made him especially difficult to deal with. Moreover, he also had Divine Dream protecting him from the side. In a crucial moment, Soaring Feather didn't doubt that Divine Dream would rather sacrifice dozens of human Empyreans to ensure Lin Ming's survival. To Divine Dream, this wouldn't be difficult. Without killing Lin Ming and instead delaying his breakthrough, this was the same as completely and utterly offending him. It would cause serious consequences. A peerless, monstrous genius like Lin Ming would have inconceivable future achievements. Even though Astral Vault God King didn't believe that Lin Ming could fight him after he broke into the Empyrean realm, he couldn't help but acknowledge that it wouldn't be long before Lin Ming surpassed him. Once Lin Ming grew up, he would surely search for Soaring Feather and Astral Vault to clear out this hatred. At that time, the result of what happened would be difficult to predict. To kill off the human elites here wasn't something that humanity could withstand. But if they failed to kill Lin Ming, wouldn't they also be unable to withstand the consequences? In the end, the only reason they were assisting the good fortune Saint Sovereign was because of a combination of interests. They weren't to the point of having some undying grudge against Lin Ming. Lin Ming had already calculated that they wouldn't attack, thus his lack of fear. To be caught in a crux by a junior like this didn't have Soaring Feather feeling well, but on the other side, Lin Ming didn't kill Blue Lotus nor did he kill High Sun and Dark Moon. He had left them all a way out of this situation as he also didn't want to truly offend Soaring Feather and Astral Vault. Lin Ming didn't want to make these two his enemies, so he left a road to a peaceful solution that they could all take. If so, then these two God Kings also had to mull over whether or not they wanted to continue being enemies with Lin Ming. Soaring Feather fell silent. She had already imperiously rushed here with intent to kill, so retreating wasn't something that could be easily justified. Moreover, she hadn't seen Fairy Blue Lotus yet. You, the one called Emperor Xianxia. Soaring Feather stared at Emperor Xianxia without expression, also a bit startled by him. Emperor Xianxia had already withstood her pressure for a considerable time. Although her pressure was weakened by Divine Dream's force field, it was amazing that he could still calmly speak to her. Yes, Emperor Xianxia said, his tone neither arrogant nor servile. Good. Since Lin Ming dares to break into the Empyrean realm in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and openly and honestly wait for me to arrive, why should I fear waiting a few more months until his seclusion is over? I will wait until Lin Ming breaks into the Empyrean realm and then come look for him again. As Soaring Feather spoke, she removed her force field blockade. Seeing the feathers fade away, Emperor Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Although he appeared calm and collected, the truth was that his nerves had been extremely taut. If the things Lin Ming left behind were unable to deter Soaring Feather and she fought here, then the consequences would be unthinkable. This was a loss that humanity would absolutely be unable to withstand. Soaring Feather, you're drawing back like this? Astral Vault God King didn't expect that the arrogant Soaring Feather would rush here from another universe in such anger and yet unexpectedly give up. I have already confirmed Blue Lotus is safe, so what do you want? Do you really plan on washing the Hidden Dragon Galaxy in blood? Soaring Feather God King asked with a sound transmission, an eyebrow lifted. But Astral Vault God King seemed to detect an unusual meaning in Soaring Feather's words. Soaring Feather, just what are you trying to say? Are you planning to slowly fade out from this war between races? I never said that. Soaring Feather shook her head. It's just that the current situation is different from before. You should also understand what is occurring. This war between the saints and humanity is not to help the saint race further expand their territory. And if I must be blunt, this great war between races is not fought for the saints, but for that person and his desire to realize his ambitions. The only reasons that we participated in this war were because we do not wish to offend him and because the conditions he put out were indeed tempting. But what if there was a change in this war? What if the future outcome of this war is different from what we expected? Soaring Feather asked in return, leaving Astral Vault stunned. It was several breaths of time before he responded to what Soaring Feather referred to. This wasn't because he was slow, but because he didn't think she would have such ideas. How could that possibly occur? Do you think Lin Ming alone has the strength to turn the tide? Do you really think so highly of a junior? Do you think that good fortune won't be able to deal with him? Astral Vault looked towards Soaring Feather with incredulity thick on his face. He had personally experienced just how profoundly terrifying the good fortune Saint Sovereign was. In his eyes, Lin Ming was indeed talented. However, when the good fortune Saint Sovereign was young, everyone also believed that he was omnipotent. Astral Vault God King didn't believe that a junior like Lin Ming could do anything to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The disparity was simply too great. This is to prepare for a rainy day. Having one more plan means we have one more contingency escape route. You are being too cautious. Us two God Kings rushed all the way here in such a hurry, and yet we are supposed to be threatened and pushed away by a mere junior who hasn't even broken into the Empyrean realm yet. We haven't even seen his face. If this were to spread out, then we would be the laughingstock of the world. Astral Vault said, a bit breathless with rage. Soaring Feather was silent. She had to admit that what Astral Vault said was not without reason. At the very least, her actions seemed overly sensitive from an outsider's perspective, and everyone would ridicule them. But she would rather seem overly sensitive than provoke a terrifying future enemy for benefits that she hadn't yet obtained. Soaring Feather said, if you insist on fighting, then I won't stop you. How can I fight alone? Astral Vault uttered, speechless. Once Soaring Feather withdrew, there simply wasn't any chaos he could stir up. Not to mention Lin Ming, just Empyrean Divine Dream was more than he could handle. Without Soaring Feather here to help him, Divine Dream simply had to use the Divine Dream space to give him a headache. And if Divine Dream were to attack with her full power, then he might head in the wrong direction in the illusion and be struck with massive meteors from all sides. Compared to being forced to retreat by Lin Ming, that would be 100 times more humiliating. Forget it. Anyways, when the two of us decide something, it's always you making the decisions. But when it comes to Lin Ming, I only have this to say. Because you failed to kill Lin Ming over 6,000 years ago, your confidence was attacked, and now your actions are so timid when they concern him. Don't forget, when you chased down Lin Ming in the past, it was a terrifying character that you suspect to be the sole emperor who was meddling from the side. It had nothing to do with Lin Ming himself. I, Astral Vault, have lived for so many years, but this is the first time I have been pushed back by a junior who is in seclusion. This is simply far too humiliating. Astral Vault was already furious as he spoke to hear. If you want to wait for Lin Ming to break into the Empyrean realm, then let's continue waiting. At that time, I want to see just what he can do after becoming an Empyrean. The conversation between Astral Vault and Soaring Feather was carried out through sound transmission. A moment after he finished speaking, he turned and flew away, instantly hiding in the dark nebula. Then Soaring Feather quietly glanced at Divine Dream. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, her body turned into rainbow-hued feathers that disappeared in a swirl. It was only when the two God Kings vanished that Emperor Xianxia was able to let out a long breath of relief. His taut nerves slowly relaxed. Senior Divine Dream. Emperor Xianxia looked towards Divine Dream. With his age, it was correct for him to refer to her as a senior. Return to the Heavenly Palace before discussing anything further, Divine Dream simply said. Her figure flashed and she flew rapidly towards Mount Padala Heavenly Palace. At this time, Lin Ming was still within Famine's body, completely unaware of everything occurring outside. He had already forgotten the passing of time, forgotten himself, forgotten all. He had used a full 3 months to extract the power of demons from the flesh and blood essence of Famine, constantly absorbing and digesting it. Like this, his mortal body turned blood red as it was baptized in waves of energy. The power of divinity and demons had condensed above Lin Ming's head, forming a primal chaos yin-yang diagram. It shined with brilliance, making it seem as if a terrifying divine god were being bred within him. And behind Lin Ming, a giant black phantom appeared. This black phantom had a solemn and majestic face, seeming as if it dominated all of creation. Looking carefully, one could find the shadow of Lin Ming in the face of this phantom. This was the projection of the Supreme from Lin Ming's inner world. It was so massive that it stood as high as the heavens, the slightest movement of its body able to stir seas and shake mountains. Open! Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. Beams of divine light radiated outwards from between his eyebrows, shooting into the horizon. And at this moment, within his chaotic inner world, a crack appeared as it was assaulted beneath enormous impacts. In that split second, Lin Ming guided the boundless power of divinity and demons to wildly flush into his inner world. The power of divinity and demons within Lin Ming's body had been compressed to the extreme. Once this compressed power erupted, it could easily shatter planets. But Lin Ming relied on his incredibly powerful mortal body and the transcendent Great Tao laws he controlled to forcefully imprison this power within his body so that it wouldn't leak out. It was like he was continuously compressing his own strength, and once it reached the limit, he had all of it rush into his body in a single breath. In that moment, it was like millions of seas crashing down, breaking through a dam and surging in. Divine waves soared to the heavens and space itself was destroyed. When these energies broke into Lin Ming's inner world, they had an even broader stage to spread. The power of divinity and demons recklessly proliferated outwards, forming a yin-yang image as each side began to strike at the other. This strength was able to wash away rivers of stars. With Lin Ming's inner world as a battlefield, once a yin-yang storm evolved, even he would find it difficult to withstand. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. The giant supreme phantom in his inner world suddenly appeared in the center of these two forces. The strength of laws within Lin Ming's inner world was completely condensed in the supreme phantom. At the same time, the gray magic cube spun about, suppressing all. The revolving magic cube in his inner world seemed capable of rolling over all laws, incomparably heavy, as if a great world had come smashing down. Underneath Lin Ming's efforts, an incredibly delicate node appeared in his inner world. It wove together law Dao patterns, endlessly shaking the void as it separated the power of divinity and demons. Then these two strengths took Lin Ming's supreme as the core, with a little bit overflowing and mixing together. Time passed. As the suppression continued, strands of the power of demons slowly fused with the power of divinity. This strength was all absorbed by Lin Ming's supreme. Gradually, the supreme stepped more and more into reality. At the start, the majestic face of this supreme only had the blurry shadow of Lin Ming's appearance. But then, this face seemed more and more like a true person. Black armor appeared on this supreme, its eyes became brighter, and black hair started flowing down its head. It resembled Lin Ming more and more. Finally, it seemed to become a giant incarnation of Lin Ming. Its facial features, its proportions, its appearance, everything was similar to Lin Ming. However, its temperament was highly different. Lin Ming was a human. Although he was oftentimes a serious and stoic individual, he possessed feelings. But this supreme phantom had no feelings at all. It seemed to consider all living beings insignificant, a true cold and merciless god of the world. As the supreme fully manifested, Lin Ming's inner world suddenly began to collapse. The power of divinity and demons mixed together and invisible laws spread outwards. The collapse widened. Lin Ming's inner world became increasingly chaotic. This was also what Lin Ming needed. This was the so-called breaking down all and then reforming from the beginning. The yin-yang of the universe was the same as the power of divinity and demons. Although they opposed each other, the truth was that before the Big Bang of the universe, these two forces had been completely fused together. The interactions between yin and yang combined into this complex and wonderful world. This was what ancients meant when they said one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all living things. Of this, two represented yin and yang. Three represented the additional force that came from fusing yin and yang. What Lin Ming wanted to do now was imitate the Big Bang of the universe, to break apart the instinctual shackles of the laws and create a miracle of his own. This was a decision that originated from Lin Ming's extremely profound understanding of the heavenly Tao. Although it seemed dangerous, it was in fact the right decision. Like an ancient universe being annihilated, Lin Ming's inner world also began collapse. The most fundamental law marks scattered through this chaotic world like sparkling stars. More and more marks appeared. Some were dark like black holes. Some were light like shining great suns. Finally, when the last bits of the power of divinity and demons crashed into each other and dispersed outwards, Lin Ming's inner world finally completely collapsed, turning into an incomparably vast grand mist chaos. It resembled the mist from the moments when a universe was being born. In that infinite mist, Only those dark and light law marks continued to shine. Gradually, massive tracts of those dark marks began to mix with those light marks like yin and yang, forming a wonderful harmonic equilibrium. In that moment, an incomparably great power of rules surged outwards. The chaos within this inner world began to return to clear brightness. Continuous mountain ranges of laws formed and great waves rose up on endless seas. The power of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth mixed together in harmony, creating world-shaking changes. In this instant, Lin Ming spread out his arms in the void. The surrounding essence energy of the world began flowing towards him. His eyes opened and light flashed out from his pupils. Brilliant light shone on his face. He opened his mouth and yawned, his breath like white clouds in the shape of dragons, soaring into the distance. He reared back his head and let out a long cry, his voice echoing into eternity like an endless thunderclap. At this time, the towering supreme had formed an incomparably huge body. Its eyes hung high like the sun and moon, shining down upon the world. It emitted a terrifying aura as if it carried the heavens on its shoulders. This world seemed to tremble. Beneath Lin Ming's dazzling figure, everything seemed to be shrouded in darkness. It was like all of creation was submitting to him, and being king of this world was only his background. This was because at this moment he was the supreme ruler of this universe, an Empyrean. Lin Ming had finally stepped into the true Empyrean realm. The moment Lin Ming became an Empyrean, the enchantment he arranged around himself was broken apart. For a time, the beautiful sounds of the great Tao sounded out into the skies. A terrifying divine light washed through the dark nebula, shining upon the human fleet. Everyone, whether they were inside their spirit ships or not, saw this marvelous spectacle. It was like their spirit ships had been penetrated by this divine light, becoming completely transparent. They all saw that massive supreme phantom standing within the world, on par with the heavens. Could this be? This is the phenomenon of Lin Ming breaking into the Empyrean realm? As the Empyreans of Mount Padala Heavenly Palace saw this phenomenon, all of them flew out from the Heavenly Palace. The scene of Lin Ming breaking into the Empyrean realm was simply earth-shaking. It was at least 10 times or 100 times greater than any one of them. Besides the Empyreans, the world kings, holy lords, and other martial artists of the 9 divine shifts were struck by this phenomenon. They all hurried out of their spirit ships in droves. These people only saw endless world origin energy gather, forming a giant yin-yang vortex. And in the center of this vortex was clearly the shadow of a person. His figure was blurred in the storm, but at this time, this blurry figure contained a magical charm. As all the martial artists saw him, he became a brand that marked itself into their hearts, forever unable to be destroyed. That shadow is Lin Ming. How terrifying! In front of this terrifying majesty, not to mention holy lords and world kings, even Empyreans felt their minds shake with awe and fear. And at this time, the giant yin-yang vortex that swept through the world became increasingly fierce. Who? All laws submitted, the infinite variations of the great Tao resonated. Within this yin-yang vortex, Lin Ming was recklessly absorbing the power of the heavens and earth into his body. Laws shined in space. A golden bridge formed across the skies, shooting into Lin Ming's forehead. This was the source laws of the Azura heavenly Tao, its brilliance seeming as if it were capable of surmounting all lies and illusions. A giant black and white wheel appeared, fusing into Lin Ming's dantian, seeming as if the doors of life and death could be seen in them. This was the source life and death laws of the Holy Scripture, one of the highest great Tao laws of the world. Dragons of thunder and dragons of flame appeared from deep in the universe. They roared and dove into the power of thunder and fire in Lin Ming's body. Every arc of lightning, every wisp of flame around Lin Ming seemed to develop a mind of its own, instinctually manifesting into dragons of flame and thunder that played around him. Myriad laws swelled towards him, connecting into his body and weaving together in his inner world. This great Tao evolved, floating in his inner world and making the great Tao rules of his inner world ever more perfect. Within this inner world, Spiritual power was so thick and rich it flowed like water and gathered into rivers and seas. Within these lakes and seas, golden scales sparkled, turning into true dragons that galloped around. These were but a few of the innumerable phenomena occurring within Lin Ming, and not too far away from Lin Ming's breakthrough location. Two figures stood in the starry void and watched all of this occur. These two people were Soaring Feather and Astral Vault. This is the phenomenon of Lin Ming breaking into the Empyrean realm. Soaring Feather looked at the giant yin-yang vortex, her complexion earnest. Beside her, Astral Vault parted his lips, his throat twitching. He looked at the giant vortex and said after a long period of time, "What energy is that?" "I do not know." Soaring Feather shook her head. Even though Soaring Feather and Astral Vault were both true divinities, they still couldn't see through the power of divinity and demons, because the strength had already surpassed their cognition. "Let us go over and take a look." As Soaring Feather spoke, the yin-yang vortex swept outwards, growing increasingly large. It already covered a 100,000-mile region and was able to cover an entire planet. "This phenomenon is truly special, this brat," Astral Vault God King huffed out. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Ming's phenomena when he broke through the Empyrean realm were far greater than his own. Generally speaking, the phenomena of an Empyrean breakthrough were a manifestation of the laws that the martial artists cultivated, or the types of energy they used. This was because when a martial artist broke through to the Empyrean realm, the laws they cultivated within themselves would sublimate, becoming a part of the heavenly Tao. Of course, the heavenly Tao was divided into higher and lower divisions. There was the heavenly Tao of a great world and the 33 heavenly Taos, and even more beyond that. An Empyrean's heavenly Tao only consisted of a small portion in which they specialized, and that part would manage to achieve a lower standard of the heavenly Tao. However, this was terrifying enough. It meant that when a martial artist became an Empyrean, they were able to break free from the shackles of mortality, becoming sanctified, becoming the true ruler of a world. Within the three great cultivation systems, every one of the 33 heavenly Taos revealed a different phenomenon. Astral Vault God King could be considered a person with vast experience, but he had actually never seen this phenomenon that was occurring around Lin Ming, nor was he able to recognize it. And at this time, a change occurred. In that incomparably large yin-yang vortex in the air, energy raged and the heavenly Tao laws gathered. Layers of thick clouds grew, every wisp of the dark cloud woven together with profound Tao patterns. These Tao patterns were multicolored and magnificent, incredibly deep and seeming to contain the vicissitudes of time within them, as if some unknown divine god had carved the years inside so that they would shine on for eternity. Tao patterns revolved and the sound of the flowing great Tao echoed through the air, sounding like countless mountains colliding as it resonated with the world. Just this flowing Tao rhythm shocked the mind, capable of scattering one's divine soul. The surrounding observers all felt a tremendous pressure on them. As more dark clouds gathered, the beat of thunder sounded from within, as if some unparalleled divine king was smashing battle drums within. These Tao patterns finally wove together in the dark clouds and formed into crimson thunder. This crimson thunder contained overwhelming infernal energy. Accompanied by the boundless great Tao laws, it howled over Lin Ming's head. Waves of thunder beat in the skies, every wisp of lightning as thick as a mountain as they tore through the star territory. Sonic waves of the great Tao continued to ring, like the original sound of the universe itself, the bell of twilight that deafened the ears. Heavenly tribulation. When a martial artist breaks into the Empyrean realm, they must experience heavenly tribulation, and now it has arrived. It contains the true sounds of the great Tao and is interwoven with the judgment of thunder created by the laws. The many martial artists present felt just how terrifying this heavenly tribulation was. Most of them were the elites of humanity, and they knew that when a martial artist broke into the Empyrean realm, their laws would sublimate, rising to the will of the heavenly Tao, and their incarnation would also become the ruler of a world. This was a challenge against the heavenly Tao. Thus they had to experience heavenly tribulation. However, amongst humanity, Empyreans came around once every several 100,000 years. Thus only a minor number of those present had witnessed other Empyreans crossing their heavenly tribulation. The tribulation clouds became increasingly rich and gloomy. Everyone could feel how horrifying the energy contained in these dark clouds was. Many young martial artists couldn't withstand the pressure and began breathing in great heaving gulps. And there were even some martial artists with weaker cultivations that began streaming with sweat, finding it nearly impossible to stand. However, no matter how difficult it was, no matter how much they suffered, they stubbornly endured, their eyes staring unblinkingly towards the far-off tribulation clouds. This was Lin Ming crossing heavenly tribulation, an event you wouldn't even see in 100 million years. In the past, when martial artists broke through to the Empyrean realm, they would invite all their good friends and comrades, including even their own disciples, to attend this grand ceremony. To young martial artists, this was a rare lucky chance. This was because when an Empyrean crossed heavenly tribulation, the great Tao law would descend. For young martial artists, this was a mental baptism that would provide them with great inspirations, clearing their minds and hearts. The true sounds of the great Tao continued to circulate. Let alone the juniors of the younger generation, even the Empyreans felt a faint pressure in this environment. As for Empyrean Vast Universe, Lan Xian, and the others, goosebumps had risen all over their bodies. As they looked at these tribulation clouds, even they were gaining enlightenment. To an Empyrean, the laws they cultivated were mostly settled, thus they comprehended slightly less. Those that truly profited were world kings and great world kings. Their cultivations were higher than the juniors, and their understandings of the heavenly Tao were also more profound than the juniors. As they respectfully listened to the true sound of the great Tao, they all felt as if their bodies were being washed through by the clearest spring, their Tao understandings being smashed by countless hammers, becoming even stronger and more durable. In particular, before this heavenly tribulation, some great world kings that were close to breaking into the Empyrean realm seemed to hear countless supremes whispering the secrets of the great Tao into their ears. Some puzzles that had long plagued their cultivations and had formed walls suddenly showed signs of loosening. Because of Lin Ming crossing heavenly tribulation, the skies above the originally confusing road to becoming an Empyrean seemed to open up, shining down light that illuminated the path forwards. This was an inestimably valuable great lucky chance. Thus, many world kings went wild with happiness, all of them wishing they could dive into those tribulation clouds. Of course, those tribulation clouds were too terrifying. If they really did rush in, then they would instantly disintegrate into ashes. This brat, he has drawn down tribulation clouds of the 33 heavens. That is the highest level of Empyrean heavenly tribulations, and looking at it, it seems to possess the most terrifying kind of power. Astral Vault God King thoughtfully said. Soaring Feather God King's response was much slower. With Lin Ming's current strength, it would be strange if he didn't bring down 33 heavens tribulation clouds. These tribulation clouds are terrifying, but it is unlikely to affect him. Rather, this will be his chance. He will borrow this heavenly tribulation to temper his body and consolidate his foundation. That would be the best choice for him. Listening to Soaring Feather's words, Astral Vault's face darkened. When a new Empyrean crossed heavenly tribulation, this was a lucky chance for those observing. But the greatest beneficiary was, of course, the new Empyrean themselves. The more terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, the greater the lucky chance. When Astral Vault compared the scale of the heavenly tribulation clouds he summoned in the past, he knew they were much worse than Lin Ming's. This left him with a strange taste in his heart. At this time, beneath the divine might of heavenly tribulation, every inch of Lin Ming's skin began to shine. Basked in endless light, he was like a great sun floating in the skies. No matter how mighty the heavenly tribulation was, it didn't seem to affect him. He didn't even bat an eye. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Heavenly tribulation approached. The power fermenting in the clouds became increasingly terrifying. At this time, an Empyrean that lacked sufficient skill would have already challenged the tribulation clouds ahead of time. No one believed Lin Ming lacked skill. Thus, he would wait until the heavenly tribulation clouds fermented to their limit before he fought them. It's almost at the limit. It's finally about to start. By now, The tribulation clouds in the skies had expanded to several 100,000 miles, covering this entire region of the star territory. The energy contained within was saturated to the limit. Although more and more heaven and earth origin energy gathered, it was a tiny amount compared to what was already there. According to previous experiences, heavenly tribulation was about to begin. At this point, let alone the juniors, even Emperor Xianxia, Dark Demon Monarch, and the others all held their breath, their concentration completely focused on what was occurring. But below the tribulation clouds, Lin Ming still hadn't started preparations to withstand the heavenly tribulation. He didn't even look up. All of his attention was focused on absorbing the mystical power of laws to further stabilize his inner world. Within the chaos, the energies of yin and yang seemed to evolve into all living creatures. The light and clear power of divinity soared into the skies, condensing into auspicious clouds that lingered about. The heavy and thick power of demons sank to the ground, forming blood-red continents that stretched towards infinity. The surrounding laws became increasingly condensed and perfect. Suddenly, Lin Ming's eye flashed open. His eyes seemed to contain pitch-black chaos that swallowed all. Even when lower Empyreans saw him, they felt their minds shake, as if their divine souls would be dragged in and absorbed. Seeing Lin Ming's aura finally erupt, everyone held their breath. The vast and overwhelming momentum of this heavenly tribulation was simply unprecedented, whether it was in the past or present. It was hard to imagine just what scene would occur when Lin Ming crossed heavenly tribulation. But at this time, another change occurred. Lin Ming breathed thunder. With a bass roar, the surrounding galaxy shook. A vast aura rose from within his body. Wisps of starlight gushed out from every pore, forming mystical runes in the air. These runes transformed into chains that waved back and forth within the boundless dark heavenly tribulation clouds. What is he doing? Seeing this, some human martial artists couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, finding it hard to respond. Just as everyone was puzzled, marvelous fluctuations of the great Tao rules appeared in the heavenly tribulation. Small swathes of starry space began to appear from within those dark clouds. This was a breathtaking sight. From those obviously thick tribulation clouds, part of them was actually turning into starry space. 9 titanic stars appeared, exuding the aura of the great Tao laws. Their starlight fell upon Lin Ming, bathing him. Everyone peered deeper in. They could see that these 9 stars seemed to be imprisoned and locked in by chains that twined about them like red dragons. These chains emitted an irresistible mystical strength that blocked the divine light of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace so that the stars couldn't move. This is the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Many of the human martial artists present were vastly experienced individuals, so they naturally recognized the 9 stars of the Tao Palace immediately. But the one with the most profound understanding was in truth Astral Vault God King. At this time, what people paid attention to were not the 9 stars of the Tao Palace themselves, but the dark red chains that bound them. From their far-off point of view, these chains appeared extremely slender. Compared to the incandescent stars, the chains seemed insignificant. However, the divine spiritual light woven into them caused the mind to shake. In Mount Padala, great limitless Buddha's wizened eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Great limitless Buddha was already old. Although he was a peak Empyrean, in terms of strength he was much worse than Emperor Xianxia. However, he possessed an incredibly rich trove of knowledge. As he saw these dark red divine chains, the first thing that came to his mind was the 9 stars of the Tao Palace that was swallowed by famine 3.6 billion years ago. In truth, famine didn't swallow the 33 heavenly Tao laws. Rather, it had swallowed the destiny that linked humanity to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the causal relationship that connected the two. And this sort of swallowing was actually a type of laws unto itself. These laws wove together into divine chains that locked away the starlight, causing it so that human martial artists couldn't be illuminated by the starlight of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Because of this reason, ever since 3.6 billion years ago, the human martial artists that cultivated the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had nearly gone extinct. So that's what it is. Divine Dream muttered. Within her normally quiet and placid eyes, ripples appeared, showing just how difficult she was finding it to compose herself. At this moment, she finally understood just what sort of relationship bound together famine, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and the 9 divine shifts that the good fortune Saint Sovereign desired to change. After famine swallowed the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the starlight was locked away by the divine chains, so it was naturally isolated from humanity. Then, where did all this starlight that should have been humanity's go to? Divine Dream suspected that it had all been swallowed by famine. In other words, famine had swallowed the destiny that originally belonged to humanity and turned it into its own destiny. The light of the 9 stars that should have fallen upon humanity was transformed into famine's energy. Then, the good fortune Saint Sovereign swallowing the 9 divine shifts should be a similar situation. Not only did the good fortune Saint Sovereign wish to utterly destroy humanity, but he also wished to swallow humanity's destiny, turning it into his own. Humanity's current strength was already weak enough. The good fortune Saint Sovereign would first strike out at humanity and slowly eat away at them. In the future, once he was powerful enough, he would extend his tentacles to the Spiritas and also swallow the destiny of their race. At the end, the good fortune Saint Sovereign might even use famine to take over the world. Thinking of this, Divine Dream felt just how heavy the ambitions of the good fortune Saint Sovereign were. At the same time, she also worried about Lin Ming. Since he caused the divine chains that blocked the 9 stars of the heavenly Tao to appear, did he plan on cutting them apart? To cut apart the order of the heavenly Tao, this was no minor matter. The one doing so would have to bear the sanction of the heavenly Tao, spurring on heavenly tribulation. Now, within this star territory, heavenly tribulation had already formed above Lin Ming's head. But Lin Ming didn't try to cross this tribulation now, and instead chose to use this moment to face the 9 stars' heavenly Tao. This was an extremely dangerous choice. All the human martial artists held their breath. At this time, only a small number of Empyreans knew what he was doing. Most people weren't sure what was occurring, as everyone couldn't help but ask. At this moment they saw Lin Ming shoot up into the skies, tearing through space. His body emitted resounding crackling sounds, as if mountains and rivers were breaking apart, as if planets were collapsing. He drew out the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear seemed to condense the heaviness of a great world. Endless Tao patterns wove together on the surface of the spear shaft, looking like a black dragon that soared upwards. Blood-red scales with a cold metallic luster appeared on Lin Ming, as if something were trying to struggle from the depths of his body. At this moment, Lin Ming had used the power of the Azura blood. At the same time, 5 Tao palaces opened up within his body. These 5 Tao palaces corresponded to the power of the 9 stars in the sky, faintly forming the divine brilliance of order. Lin Ming's speed increased with every moment. In his eyes, he no longer saw surging tribulation clouds, but only those divine chains. The black dragon spear slashed out, cutting down on those chains as if it would rip apart the world. In that moment, an all-swallowing divine light covered the surrounding endless space. Beneath the pall of this divine light, even Empyreans were forced to close their eyes. As for the younger generations, they were long since unable to withstand it. "Draw back!" people cried out in alarm. Human rulers formed protective true essence shields to shelter the young disciples as they rapidly retreated. Many people were faint of breath and nearly fell down where they stood. The black dragon spear collided with the divine chains in the divine light. Yet, it was strangely silent without a single sound. Even so, people could see the endless runes being destroyed and the impact shockwaves rushed out like a raging tide in all directions. Shwa! The void in front of Lin Ming was cut into countless fragments by the tide of energy. As for those blood-red divine chains, cracks began to appear within them under Lin Ming's assault. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone watched as the divine chains that sealed away the 9 stars of the Tao Palace turned into fragments of starlight as they thoroughly disintegrated. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace were released from their confinement and began to shine ever brighter. That endless starlight fell upon Lin Ming's body, fell upon all the martial artists of humanity. At this moment, Every human martial artist could feel their blood vitality starting to race beneath the shimmer of this starlight. Some martial artists who had cultivated body transformation laws, and even some martial artists who had opened the 8 inner hidden gates felt all of their blood energy seeming to condense in their bodies, becoming a billowing rocket that desired to hurtle towards the heavens. This is the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. I felt it. Some martial artists uttered with shock, completely filled with disbelief. When human martial artists cultivated the 8 inner hidden gates, in truth the main reason they did so was because they wanted to open the gate of opening and enhance their own perception. As for the true gate of life and gate of death, and the even higher 9 stars of the Tao Palace, they had never considered it. This was because cultivating the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was restricted by the heavenly Tao rules, and required a titanic level of resources, an amount that not even Empyrean Holy Lands were able to withstand. Moreover, the chance of success was near zero. After all sorts of reasons were added together, and especially since cultivating the body transformation system didn't provide benefits that were too heaven-defying, very few people chose to dual cultivate essence and energy. It was simply far too difficult a road. If it was said that some martial artists only faintly felt the strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then Lin Ming was completely bathed in this starlight, undergoing a baptism of the 9 stars. When those divine chains broke, as the one who broke them, Lin Ming directly faced the 9 stars. The endless starlight fell onto him like a gushing waterfall, bathing him. This was the starlight accumulated over 3.6 billion years. Although famine had swallowed this starlight, the 33 heavenly Taos were incomparably huge to begin with. No matter how strong famine's laws of swallowing were, it was impossible for him to swallow all the starlight. Because of the restriction of the divine chains, after the light of the 9 stars accumulated year after year, it had undergone a qualitative change. As this starlight violently poured into Lin Ming, his mortal body began to be reborn as his muscles and marrow were washed. Beneath the divine light, his skin, skeleton, muscles, organs, everything became completely translucent. The 5 Tao palaces within his body recklessly absorbed this divine light, becoming increasingly grand and complex. If the Tao palaces within Lin Ming's body were comparable to the imperial palace of a mortal, then after constantly growing, it had already turned into something like Divine Dream Heavenly Palace or the Good Fortune Saint Palace. After lifting the shackles upon the heavenly Tao, Lin Ming obtained the greatest advantages. The Tao palaces that were suppressed within his body suddenly became several times more powerful. Their surging power was no longer blocked from Lin Ming's body. It was like his flesh and blood blended with the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, becoming a part of his instinct. At this moment, Lin Ming could feel his strength wildly grow. It was already difficult to measure with numbers alone. Without a doubt, 3.6 billion years ago when famine swallowed the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, it had suffocated humanity's body transformation system, making it impossibly difficult to train in. But if one could be like Lin Ming and break through the chains of the heavenly Tao even when that path was blocked, forcefully opening up the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then once those divine chains were lifted and the connection of Lin Ming's mortal body with the 9 stars of the Tao Palace restored, then the body transformation system strength he possessed would far outstrip anything that human martial artists were able to attain in the past. In the world of martial arts, the deeper the price, the greater the profit. Now that Lin Ming had paid so much to break past the 9 stars of the Tao Palace in the past, his harvests were that much greater. The light of the 9 stars was simply too vast. Lin Ming's body had long been fully saturated, and it was difficult for him to continue digesting all this starlight. But at this moment, without any hesitation, Lin Ming compressed this infinite starlight and thrust it into his limbs. Bang! Lin Ming's arms and legs were flooded with energy. His blood vessels stuck out like earthworms, nearly blowing open. And in the skies, amongst those 9 great stars shining up high, one of them shined with an incomparable brilliance, like a dawning sun. For one of those stars to turn into a blazing sun, all of the martial artists present were shocked. "What is happening?" Someone cried out in alarm. "That is one of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the martial song star." An Empyrean who understood the laws of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace slowly whispered. Although humanity's inheritances concerning the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had been lost, there were still Empyreans who had peered through ancient records concerning them. Within the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the martial song star was the one that corresponded to war and slaughter. It was diametrically opposed to the merciful song star. The Tao Palace that the martial song star corresponded with was the martial sovereign Tao Palace, also known as the cardinal direction Tao Palace. The heavens had 4 extremes: east, west, south, and north, the 4 directions that led to the ends of the world. Humans also had 4 extremes. They were the arms and legs. They were the limbs that allowed humans to walk, work, fight, live. They were the limbs that were related to all movements. When essence-gathering system martial artists fought, they could manifest the laws within their inner world and manipulate the power of the world. But when a body transformation system martial artist fought, they relied on their 4 limbs. These 4 limbs seemed simple, but the truth was that they were the ultimate manifestation of a body transformation system martial artists' combat strength. Thus, the martial sovereign Tao Palace was an extremely important Tao Palace within the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Once opened, a martial artist's bodily strength would increase several times over. Woo, woo, woo. Stars trembled. Starlight surged. The martial song star shined bright in the skies, open and honest, yet bringing with it a terrifyingly suppressive feeling. Every martial artist could feel an extremely tyrannical momentum from within, an unbending strength. The martial song star was a brave star, one decisive in killing, one that roamed the world without fear. Of the 9 stars, it wasn't just the martial song star that was a brave star, but it was the one filled with a firm and straightforward meaning. The martial song star shined and starlight fell down. Lin Ming felt the strength within his arms and legs, the saturated starlight, being compressed without end, as if a smoldering volcano were ready to erupt from within him. Martial sovereign Tao Palace, open. Lin Ming pushed against the starlight, firing towards the martial song star. With his incomparably formidable accumulations and the momentum from just breaking into the Empyrean realm, Lin Ming compressed the power of this starlight to the limit. But at this time, blood-red divine thunder fell onto Lin Ming's body. Bang! Lin Ming's body shook. The moment the blood-red thunder struck him, his speed slowed and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. He paused, staring into the skies like a hawk. He saw that the tribulation clouds of the 9 heavens had already condensed to a terrifying degree. Moreover, the surrounding light of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace also seemed to gather towards the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds had yet to reach their most potent stage. However, the heavenly tribulation was already impatient to descend. The thunder of the highest 9 heavens savagely howled. It was only now that people discovered their eyes had been focused on the martial song star. But because the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had appeared, the tribulation clouds were beginning to experience a heaven-shaking change. That heavenly tribulation was no longer in the form of dark clouds, but was now a golden lake that rippled outwards. Endless streams of the great Tao surged in this lake, breeding a terrifying divine thunder of heavenly tribulation within. This divine thunder came in crimson, gold, purple, and an even more terrifying rainbow hue. That 7-colored thunder was bizarrely peaceful. Just by looking at it, one's soul seemed to fall into illusion. This is a variation change in heavenly tribulation. As Senior Lin is crossing heavenly tribulation, he severed the divine chains of order and touched the heavenly Tao laws once more, causing the power of the heavenly tribulation to be even more terrifying. How can anyone withstand such horrifying heavenly tribulation? At this moment, the complexions of many human martial artists changed. Originally, what Lin Ming faced was the highest level of the 33 heavens tribulation, and now that it changed, even a peak Empyrean would be smashed into ashes. If a normal Empyrean were beneath these clouds, let alone crossing this heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't even be able to stand. Lin Ming was their spiritual leader. In terms of prestige amongst the human race, he even surpassed Divine Dream. If any accident were to happen to Lin Ming, the consequences would be unbelievable. In Demon Fairy Palace, Xiao Moxian's heart was gripped. Standing beside her, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan also had worried expressions on their faces. This pressure was far too horrifying. Even though they were within the Empyrean force field set up by Xiao Moxian, they still felt it suffocating to breathe. Chila! Another bolt of thunder came chopping down. Lin Ming stood still. At this time, the starlight gathered unto his body reached an unprecedented peak. He looked up, staring at the increasingly strong heavenly tribulation that approached. Firming his mind, Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and hurtled into the crimson tribulation clouds. Lin Ming! Xiao Moxian cried out in alarm. The human martial artists were also shocked. From far away, everyone saw Lin Ming's tiny figure rushing into those terrifying and roiling tribulation clouds that represented the might of the heavens and earth. This scene became something that eternally fixed itself into the hearts of those present. The more one approached tribulation clouds, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation was. This was tantamount to provoking the heavenly Tao itself. He is using heavenly tribulation to temper his body and force out the limit of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace within his body, Soaring Feather said, her eyes shining with brilliance. And beside her, Astral Vault had an ugly complexion. This method was simply far too crazy. Piki-paka! In that instant, endless arcs of thunder fell down upon Lin Ming. Blinding beams of divine light lit up the world. From afar, Lin Ming seemed to have become the only existence within the heavens and earth. Beneath the brutal barrage of thunder, Lin Ming's body was covered in blood. He roared out, "Martial Sovereign Tao Palace, open again!" Even though he was interrupted by heavenly tribulation the first time he tried to open the Martial Sovereign Tao Palace, Lin Ming paid little heed to this. He ignored the heavenly tribulation and impacted upwards a second time. Since heavenly tribulation had entered his body, Lin Ming would simply use the power of this heavenly tribulation to further temper his body, allowing the Martial Sovereign Tao Palace to open even more thoroughly. Kacha! Lin Ming's mortal body seemed as if it would explode in that instant. Beneath the limit of strength, Lin Ming felt a terrifying power of thunder gather into his already burning arms and legs. In these places it was like 4 doors were rumbling as they were being pushed open. The power of starlight was compressed in his limbs, interweaving into an eternally glorious Tao Palace. This Tao Palace was the Martial Sovereign Tao Palace. As this Tao Palace that represented the ultimate martial strength appeared, it was soaked in that violent and fierce thunder. Thunder smashed into the temple, hardening it and making it shine even more radiantly. Divine thunder could be used to refine weapons. Now, Lin Ming was using the thunder of this heavenly tribulation to hammer upon his newly formed Tao Palace. In that moment, the strength within Lin Ming's body reached a new peak. With a punch, he could crush the void. With a kick, a river of stars would tremble. He had finally opened the 6th Tao Palace. In that moment, the power of divinity and demons born within Lin Ming's inner world began to flow out, surrounding the 6 Tao Palaces like a rising tide. The 6 Tao Palaces released a mystical strength. Tao patterns floated atop the chaotic energy surrounding the Tao Palaces and joined together like continuous mountain ranges, forming a marvelous fused state. The 2 yin-yang powers of divinity and demons represented the most extreme origins and had no conflict at all with these 6 Tao Palaces that represented the strength of the heavenly Tao. With this strength as a medium, the 6 Tao Palaces began to swirl around in the yin-yang tide covered with Tao patterns. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly reached out his hand. The power of laws converged. High in the skies, the chains that imprisoned the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were grasped in his hand. These divine chains were already cut apart by Lin Ming. The spirit mark of Famine's soul had already been refined by Lin Ming, but the source laws still existed within, incredibly powerful. For the last 3.6 billion years, these divine chains had imprisoned the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and had undergone a baptism of infinite starlight. They gathered the essence of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace heavenly Tao. Without hesitation, Lin Ming smashed these divine chains apart and directly fused them into his body. The crushed chains turned into countless tiny law fragments that gushed into the 6 Tao palaces. These divine chains had been able to imprison the 9 stars of the Tao palace. Now, they turned into silk threads that connected the 6 Tao palaces within Lin Ming's body. For a time, it was like a similar bloodline was forged into the 6 Tao palaces within Lin Ming's body. These 6 Tao palaces originally resonated with each other, and now they began exchanging energy, rapidly merging together. The 9-star Tao patterns of these 6 Tao palaces wove together, overlapping against each other, embedding into each other. This sort of fusion was a true fusion of the great Tao. Divine spiritual power harmonized as one. But at the same time, they still maintained a kind of independence, retaining their true source strength of the great Tao. It could be said that this was a transformation of the great Tao's strength, a sublimation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As these 6 Tao palaces sublimated, Lin Ming opened his Davic eye. He thought that his acupoints were opened like gates and immortals lived within them, reciting chants of the great Tao. All of these feelings allowed his heart of martial arts to climb to new heights. Some obscure things he encountered in his road of cultivation also seemed to open up, as if the fog in front of them started to clear away. Climbing, climbing, Lin Ming's momentum soared into the skies, continuing to climb. As he blinked, infinite galaxies seemed to be destroyed in his pupils, and worlds seemed to form and evolve. This sort of scene already surpassed that of an Empyrean. It was an evolution of the highest great Tao. As these 6 Tao palaces fused together without a single gap between them, blood began to burn like divine flames, shooting up into the heavens, transforming into true dragons and true phoenixes that cried and roared. The great Tao laws hummed as if they were all submitting themselves to Lin Ming. Seeing this sight, the low-level martial artists were unsure what was occurring. But as for the Empyreans and God Kings present, they were stunned speechless. Then, before they could tell what changes were occurring within Lin Ming's body, Lin Ming's figure suddenly flickered. He grabbed the black dragon spear and fired himself into the 33 heavens tribulation clouds once more. This time, Lin Ming pushed forwards with unstoppable momentum, as if he would break through the heavens. After being provoked by Lin Ming again and again, that raging heavenly tribulation was like fire with oil poured onto it. It became increasingly murderous and ferocious as it swept down. This was no longer arcs of thunder, but a golden sea woven together by endless divine thunder. Lin Ming roared out loud and the black dragon viciously slashed out. Chila! The vault of the heavens seemed to be torn asunder. The spear chopped that golden sea of thunder in half. One split into 2. Lin Ming devoured this vast power of thunder in great gulps and continued rushing forwards with irresistible force. This time, Lin Ming's goal was the 33 heavens tribulation clouds. Tribulation clouds were the most concentrated form of heavenly retribution as well as the most terrifying existence. Since ancient times, when Empyreans crossed their heavenly tribulations, they had no choice but to dread these tribulation clouds. But at this time, Lin Ming was rushing towards these tribulation clouds. Lin Ming didn't hesitate. He slashed out his spear once more. This spear was wrapped in the great strength of the 6 Tao palaces, as well as an unsurpassed heart of martial arts that seemed as if it would step above the 33 heavenly Taos. Chila! It was like a universe-tearing strength erupted. In everyone's shocked gaze, the 33 heavens tribulation clouds that represented the highest rules of the heavenly Tao were actually split apart by Lin Ming. His spear broke through the tribulation clouds. A human Empyrean cried out in awe, and Soaring Feather and Astral Vault were even more shocked. As peerless powerhouses who had withstood the baptism of heavenly tribulation before, they were profoundly aware of how terrifying these 33 heavens tribulation clouds were. But such tribulation clouds were forcefully shorn apart by Lin Ming. This strength was simply far too horrifying. The moment the tribulation clouds were torn apart by Lin Ming's great strength, the deep golden lake emitted a vast and bass roar. This was the thundering of heaven. A gap appeared in the golden lake, and a divine sword seemed to chop out, overflowing with the golden light of the Great Tao. As this golden Great Tao appeared, it aimed straight at Lin Ming. The golden lake began to shine with a blinding light. War chariots drawn by golden thunder dragons seemed to gallop out from the river of time, hurtling their way towards Lin Ming. Standing on each war chariot was a divine god in golden armor. Their faces were without expression and their bodies flooded out with boundless killing intent, as if this entire part of the universe had turned into a bloody battlefield, filled with slaughter and death. Each chariot was marked with countless scars. Every trace exuded a shockingly violent and brutal aura, as if they bore testimony to every war since ancient times. Could this also be heavenly tribulation? How come there is no thunder but legions of golden war chariots? Many human martial artists were shocked. They had never seen nor heard of such heavenly tribulation before. Amitabha, these are war chariots manifested from the power of heavenly retribution. Great limitless Buddha looked up towards the heavens, his complexion earnest. His long white eyebrows trembled. Those atop the war chariots should be ancient divine spirits. In the legends there are peerless characters of the 33 heavens that went to war for endless years. Afterwards, although they eventually died in the endless river of time, when they crossed their heavenly tribulation they were remembered by the heavenly Tao. Now, even after they died and their mortal bodies turned to dust, they have cast down an immortal Tao foundation that was not destroyed but instead kept within the heavenly Tao. If I'm not wrong, then those golden war chariots and those golden divine spirits should be phantoms of those ancient peerless characters, and they are now being brought into reality by this heavenly tribulation. Hearing the words of great limitless Buddha, many human empyreans' complexions changed. After these ancient peerless characters died, their phantoms were left behind in the heavenly Tao. Although they didn't know who these phantoms once were, what they knew without a doubt was that out of all them present, besides Divine Dream, none of them had the qualifications to leave behind their phantoms in the heavenly Tao. Although these heavenly Tao phantoms were not the true bodies and perhaps they only contained a tenth of their strength from before they died, or maybe even only a 20th, but these were all once dreadful characters capable of flipping over the 33 heavens. With so many gathered here, this was truly terrifying. Many of them had likely killed true divinities before. Facing these heavenly Tao phantoms, Lin Ming didn't hesitate nor did he feel fear. He stepped forwards, the black dragon spear grasped in his hands. Behind him, the 6 fused Tao palaces of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace began to fill Lin Ming with infinite strength. A boiling fighting spirit burned through his blood. Even if an ancient peerless powerhouse were to truly stand before him, he would still remain fearless in his desire to fight them. As he rapidly flew upwards, his back split open. A fierce suit of bone armor like that of an abyssal emerged from his body, piercing through his black clothes. He stepped through space, shooting upwards like a bolt of thunder, his entire body from head to toe emitting an overwhelming momentum. The black dragon spear emitted an excited cry, howling like a black dragon as he flew to the heavens. The golden-armored divine spirits remained without expression. They drew out golden halberds and rushed towards Lin Ming. The moment the black dragon spear clashed with those war halberds, beams of spear light shot out, swallowing the surrounding vastness of space. Space seemed to solidify. In the boundless world, it was like only the black spear remained, blocking out the entire space. Kacha! The golden war halberd was directly smashed to pieces. Even that golden-armored giant's arms fractured. After the black spear broke through the golden war halberd, it pounded down upon the ancient divine spirit's armor. In that moment the armor blew apart. The golden-armored giant was crushed into an endless rain of light by the black dragon spear. Bang! Bang! Lin Ming broke into the group of golden war chariots, his black dragon spear singing its own epic. With each spear strike, with each clash with the golden weapons of the ancient divine spirits, a heavy sound would echo through the heavens and earth. It was hard to imagine just how much strength was behind these collisions. Pong! Another golden-armored divine spirit was shattered to pieces. Lin Ming was an incomparably fierce war god, treading forwards with unstoppable force. However, There were simply far too many ancient divine spirits surrounding Lin Ming, still over 20 of them. When Lin Ming killed 2 of them, a golden-armored divine spirit managed to stab its halberd into his back. Black scales broke and blood sprinkled down. The human martial artists felt their hearts skip a beat. However, before they could cry out in alarm, they discovered that the spear of this ancient divine spirit was only able to pierce halfway through to the halberd head. Lin Ming's mortal body was like a piece of the toughest divine iron, unable to be shaken. Pong! Lin Ming turned his hand and smashed the head of this golden-armored divine spirit. The golden-armored divine spirit shook and fell downwards. At the same time, the flesh on Lin Ming's back began to wriggle, regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the wound had already stopped bleeding. Lin Ming had opened 6 Dao Palaces of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, and one of them was responsible for managing the recovery and restoration of flesh and blood, the Natal Life Dao Palace. After opening the Natal Life Dao Palace, even if he were to sever an arm or a leg, he would still be able to grow another one. Even if a 3-foot-long gash were to be torn open in his skin, rapidly regenerating wouldn't be a problem either. His wound recovered. Even after being sneak attacked by a halberd, he managed to turn and smash the other's head. Seeing this scene, all of the martial artists were left dumbfounded. This method was simply far too fierce. It scared one silly. While being attacked, he forcefully withstood it without problem and then struck back with a life-reaping attack. Lin Ming was powerful to begin with, and coupled with such a fighting method where he didn't even seem to care about his own safety, just who could fight against him. But at this time, Lin Ming started his battle with the golden-armored divine spirits once more. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Golden ripples spread out, carrying with them the boundlessly mighty force of laws. Another golden-armored warrior was destroyed by Lin Ming. Lin Ming brutally killed a path open in the numerous ancient divine spirit phantoms and rushed into the golden tribulation clouds. Bang! Lin Ming slashed out his spear once more, chopping down on the surface of that golden lake and causing giant golden waves to rise up. The monstrous slaughter energy accompanied the boundless great Tao laws, condensing around Lin Ming. In the tidal waves of thunder, every bolt was as thick as a mountain, tearing open the world without end. The true sounds of the great Tao rose up, as if they were the sounds from the origin of the universe. They rang like bells from the primordial chaos, awakening the mind to unknown truths. Ancient divine spirits, pond of heavenly thunder, true sounds of the great Tao. Divine Dream muttered to herself as she watched Lin Ming submerge himself in lightning. All sorts of heavenly tribulation phenomena manifested around Lin Ming. To other martial artists this would have been a fatal judgment of the heavenly Tao, but to Lin Ming this was a great stroke of good fortune. Nearly half of the golden-armored divine spirits had already been cut down by Lin Ming. But at this time, Lin Ming barraged the golden lake without end. Strike after strike, the black dragon spear became a dancing dark dragon that tore through the tribulation clouds. With every explosion of golden waves, they turned into countless law fragments. Most of these law fragments sprinkled into the endless starry space, but a great deal was still absorbed by Lin Ming. During this continued onslaught, the golden tribulation clouds became increasingly pale. The highly concentrated energy no longer took the form of a lake, but turned into layers of fog. This fog continued to disperse. As Lin Ming soaked within it, it became dimmer with each passing second. He recklessly swallowed and absorbed the heavenly Tao laws. Around him, divine spirits of the heavenly Tao were slain one after another. In the midst of this slaughter, Lin Ming's scales were shattered and his entire body drenched in blood. His flesh continued to regenerate and the power of the heavenly Tao continued to weaken. These ancient divine spirits had nearly all been killed off by Lin Ming. Seeing this, the Empyreans and God Kings present were speechless. They had also once experienced heavenly tribulation, but the way in which they crossed their heavenly tribulations was to wait for the heavenly tribulation to cast down its energy, while they passively withstood it and underwent their baptism of heavenly thunder. But Lin Ming had killed his way into the highest heavens, waging war against the heavenly Tao. Such a crazy procedure was nearly suicidal. But Lin Ming relied on his inestimable war strength to succeed. After he crushed apart all of the ancient divine spirits and the thunder of heavenly retribution, he absorbed the power of the heavenly Tao. Everyone knew that at this moment, Lin Ming had already perfectly crossed his heavenly tribulation. This was the moment he truly became an Empyrean. Starlight splashed down like water. This star territory of the hidden dragon galaxy was flooded with endless great Tao law fragments, the vestiges of heavenly tribulation. All martial artists here could feel these faint and yet unimaginably vast laws of the highest order. In the highest heavens, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had gradually hidden themselves away, and the tribulation clouds also scattered. All that was left over were golden bubbles that floated in the void. They were like endless golden pearls that came both small and large. Lin Ming had already put away the black dragon spear. As he stood in the void, his eyes were closed and his long hair danced around him. At this time, as he stood within this world, he had a completely different feeling from before. In Lin Ming's eyes, this world was no longer the same. After breaking into the Empyrean realm, as Lin Ming looked upon the world, he had a feeling as if he could understand everything before him. If the universe was compared to a landscape, then before Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm, he could be considered as standing on flat land and looking outwards. Although what he saw was beautiful, it was ultimately limited. But after breaking into the Empyrean realm, Lin Ming seemed to stand atop a tall building, looking down at the world before him. His field of vision was broader and he could see much more clearly, everything reflected in a panoramic view in his eyes. And this tall building was the heavenly Tao laws. Beneath an Empyrean, all martial artists were suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws. After becoming an Empyrean, a martial artist's laws reached the height of the heavenly Tao. This was the same as standing atop that tall building. Lin Ming didn't speak. He quietly perceived this feeling of awareness after breaking into the Empyrean realm. This sort of sensation left him feeling intoxicated. Every strand of laws in the surrounding space shivered. He clearly saw them all around. With just a thought, he could easily control these laws. However, compared to Lin Ming's calmness, the human martial artists were already burning with excitement. Lin Ming was the person who humanity had placed all their hopes in. And now, he had finally broken into the Empyrean realm. This is too terrifying. That heavenly tribulation just now was simply invincible in its might. Yet such a horrifying heavenly tribulation was withstood by Lin Ming. Perhaps Lin Ming can already contend with a god king. That's right. Not just that, but he even severed the shackles of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. I can already feel the strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Although the road is still blurry and muddled, I feel that if I truly continue down this path, I really might be able to step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. A body transformation martial artist brimmed with elation. He understood just what Lin Ming did when he severed those divine chains of order. To humanity, this was a great blessing. In reality, the majority of the divine chains that bound the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were still in Famine's main body. If they could be completely severed, thoroughly releasing the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then this would enable all human martial artists to freely cultivate them. At this time, within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Divine Dream stood tall, like a goddess fallen to the world. Her clothes floated about her and her eyes shimmered with extraordinary radiance. She was born with a calm and indifferent personality, like a pool of water that had never experienced waves. In particular, ever since humanity's great calamity occurred, Divine Dream had yet to smile. But because Lin Ming perfectly broke into the Empyrean realm, she suddenly felt ripples spread through her heart, making it hard for her to maintain her composure. As for Empyrean Vast Universe, Emperor Xianxia, Tabague, and the others, they weren't as restrained. All of them had long since been buzzing with joy. Ha! Great! Empyrean Vast Universe laughed. Amitba, wonderful, wonderful. Great Limitless Buddha recited Buddhist mantras, his hands gathered together as he slowly twisted his Buddha beads, a gentle smile on his face. And at this time, on the side of the saints, Astral Vault God King and Soaring Feather God King were quietly looking at Lin Ming from not too far away. They had personally watched as Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm. "This brat," Astral Vault God King gloomily said. He felt pressured. Besides those that controlled the universe, such as the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor, Astral Vault God King had never thought he would feel such pressure from someone else, especially a junior who hadn't even lived for 10,000 years yet. Although he didn't think that Lin Ming possessed combat strength that surpassed his own, just this unprecedented aura meant that it wouldn't be too long before he was surpassed. Soaring Feather floated beside Astral Vault, her white clothes swirling about her. Her entire being seemed to blend into the heavenly Tao. At this time, she was looking at those endless golden bubbles that remained after the tribulation clouds of the highest heavens dissipated. She was silent. No one knew just what she was thinking. Then, at this moment, strong winds appeared in the skies. A giant golden vortex formed around Lin Ming. Those endless golden bubbles began to roll towards him like sparrows flying back to their nest. Lin Ming took a long breath and stretched out his body. Those millions and billions of golden bubbles sank into his body, vanishing from sight like snowflakes falling into the sea. But as more and more golden bubbles submerged into Lin Ming, his body began to shine with an all-powerful light, as if he were a dawning sun. As Lin Ming soaked in this golden divine light, he truly seemed like a divine god that had descended to the world. It was hard for others not to prostrate themselves in worship to him. This light continued for a quarter hour before slowly fading away. Everyone knew that this light was the final brilliance of the heavenly tribulation's great Tao laws. Now all of it had been absorbed by Lin Ming. These laws were the highest laws of the 33 heavens. Besides Lin Ming himself, no one knew just how great his harvests were. Not even Astral Vault knew. All he could do was watch on with greedy eyes. Starlight sprinkled down and black clothes whipped in the wind. Lin Ming fell down from the highest 9 heavens. His every action and movement caused the surrounding laws to ripple. All orders given must be enforced. His body moved the laws themselves. Lin Ming. As Lin Ming fell back down, Xiao Moxian couldn't help but call out to him. She was already extremely excited, and beside her, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others were also watching with bright eyes, as if tears would fall at any moment. They were able to see the man they loved most become the hero of their race and his achievements be glorified by countless people. Just what else could they ask for? Ha 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 ha. Lin Ming. From this day forth, humanity's destiny will experience a great reversal. Empyrean Vast Universe laughed as he spoke. Lin Ming, you have always been a legend, but in the past your legend would only have been able to be passed on for 1 billion years. However, from this day on, your legend will continue onwards for 10 billion years. Dark Demon Monarch highly praised. Just what sort of concept was a 10 billion year legend? 10 billion years ago, the entire 33 heavens had been filled with life and martial arts civilization blossomed throughout like bright flowers. A golden age of prosperity. In that era, countless peerless ancient proud sons of heavens had appeared. They fought against each other, fought against the heavens, fought against fate. But in the end they all faded away in the endless dust of time. Only the existences like the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture, Immortal Sovereign, were able to preserve their legends. And the reason they managed to do so was because they each separately created the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe. Because of these two lands of inheritance, countless martial artists had obtained massive advantages from within for the last 10 billion years. Thus, the legends of the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign were passed down and continued. Therefore, the words of Dark Demon Monarch were the same as placing Lin Ming at the same height as Immortal Sovereign and the Azura Roadmaster. This was a terrifying appraisal. Many rulers of humanity came forwards to congratulate Lin Ming. For a time, the sounds of congratulations and well wishes lingered in the air, as all of the human martial artists jubilantly celebrated. But then, a cold voice sounded out. Lin Ming, I indeed haven't misread you. Lin Ming looked up. A peerless woman in white clothes stood not too far away from him. She was Soaring Feather God King. The atmosphere quickly chilled. All of the cheerful human martial artists suddenly stopped talking. Everyone looked towards soaring feather god king together, all of them on high alert. Ha ha ha, boy. I acknowledge that you are strong, the strongest Empyrean that I have ever seen. But so what? From behind soaring feather, Astral Vault stepped forwards and faced Lin Ming. Although his tone of voice was arrogant and proud, he was vigilant. It was clear that he had truly regarded Lin Ming as worthy, or at least an opponent who possessed great potential. I have already foreseen that you are a dragon in a pool. Over 6,000 years ago, I was not able to kill you. I likely missed my best chances to eliminate you, and probably my only chance. As Soaring Feather God King spoke these words, the human martial artists all glowered at her. In particular, Xiao Moxian hatefully glared at Soaring Feather God King, so angry that her teeth itched. That's right. It was because of Soaring Feather God King that Lin Ming's life or death was uncertain for over 6,000 years, causing her heart to remain broken for all that time. But Lin Ming's complexion remained indifferent. He said, "You represent the interests of the saints and I represent the interests of my race. In war, there has never been right or wrong to begin with. Over 6,000 years ago, you missed your chance to kill me. But in the future, I might not miss the chance to kill you." Lin Ming's words were light, without any killing intent. Soaring Feather didn't respond, but Astral Vault actually scowled. "You crazy boy. Do you really think I can't do anything to you today? You can try," Lin Ming said without fear. After fusing the 6 Dao palaces of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace and also absorbing the countless great Dao law fragments of the 33 heavens, his blood had long since been boiling over. It could even be said that he desired to fight a true divinity to test the limits of his strength. "Heh!" Astral Vault God King sneered and his body erupted with killing intent. In truth, he also knew that he would have to fight a round with Lin Ming, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to simply come and leave. If others knew that they came and watched the show only to immediately scurry away right afterwards, wouldn't they be made the jokes of the world? People would only think that he, the great Astral Vault, was afraid of Lin Ming. Astral Vault couldn't bear to have such a misunderstanding. He wanted to fight Lin Ming frontally. Although with Divine Dream here, there was no way he could kill Lin Ming. But he could still show off his momentum and suppress Lin Ming's arrogance before walking away. Only like that would he be able to maintain his honor. But at this time, Soaring Feather God King reached out a hand and blocked Astral Vault. "What are you blocking me for?" Astral Vault God King said, frowning. Soaring Feather God King didn't respond to him. Rather, she turned to Lin Ming and said, "Where is my apprentice Fairy Blue Lotus? Hand her over." Lin Ming faced Soaring Feather and didn't agree or refuse her request. Rather, he asked, "If I hand her over, what conditions can you use to exchange?" "Exchange?" Soaring Feather God King looked at Lin Ming, her gaze as sharp as an arrow. Her eyes locked onto him, but he stared back at her without fear, calmly speaking to her. "Truly heroes come from the young. You do not fear that the fish die and I do not fear that the net breaks. Since we can't come to terms, let us fight it out here." As Soaring Feather spoke, her entire body emitted a dense killing intent. In the skies, thick waves of feathers fell down. This was Soaring Feather's Divine Feather Force Field. This Divine Feather Force Field could easily cover an area of several 100,000 miles and even 1,000,000 miles. It easily covered the star territory, shrouding over the entire human base. As long as the true divinities and Lin Ming fought here, this would be a ruinous strike upon the human fleet. However, as Soaring Feather's force field fell down, black mist began rising up from below within the star territory. This mist was incomparably thick, each wisp of it as heavy as a star. After the mist appeared, the space around it became incredibly dense. For a time, not even Soaring Feather God King's force field was able to cover it. This was Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. Grand Mist energy was the most source chaos from the formation of the universe. It contained infinite materials and all tangible things in existence had evolved from Grand Mist energy. The Grand Mist space around Lin Ming was no longer what it used to be. Lin Ming had fused the Azura laws into it. With the Grand Mist space integrated with the highest laws of the universe, this allowed it to undergo a qualitative change. Although the energy was the same and the matter was the same, after being driven by different laws, the might behind it was completely dissimilar. This was the difference from a high-quality arrow being shot out by an ordinary bow and then being shot out by an unparalleled god bow. The difference was not just a little bit. Soaring Feather frowned. And at this time, a rainbow layer of light appeared above Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. This rainbow layer of light was as ephemeral as a dream, beautiful and phantasmic. After it covered the Grand Mist space, the incredibly heavy Grand Mist space obtained infinite changes, making it nearly impossible to deal with. This was Divine Dream's Divine Dream space. Lin Ming and Divine Dream. Their two force fields fused together, becoming as immovable as an eternal mountain. Soaring Feather's Divine Feather force field was no longer able to push further down, but was instead forced back again and again. As long as the Divine Feather force field couldn't gather together, then the human fleet could absolutely safely evacuate through gaps in the Grand Mist space and Divine Dream space. As for Divine Dream and Lin Ming, they only had to persist for a period of time, waiting for everyone to leave before they could fight Astral Vault and Soaring Feather without any scruples. Seeing Soaring Feather suppressed by the joint strength of these two people, Astral Vault God King grimaced. Force fields were not his expertise. Although he possessed an unimaginably powerful mortal body and physical strength, it was hard for him to play a role in the current situation and help Soaring Feather. Astral Vault said, "Soaring Feather, why are you wasting so much time talking to them? Let's fight instead." To martial artists, words were only empty air. All that mattered was strength. Even if they couldn't kill these two, suppressing them was more than enough. Martial artists all had their proud hearts. If their skills truly were inferior to others, then they had no choice but to believe they were smaller and also be the ones to yield. For instance, if Lin Ming really suffered disastrous defeat beneath the hands of Astral Vault of Soaring Feather and the disparity was also enormous, then he would inevitably be forced to release Dark Moon, High Sun, and Blue Lotus without any conditions. Otherwise, everyone would only think that Lin Ming was a sore loser whose actions were too shameful. However, Soaring Feather actually looked at Lin Ming and said, "What are your conditions?" Soaring Feather had actually yielded a step and planned on negotiating conditions with Lin Ming. Astral Vault was startled. Even the human martial artists were surprised. Soaring Feather and Astral Vault had originally menacingly rushed into the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. According to logic and how events had played out in the past between the humans and saints, then Astral Vault and Soaring Feather should have started a massacre in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy and taken away Fairy Blue Lotus with absolute strength. At the very least, they could have used their strength to threaten the humans and force them to release their captives. Afterwards, they could leave again, and perhaps somewhere in the middle they would show off their skills by fighting with Divine Dream and the others. But if Soaring Feather and Astral Vault paid a certain price to exchange for Blue Lotus, Dark Moon, and High Sun, then that would simply be too disgraceful. They were two true divinities, and there was only one enemy true divinity. Astral Vault didn't believe that Soaring Feather could endure this insult. Even if she believed that Lin Ming was a dragon in a deep pool and didn't want to offend him, even if she believed that with Divine Dream here it would be impossible to kill Lin Ming. But Soaring Feather was a god king, and her innermost heart had its own lofty pride. It was impossible for her to take repeated concessions. Standing on the sidelines and watching as Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm was one thing. First, this was because attacking Lin Ming at this time was no accomplishment at all, but instead a choice only filled with disadvantages. Secondly, attacking a junior as he went through his breakthrough was something that didn't align with Soaring Feather's proud heart. But now it was strange for Soaring Feather to yield once more. The truth was that she was the youngest of the saint race's three true divinities. She was only 15 million years old. When she was a world king, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had long been a true divinity and also the highest ruler of the saints. In the past, when the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was recruiting troops, he had taken an interest in Soaring Feather's peerless talent and had opened up a number of extremely generous conditions with the ultimate objective for her to break into the true divinity realm. Soaring Feather would have had to leave her sect and enter the Good Fortune Saint Palace, becoming a direct disciple of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. However, This offer had been refused by Soaring Feather, and she ultimately relied upon her own strength to break into the true divinity realm. This part of history was something that many saint martial artists didn't know of, and Soaring Feather wouldn't speak of this either. However, Astral Vault God King had been a saint true divinity during this period and knew clearly what had occurred. Moreover, he knew that although the good fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't able to recruit Soaring Feather, he still gave her a helping hand. After all, Soaring Feather's sect had been far too weak compared to the good fortune Saint Palace. Such a sect was unable to support a talent like Soaring Feather in becoming a true divinity. This was also the reason Soaring Feather owed the good fortune Saint Sovereign a favor. Over 6,000 years ago, when the great calamity of humanity arrived, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had fought the primal god race. Lin Ming and the primal god race had joined forces, and with the aid of the Azura decrees they had wounded the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Due to the good fortune Saint Sovereign's fear of the Soul Emperor, he had no choice but to retreat deep into the void while his wounds mended. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had requested Soaring Feather to come forwards and hunt down Lin Ming. The reason the proud Soaring Feather with her identity as a true divinity would chase down and kill a Holy Lord Realm Jr. was because of this favor. Lin Ming said, "I can release Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon. But my condition is that you and Astral Vault God King both withdraw from the war between the saints and humanity." Lin Ming's words resonated with power. But these terms caused Soaring Feather's complexion to turn icy cold. And beside her, Astral Vault God King was also enraged. This Lin Ming, just who did he think he was? What rights did he have to say this? Soaring Feather and Astral Vault originally didn't want to participate in this great war between humanity and the saints. But because of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's request and because of favors they had received in the past, they had reluctantly joined. Since they had already joined, how could they withdraw from this war just because of some words from Lin Ming, someone who was just a junior from the enemy side? If this were to be known, then others would call it the greatest joke in the world. Even if Soaring Feather attached an immense importance to her disciple Fairy Blue Lotus's life, for Lin Ming to raise such conditions in front of everyone, she would still refuse them. This was her principle as well as her bottom line. Not to mention Soaring Feather and Astral Vault, even the human martial artists thought that Lin Ming's words were a bit too much. If Soaring Feather and Astral Vault were to agree like this and scurry away with their tails between their legs, could they even be called martial artists? Seeing Soaring Feather's simmering killing intent, Lin Ming said, "Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished stating my conditions. Once you and Astral Vault withdraw, I will also withdraw. And I guarantee that besides the good fortune Saint Sovereign, who I have a great enmity with, I will no longer strike out against saint martial artists unless they offend me or wish to harm me. And once the good fortune Saint Sovereign leaves seclusion, and when I believe the time is right, I will seek out the good fortune Saint Sovereign for a showdown." Lin Ming's words were shocking. From carefully analyzing them, one could make out many different meanings within. He classified his showdown with the good fortune Saint Sovereign as his own personal grudge, separating it from the war between humanity and the saints. Over 6,000 years ago, when Soaring Feather hunted down Lin Ming, that grudge was not placed on Soaring Feather, but was instead diverted to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Finally, Lin Ming's words meant that even if humanity was victorious, even if Lin Ming could reach the same realm as the Azura Roadmaster, he still wouldn't launch war against the saints, nor did he have any intentions of exterminating them from the 33 heavens. This was because he had already promised that besides the good fortune Saint Sovereign and those other saints that provoked or attempted to harm him, he wouldn't move against any other members of the saint race. In truth, most saints were innocent. Even those saint warriors that slaughtered humans still had family members and children that were innocent. Lin Ming didn't wish to deprive countless people in the 33 heavens of life and happiness. This universe had already suffered enough devastation. In the endless flow of time, there were countless races that had been erased from history. Even in the future, there would still be races destroyed and new races rising in their place. But at the very least, Lin Ming didn't wish to have the sin of an entire race disappearing on his hands. For a time, everyone was amazed by Lin Ming's proposal, even Empyrean Divine Dream. But she immediately understood Lin Ming's plan. In Lin Ming's eyes, there was only one singular true great enemy in the saint race. That was the good fortune saint sovereign. As long as the good fortune saint sovereign was dealt with, then the war between humanity and the saints would naturally come to a conclusion. And if the good fortune saint sovereign couldn't be dealt with, then no matter how many victory songs humanity sung or how much they won, all of it would be meaningless. Like this, Lin Ming continuing to involve himself in the war between humanity and the saints was also pointless. Could even be said that the gains weren't equal to the losses. This was because fighting people that he could instantly kill did not help sharpen his strength. What he wanted was a greater challenge. At this moment, Divine Dream had a premonition that Lin Ming would leave soon. Before the good fortune saint sovereign, this calamity of humanity would no longer be able to provide enough space for Lin Ming to grow. But he also knew that once he left, it would be incredibly difficult for Divine Dream to face two enemies by herself. Thus, forcing Soaring Feather and Astral Vault out from this war would be the last matter he completed for the human race before he left. You want us, along with you, to withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints? Astral Vault frowned. He didn't like being led along by others. This feeling was like he was simply following whatever decision Lin Ming chose. Like he were taking orders. Wasn't this just disgraceful? And Divine Dream? Soaring Feather's eyes flashed to the side of Lin Ming. At this time, Divine Dream was standing not too far away from Lin Ming. She remained silent, a vision of white, waiting for Lin Ming to answer for her. Senior Divine Dream will continue to remain involved in the war between humanity and the saints in order to make up for the difference in strength. The ones withdrawing will be you, me, and Astral Vault, 3 people altogether. Lin Ming confidently stated. The saints had far more Empyreans than humanity. Without Divine Dream here to keep the balance, humanity would be unable to engage the saints on the battlefield. However, as these words fell into the ears of Soaring Feather and Astral Vault, it actually grated upon their ears. What did you just say? Astral Vault's tone suddenly turned cold. Originally, Astral Vault wasn't particularly willing to accept Lin Ming's proposition to withdraw from the war, because he didn't like being led along by a junior. But now that he heard the deal wouldn't be equal, he was even angrier. Could they really allow Divine Dream, a true divinity powerhouse, to freely slaughter their Saint Empyreans? Lin Ming said, "In this world there always exists the principle of equal exchange. In a war between races, however much war strength humanity takes out will also be the same that the saints take out. This is a fair concept." It would probably have been better if Lin Ming didn't explain himself, because once he did, Astral Vault began to emit a dense killing intent. Astral Vault's complexion was dark as he grimly said, "So you are saying that you alone are equal to me and Soaring Feather, so the 3 of us withdrawing together is an equal exchange?" Lin Ming glanced at Astral Vault. "You can also understand the situation like this. In this deal, my withdrawal also means the withdrawal of Famine's avatar. Moreover, just I alone may not necessarily make up for the loss of war strength created by the withdrawal of you and Soaring Feather from the war. At this moment I certainly cannot fight 1 against 2. But with enough time, I believe that will be possible." Lin Ming provoked again and again. Astral Vault finally couldn't withstand it. He was like a powder keg ready to explode. His face twisted into a fierce visage, his expression as if he were about to step forward and strangle Lin Ming. "You are courting death." Astral Vault finally reached his limit. With a loud crackling sound, his mortal body began to grow. From between his eyebrows, a mysterious 9-dragon design appeared. With it, ancient runes appeared all over his body, and his crystalline skin began to turn a faint blood red. Astral Vault God King had already activated the strength of his bloodline and had begun the saint race's body metamorphosis. A great battle was ready to erupt at any moment. Lin Ming's eyes shined bright. In truth, he had long expected that battle was inevitable. Words could be a sharp weapon, but in negotiations between martial artists, strength was always what decided victory and defeat. If words weren't enough to convince others, then they could only overpower each other by force. Lin Ming wanted to use the price of his withdrawal to exchange for the withdrawal of Soaring Feather and Astral Vault. If they didn't fight, then this deal would be impossible, because whether it was Soaring Feather or Astral Vault, their prideful hearts would not allow them to agree to such a deal. And at this time, Soaring Feather also stepped forwards. Her white clothes fluttered about her and her long hair danced in the wind. Thick feathers fell around her. It was clear that she wouldn't agree to these conditions. She didn't want to involve herself in this war between the saints and humanity to begin with. She understood that this war was in truth nothing more than the ambitions of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. But in the end, she was also a saint martial artist. She didn't wish to see the saints be defeated by humanity. She wouldn't stand by idly as Divine Dream suppressed her people with a superiority in absolute strength. As Soaring Feather displayed her force field, Divine Dream also drew out her sword. Beneath the starlight her appearance was sharp and fierce, just like a 10,000-year-old shard of glacial ice. A four-person battle between three true divinities and Lin Ming was about to explode at any moment. But at this time, Lin Ming actually stopped Divine Dream. Senior Divine Dream, allow me to handle this. These conditions were originally between me and two Saint True Divinities. If you involve yourself in this, then it will be impossible to convince them. Even if we win, it will only be the same as you and me, as well as Astral Vault and Soaring Feather all withdrawing from the Great Calamity. Lin Ming calmly said. Astral Vault sneered. So what if you join forces? Do you think that you two joining forces will be able to defeat us joining forces? Whoever is weaker, we will only know upon fighting. Lin Ming indifferently replied. He looked towards Astral Vault, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. I alone will fight you too. Of course, it will be one at a time. I won't use Famine's avatar as the price for fighting me one at a time. Famine's avatar contained a dreadful war potential. In the hands of the good fortune Saint's son, it had a strength close or even near that of a middle true divinity. But in Lin Ming's hands, he had already drawn out a massive amount of the avatar's flesh and blood essence energy. The avatar's strength had fallen precipitously, but even so it could still be considered a formidable existence amongst lower true divinities. Although Famine's avatar had weakened, Lin Ming was far stronger than the good fortune Saint's son. Whether it was in soul force or fusion compatibility, he was leagues ahead of the good fortune Saint's son. In Lin Ming's hands, lower true divinity Famine would be able to display a war strength far higher than what the good fortune Saint's son displayed. If Lin Ming were able to fight Astral Vault or Soaring Feather, then with Famine's avatar added on he might be able to use its immense strength and massive size to fight one against two. Good. Very good. Then I will fight you. As long as you have strength that can match mine, then I will withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints. Not just that, but I will also make a vow that in the future, if I attack any human influence that doesn't have ill intent towards me or provokes me, then my foundation will crack and my cultivation will be crippled. In addition, if I cannot defeat you, then my two useless disciples will also withdraw from the war and return to honestly cultivate in earnest, never coming back out to disgrace themselves lest they are captured and used to threaten me again. Astral Vault God King was finally moved to true anger. Lin Ming said, Very well. Promise is a promise. Since that's the case, then I will promise that if you keep up your end of the bargain, I will have the Legion of Famine withdraw too, no longer joining the great battle between humanity and the saints and only using them to protect my family. Since Lin Ming said he would withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints, he would do so thoroughly. In this regard, the Legion of Famine could also be considered a part of his strength, and he wouldn't play word games concerning this. As he spoke, Lin Ming turned to Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather remained silent. This was the same as agreeing to these conditions. As for things like contracts, there was no need to sign them. Whether it was Lin Ming or these two true divinities, they were all prideful individuals in their hearts, and their word was more precious than stars. They wouldn't renege on their promises. Taking a step back, even if one side went back on their word, then the other side could tear apart the agreement and rejoin the war. There wouldn't be any losses. Lin Ming silently drew out the black dragon spear. His figure flashed, and he had already crossed through the starry skies, flying thousands of miles away. A true divinity-level battle was no trifling matter. He didn't want the human juniors to be drawn in, otherwise the energy shockwaves would reduce them to ashes. Divine Dream was easily able to create a force field 100 miles wide around the battlefield to shelter the human martial artists. Astral Vault narrowed his eyes. Looking at Lin Ming 100 miles away, he quietly drew out a dark gold heavy sword. This heavy sword was a true divinity spirit treasure. Astral Vault was someone who had reached the limits of the body transformation system. "Be careful, he isn't simple," Soaring Feather said with a sound transmission. "I know. Although I don't want to acknowledge it, I can see from the phenomena that occurred during this boy's Empyrean heavenly tribulation that he has some measure of skill. But so what? If we don't fight, then we'll never know who is weaker and who is stronger. At least, in the last tens of millions of years, I have never truly engaged in brutal battle with someone. That woman Divine Dream simply never fought me at all. She only used those damned illusions to play with me, and now my belly's long been full of fire." Astral Vault God King's fighting intent was already boiling over. He lifted his golden heavy sword and slowly flew towards Lin Ming. At this time, all the human martial artists looked upon Astral Vault God King's back and held their breath. They had naturally clearly heard the negotiations between Lin Ming and the two Saint True Divinities, and they knew that this battle concerned the future of the human race. In a sea of stars, Lin Ming and Astral Vault stood a mere 10 miles apart from each other. The starlight was misty and the killing intent was solemn. Because of the invisible energy, it was as if this entire space had become denser. Everyone was focused on this fight. Divine Dream had already released her force field to protect the human elites. Lin Ming was the spiritual leader of humanity. Just after breaking into the Empyrean realm, he now welcomed a battle against a God King. At this time, Astral Vault God King had his great arms crossed against his chest, his massive golden sword pressed against his body. This action wasn't because he looked down on Lin Ming, but because this was the initial battle stance of the true divinity cultivation method that Astral Vault God King trained in the Astral Vault Saint Body. When his arms were crossed together, while it didn't seem that his movements could be fast, the truth was that this stance unified the astral essence within his body and formed a type of potential. As for Lin Ming, his battle stance was much more common. He flew high in the air, his hand extended diagonally, pointing the spear point down towards the void. His eyes were closed as he locked onto the surrounding space with his divine sense. To a martial artist on the level of Lin Ming, there was no difference between opening and closes their eyes. However, closing his eyes allowed him to better calm his mind, forming a more perfect union within the universe of his body and the universe of the world. This was a stance of becoming one with the heavens and earth, also a peak manifestation of the Azura laws and Holy Scripture laws. The world seemed to come to a standstill for this single frame of time. Bang! Astral Vault God King was the first to act. His movements were sudden and his speed immediately reached the peak. Astral Vault God King was someone who had reached the peak in the body transformation system. In terms of laws and force fields, he might be at a disadvantage, but in terms of physique, he nearly reached the peak of the universe. A powerful body brought him not just terrifying strength, but also unparalleled speed. No one could see just how Astral Vault God King had launched an attack when his arms were crossed against his chest. The Empyreans present also saw a flash as Astral Vault God King turned into a beam of light that hurtled forwards. The potential that Astral Vault God King had gathered with the initial battle stance of the Astral Vault Saint Body was completely poured into this strike. And what he attacked Lin Ming with was not the golden sword in his hand, but his fist. In fact, for someone like Astral Vault God King, his mortal body could already compare favorably with a true divinity spirit treasure. There was no difference in striking power between his fist and sword. The void collapsed. Space storms swept out and rolled forwards. These storms gathered together, merging with Astral Vault God King's potential. At this moment, it was like Lin Ming wasn't facing a fist, but a falling star. Everyone held their breath. This was the disparity between a true divinity and an Empyrean. Facing Astral Vault God King's fist, nearly all of the Empyreans couldn't help but think that his strike would be impossible to resist. This feeling was no different from a mortal facing landslides and tsunamis. It was impossible to struggle, and at this time Lin Ming also moved. Like a divine dragon awaked from its slumber, his eyes flashed open. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, his strike colliding with Astral Vault God King's fist. In that terrifying impact, endless space and time storms shattered. All that was left over was the great momentum formed within Astral Vault God King's fist, smashing into Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. A clash of fist and spear. Chi! A powerful pressure caused the Black Dragon Spear to distort. It bent like a drawn bow. But at the same time, Astral Vault God King's protective astral essence was also pierced through, leaving behind golden bloodstains on his hand. These bloodstains burned in astral essence like a mass of divine flame, emitting an all-powerful light as if suns were exploding. Bang! The two separated. The Black Dragon Spear whipped back to its straight form. Astral Vault God King and Lin Ming flew back several hundred miles before pausing in the void. In this one strike, no one had been able to harm the other. But many human martial artists had cold beads of sweat dripping down their foreheads. This Astral Vault God King was simply too terrifying. Although they didn't know what rank Lin Ming's Black Spear was, they faintly knew that it must be a true divinity spirit treasure of the highest caliber. But Astral Vault God King had actually used his fist to contend with this spear. Just how powerful was his mortal body? Although Astral Vault God King's fist had been injured, what followed was, everyone looked towards Astral Vault God King and saw him wave his right hand. The bloodstains on his fist had solidified and the golden blood was being absorbed back through his skin. The wound on his hand regenerated at a visible speed and soon it disappeared altogether. Seeing such a frightening bodily recovery ability, the human martial artists present all felt weak at heart. This person possessed a mortal body with a dreadful defensive capability that could resist a true divinity spirit treasure, and also had a formidable regeneration ability. This was simply the perfect defense. For the human Empyreans present, even if this type of enemy were to stand still and allow them to strike him, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Was this Astral Vault God King's strength? Indeed, there were no weaklings amongst those that were able to become a true divinity. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Astral Vault God King's right hand. He said in a soft voice, "So that's how it is. In terms of mortal body intensity, you already far surpass the rank of a lower true divinity. Every true divinity had their own special skills. For instance, the Spirita's great Brahmic God King excelled in the aspect of the mind and spiritual sea. Empyrean Divine Dream had balanced her development of the essence gathering system and soul forging system and was able to show countless variations of styles, making it impossible for Astral Vault God King to do anything. Soaring Feather God King was also similar to Divine Dream. She was skilled in spiritual sea and illusions, and even had high attainments of the body. As for Astral Vault God King, he cultivated his body only. To become a true divinity with his body alone, he used a single cultivation system to resist the other two. From this, it could be seen just how great Astral Vault God King's mortal bodily strength was. This sort of person had peerless talent in the body transformation system, and he was someone who displayed this talent to the extreme. My mortal body intensity actually goes beyond that of a true divinity spirit treasure. But true divinity spirit treasures are simply objects. Destroying them, while not easy, can still be achieved. As for me, I am skilled in all sorts of cultivation methods and different skills. With my mortal body, once I pour in astral essence and revolve the Astral Vault Saint body, the intensity of my body will increase by 10 times. Your attacks are strong, but if you cannot break through my defenses, then everything you try will be futile." Astral Vault God King sneered. Even the human true divinity Divine Dream wasn't able to harm him and had only trapped him in her illusions. "I see." Lin Ming didn't have any expression. So what if Astral Vault's mortal body was strong? His mortal body was also strong, and it was also incredibly formidable. In particular, after opening another Dao Palace, what Lin Ming desired was to engage in frontal battle with a body transformation master. At that moment, 6 Dao Palaces opened within Lin Ming's body. Behind him, 9 brilliant stars appeared. Endless starlight poured into Lin Ming, merging into those 6 Dao Palaces. Even Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear started to shine with blinding starlight, scattering a luminous silvery brilliance all around. The black dragon spear was a peak true divinity spirit treasure, but if he couldn't pour enough strength into it, then its power would be greatly reduced. Now, after pouring in starlight, the black dragon spear seemed to come alive. Ringing cries of a dragon howled out from the spear, resounding through the void into the vastness of space. Astral Vault God King narrowed his eyes. You want to compete with me using body transformation? Haha. Then bring it on. As Astral Vault God King spoke, he bellowed out and smashed his fist down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming slashed out his spear in response. Bang! This was the second time the two clashed. Golden astral essence and silver starlight turned into a horrifying energy storm that swept outwards. This time, the black dragon spear didn't bend. It seemed as if it truly had become an unrivaled divine dragon, capable of shattering stars. Astral Vault God King was a body transformation God King, and his speed neared the limits of possibility. But Lin Ming was actually no worse, completely able to keep up with Astral Vault God King's speed. The two of them engaged in a brutal melee of speed. However, their striking power wasn't exchanged as a price for this speed. In fact, every time they clashed, their strikes would cause an energy storm to sweep outwards. Each time a storm was born, it would persist for a long time. From far away, it seemed as if the entire distant skies were covered with giant gold and silver vortexes. A nearly 1,000-mile large meteor was sucked into this gold and silver vortex and immediately burst into fragments before being reduced to dust. This boggled the mind. How could the attacks of these two be so terrifying? If some of the weaker Empyreans present were drawn in, they wouldn't even have their bones left. With such high-speed attacks and every attack having so much power behind it, just how could anyone fight them? Ha ha ha! Great! Wonderful! Astral Vault God King wildly roared. For him to laugh so recklessly in the midst of such fierce combat proved that he still had ample strength remaining. Amid this great laughter, Astral Vault God King's body emitted crackling from all over. His body started to grow and a faint red glow covered his body. The mystical symbol that appeared between his eyebrows before showed once again. He had completed his bloodline body metamorphosis. Bang! The void exploded. After transforming, Astral Vault God King was able to punch open a black hole in the void with his strikes. Lin Ming rapidly drew backwards. Lin Ming grasped his spear, his eyes blazing brilliantly at Astral Vault God King. This was the first time that Astral Vault God King had used the heavy sword in his hands. This heavy sword seemed no different from a door, and the blade was even longer than a man's height. But, as Astral Vault God King held this heavy sword, this incredible length seemed just right. This heavy sword was dark gold in color and didn't seem different from an ordinary sword. However, Lin Ming discovered that when light flowed over this sword, it actually seemed to curve as if it were being drawn in by it. Or perhaps the space surrounding the sword itself was distorted. This sword's name is Dark Star. Astral Vault God King had a proud smile as he saw Lin Ming looking at his sword. When I was stepping into true divinity, I once went into seclusion on a dark star. Using the dark star's terrifying gravity, I tempered my own mortal body. After I truly broke into the realm of true divinity, before I left, I used all of my strength to pull out a piece of matter from this dark star. A piece that was 3 inches wide, a foot long, and considerably thick. After I returned, I went into seclusion for another 1,000 years to use this dark star material to create a thin and long sword form. Using this sword form as the base, I cast an immense amount of golden gem demonic steel atop it, finally forging it into a heavy sword. I did not refine it, nor did I carve any demonic runes on its surface. While this is a true divinity spirit treasure, it actually doesn't have any supernatural abilities or array formations within. But, with its terrifying weight alone as well as its incredible hardness, it is the best weapon for me. As Astral Vault spoke, many people were bewildered. Dark Star? What was that? Dark Star. That is a celestial body evolved from an old fire star. Empyreans with insufficient cultivation cannot hope to approach one. On the human side, Great Limitless Buddha began to slowly explain. Many junior human martial artists simply didn't know what a dark star was. In fact, within the wild universe they had never seen such a celestial body before. The gravitational force of a dark star was far too terrifying. If the tiniest speck of material were placed on an ordinary planet, it would still be heavier than a mountain range. If a normal martial artist were to land on a dark star, or even if they approached too closely, then entire bodies would be torn to pieces by the immense gravitational force. Yet, Astral Vault was able to rip out a piece of this matter and cast it into a divine sword. It was hard to imagine just what boundary his mortal body had reached. In order to train a transcendent divine body, he actually cultivated on a dark star to temper his mortal body. Not just that, but he even ripped out a part of that dark star to forge an incomparably heavy weapon. That is just the actions of a crazy man. Lin Ming muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the sword in Astral Vault God King's hands. In terms of quality, it might be inferior to his own Black Dragon Spear, but in terms of weight, it was many times heavier, and the Black Dragon Spear was already heavy enough to be a pillar that supported the heavens. If such a sword were to be slashed out at high speed, then the might it would display was unimaginable. Then Astral Vault God King moved. He wielded the Dark Star Sword and chopped down. The speed of the sword wasn't fast, but it contains the overwhelming momentum of Astral Vault God King's attack. It locked down the surrounding void, making it so that no one could dodge. Lin Ming's pupils shrank and he rapidly stormed backwards. At the same time, his entire body emitted loud crackling sounds as crimson scales appeared all over him. He had used the strength of the Azura blood. Kacha! The cage of space was shattered and Astral Vault God King's sword struck empty space. A terrifying potential erupted. Astral Vault God King's sword strike slashed open the horizon, forming a massive black gap. Titanic space storms swept out, creating a great pressure on the surrounding area. Astral Vault God King grinned. He slashed out again and again, dozens of times, each strike like a trillion landslides, able to tear planets apart. This horrifying attack joined together into a single stretch, causing even the universe to tremble. But Lin Ming didn't attack. He simply dodged. Although each sword strike seemed incomparably dangerous to avoid, he managed to evade everyone. You want to consume my strength? Then let's give it a try. Astral Vault God King's eyes flashed with a cold brilliance. In terms of physical strength, Astral Vault God King was at the pinnacle of the saints. Astral Vault Saint Body was originally a cultivation method focused on endurance and strength. Astral Vault God King could fiercely battle for 100 days without faltering. Not just that, but Astral Vault God King's speed grew faster and faster. Although this Dark Star Sword was bewilderingly heavy, its potential seemed to fuse together with Astral Vault God King, as if sword and man had become one. See, a sword swept through the void, locking out all directions for Lin Ming to dodge. Without enough time to evade, Lin Ming brought up his spear. Bang! A horrifying weight crashed down. Even the Black Dragon Spear that had the power of starlight poured into it curved upon impact. Lin Ming's hand shook and he was sent flying away, tumbling through the starry skies like a streaking meteor. Astral Vault God King chased forwards, sword light blazing ahead of him. Every sword light cut open the void and left behind an alarming sword scar. Some sword scars were several hundred miles long, some were several miles long, and some were only the height of a person. Generally speaking, when martial artists fought, it wasn't difficult to tear open space, even in stable universes of the 33 heavens. And after space was torn open, there would be space storms that swept out. At the same time, these tears would rapidly regenerate. This was the self-repair ability of space. However, the space cracks cut open by Astral Vault God King seemed to persist. Once they appeared, they seemed to want to regenerate, but an invisible strength prevented them, causing them to be half regenerated and half torn. Slowly, more and more sword scars appeared. Hundreds and thousands of sword scars appeared, unexpectedly forming a massive dark gold net of light. This net of light locked down the entire surrounding space. For a time, the void became incredibly heavy and sticky. Lin Ming and Astral Vault God King were sealed within. These are the sword scars created by Astral Vault God King just now? Some martial artists exclaimed as they realized what occurred. Astral Vault God King had struck out thousands of times just now, each sword strike creating a tear in space. People thought that these space tears were because Astral Vault God King's sword light had been too strong. But now it seemed that he had intentionally done this. The thousands of space-time sword scars gathered together in a continuous stretch, compressing the battlefield into a radius of several hundred miles. For two true divinity-level powerhouses, an area of space that was a mere several hundred miles in radius could be passed through in a millionth of an instant. It simply couldn't even be considered a distance. Like this, Lin Ming would be forced into the smallest range possible. While Lin Ming would find it increasingly difficult to dodge, Astral Vault God King would be able to display his strength to the limit. This Astral Vault is indeed terrifying. I never imagined he would have so many methods at his disposal. Skyrend Godlord commented. These sword scars are not normal space cracks, but a manifestation of sword potential. Each time Astral Vault strikes out, his attacks contain a great potential. This sword potential lingers on in those space tears, and they remain sharp as before, constantly tearing open the space again and preventing space from repairing itself. If anyone were to run into these space tears, they would also be attacked by this sword potential, and there would be dreadful consequences. Although it wouldn't be the same as being directly attacked by Astral Vault's sword, it still isn't something an Empyrean would be able to withstand. True divinity, there isn't a single one that is not terrifying. Astral Vault God King's attainments in force fields might not be profound, but this technique of his is able to make up for his inferiority in force fields. Dark Demon Monarch said with a grim expression. A force field was a separate space created around a martial artist, containing laws that were beneficial to their combat condition. Generally speaking, their usual roles were to suppress and block. And now, these sword scars that Astral Vault God King slashed out served a similar purpose. Once the scope of the battlefield was limited to the smallest area possible, he would be able to display the greatest strength of his powerful mortal body. But at this time, within the sealed space created by thousands of sword scars, Lin Ming was silently perceiving the surrounding space laws. He had locked onto every sword scar with his divine sense. His sense penetrated into the sword scars and then out again. Lin Ming realized that these sword scars weren't truly unbreakable, but during the time it would take him to break through the net of sword light, Astral Vault God King would seize this chance to attack him. At this time, Astral Vault God was already hurtling towards him. A distance of several hundred miles took less than the blink of an eye to cross. Astral Vault God King's sword slashed down, as heavy as a mountain range. With limited space, Lin Ming no longer drew backwards. He revolved the strength within his body to the limit. The black dragon spear howled out. Bang! Lin Ming's arms shook once more and his hands went numb. The Dark Star Sword was simply too heavy. Just the terrifying gravity of it made one feel that its strikes were impossible to withstand. Beneath the tremendous inertia of the strike, Lin Ming was sent flying backwards, whereupon he smashed into the net of sword scars. Walala! The light net violently shook. The back of Lin Ming's clothes was immediately torn apart, revealing a black flexible armor. This flexible armor was also ripped open and blood began dripping down the cracks. From just this single collision, everyone could see how horrifying this light net was. If it weren't Lin Ming but another Empyrean who had crashed into the light net, they would have already been torn apart. This was Astral Vault God King's terrifying ability. Even after his sword strike was over, it would still leave behind a sword scar that possessed a dreadful lethality. This was the might of his sword potential. Lin Ming casually reached out a hand and tore off the torn flexible armor. His naked upper body revealed blood-stained black scales. His wounds were also visibly regenerating. However, sword potential created continuous destruction on his wounds, making it so that the rate of Lin Ming's regeneration was much slower than Astral Vault's. Lin Ming, you are finished. Although you are an outstanding existence, you will still lose to me. Although I can send you smashing into the light net again and again, using up your strength, I don't plan to do this. I won't give you any chance to recover. As Astral Vault spoke, he roared out loud. His mortal body began to transform once more. His skin became dark red and more cursed seals appeared over his body. He seemed to have used an arcane skill, or perhaps it was a different variation of his body metamorphosis. But, regardless of what it was, what remained doubtless was that Astral Vault God King had become more formidable than he was a moment ago. He was beginning to use his complete strength. Dark Star Disintegration. Astral Vault God King grasped his sword in both hands and lifted it high above his head. In that moment, endless light shot out from the Dark Star sword, covering the entire space within the light net. Then, Astral Vault God King brought the Dark Star sword chopping wildly down, instantly slashing out 1,000 times. These 1,000 sword strikes each contained 30 to 40% of Astral Vault God King's all-out strength. The 1,000 sword strikes covered the world, spreading out in all directions and blocking all. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. From between his eyebrows, the Davik eye shined with blinding radiance. His pupils also changed, becoming the shape of a needle. Mysterious patterns surrounded his eyes. As he opened the Davik Eye Dao Palace, he also used 3 lives pupils all existence to void. Astral Vault God King had achieved the peak of physical strength, but what he sacrificed was the might of laws. Beneath the dual sight of 3 lives pupils all existence to void and the Davik Eye, these 1,000 sword lights became completely different. They seemed to spread everywhere, blotting out the skies and blocking every possible direction to dodge in. But, in Lin Ming's eyes, their formation lacked the perfection of the laws. Some sword lights were fast and some sword lights were slow. In chasing after an ever stronger attack, Astral Vault God King inevitably had to sacrifice a portion of speed in his attack. This gave Lin Ming a chance that he could exploit to evade. He stepped through the void. He was like a swallow flying through a storm as he broke into that sea of sword light. You want to kill yourself? Ha ha ha. Then come. Astral Vault God King laughed. If he had the chance to kill Lin Ming, then he certainly wouldn't mind. But he knew that this chance was extremely small. However, the moment the sword light completely covered Lin Ming, an inconceivable sight occurred. Astral Vault God King watched as Lin Ming shuttled through the sword light like a fish through water, rushing through the tiniest slits to avoid over 90% of the sword light. Less than 10% of it fell on Lin Ming. And at this time, the 9 great stars in the skies flashed. Starlight gathered together, condensing. Astral Vault God King's sword light net wasn't able to prevent the starlight of the highest heavens passing through. Within the infinite starry space, a star sea formed around Lin Ming. Lin Ming slashed out his spear, pouring this star sea into his strike as he fired into Astral Vault God King's 1,000 sword lights. Star sea against sword sea. Bang! The sea of stars collided with the sword light. The sea of stars was torn apart and the sword light was also devoured. At this time, a black light shrouded over everything. The sword net that Astral Vault God King formed began to violently sway beneath this tremendous impact, and the attached sword potential also seemed as if it would soon fall apart. In this instant, Astral Vault God King was submerged within the sea of stars. In the endless starlight of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, Astral Vault God King felt like a mortal soaking in heavy mercury, his flesh and blood burning away. His sword potential was diminished and his sense was also blocked by the starlight. Divine sense was not Astral Vault God King's specialty. But even without using his sense, he could still feel Lin Ming rapidly approaching, because he could feel a dense killing intent rushing towards him. Astral Vault God King roared out loud. He stepped forward, his dark star sword slashing down. Kacha! That sword seemed as if it could cut apart the sun and moon. By relying on the Dark Star Sword's horrifying weight, Astral Vault God King was able to directly shear apart the sea of stars. The Dark Star Sword collided with the Black Spear. The tremendous weight brought with it an overwhelming momentum. The endless power of the 9 stars was swept up by this sword, exploding in the air. Bang! The Black Spear was smashed into a bent bow by the Dark Star Sword. The powerful backlash sent Lin Ming soaring backwards, and that overweeningly domineering astral essence struck his chest, causing him to spit out blood. Die! Astral Vault God King diabolically grinned. He knew that in that last attack his astral sword light has swept through Lin Ming. Astral Vault God King was well aware of just how terrifying his astral sword light was. It wasn't something that a human's mortal body could withstand. His body emitted explosive crackling sounds. He hurtled forwards, chasing after the victory. Astral Vault God King slashed out his sword several times. Endless sword potential contracted, forming a special sword potential space that blocked all possible routes to evade in. This is bad. On the human side, an Empyrean cried out in alarm. This sword potential space was like a giant meat grinder. Within it, sword potential cut throughout. Once one was sealed inside, they would be torn into fragments by the sword potential. Even if Lin Ming was incomparably fierce, this protective true essence would still be compressed by the sword potential and he would be restrained everywhere. If he wanted to break through the sword potential space, he would need to spend a considerable amount of effort and time, but how would Astral Vault God King give him such a chance? In this sword potential space, Astral Vault God King's striking power reached the zenith of his capabilities. It was fundamentally impossible for Lin Ming to avoid Astral Vault God King's attacks. Your blood shall be a sacrifice to my sword. Astral Vault God King's voice was loud and clear, like billowing waves of heavenly thunder, vast and merciless. He blazed forwards, his sword slashing down and annihilating all laws. But in this moment, Astral Vault God King's condensed sword potential space suddenly shook. Somehow, Lin Ming, who he had thought was trapped inside his sword potential space, suddenly used some unknown method to break free, gripping a black spear and sweeping out. What? Astral Vault God King was simply unable to respond for a time. Although his sword potential space had trembled just then, it hadn't shattered, so how had Lin Ming managed to free himself? In the fleeting instant, there was no time for him to figure out what occurred. He lifted his dark star sword and astral essence burnt all over his body as he lit up like a scorching sun. Bang! In that wild collision, a great black will appeared in Lin Ming's hand. A great Azura demon that was several hundred feet tall appeared behind that wheel, slowly pushing it forwards. The black wheel was like a grinding pan that swallowed everything before it. It constantly swallowed up the golden light emitted by Astral Vault God King. This was Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. The all-annihilating Azura heavenly Tao constantly grinded down the golden runes. Astral Vault God King roared out loud and chopped down on the black wheel. Kacha! The myriad demon karmic wheel shivered. However, Astral Vault God King was also struck by a backlash of the laws. His mortal body lit up with a macabre red color, and his blood vitality started to tumble about. Astral Vault God King drew back. Beneath the tremendous impact of the laws, his mortal body was inevitably sent flying backwards. But at this time, another killing intent appeared behind him like gods and ghosts. What? In that instant, Astral Vault God King felt a shiver run down his back, his entire body turning ice cold. He had been struck backwards by Lin Ming's attack, but Lin Ming must not have felt any better. His energy was too fierce, like a star exploding. It was impossible for Lin Ming to easily block it. However, he had attacked, and in a short period of time it was impossible for him to launch another move. And at this time, from behind Astral Vault God King, Lin Ming had already grasped his spear and was rushing straight towards him. Another Azura phantom appeared behind Lin Ming, another great wheel spinning between its arms. The difference was that this wheel was not black, but purple. The purple wheel seemed like a soul vortex, capable of twisting everything to pieces within. Avatar? Astral Vault God King's thoughts raced. He realized that in that great collision just then when he had smashed into the sea of stars, Lin Ming had used the moment that his sense had been restrained to scatter out his 3 avatars, and Astral Vault God King hadn't discovered this. Lin Ming was simply far too fast. Not to mention Astral Vault God King, who was submerged in the sea of stars. Even those peak Empyreans that watched from far away weren't able to see a single one of Lin Ming's avatars. And what was most terrifying was that Lin Ming's avatars originated from the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. The strength of the 3 avatars was directly linked to the strength of his main body. The stronger Lin Ming was, the stronger his avatars became. Astral Vault God King straightened himself with effort and suppressed the tumbling blood vitality within him himself. Then, he struggled to launch a counterattack. His sword slashed atop the purple wheel. This purple will also came from the Azura Heavenly Tao. It was the Myriad Essence Reincarnation Wheel. Bang! A horrifying energy erupted. Astral Vault God King's sword was unable to force back this giant wheel, but only managed to force back Lin Ming's avatar. The Azura Phantom grabbed hold of the wheel and smashed into Astral Vault God King's chest. Puff! Astral Vault God King spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling away like a meteor. Astral Vault God King, someone with incredible bodily strength and a mortal body that far surpassed a god beast in intensity, had actually suffered heavy losses. And in this moment, the fourth Lin Ming appeared. There's more? Astral Vault God King's eyes turned blood red. Before this, Astral Vault God King had fought side by side with Soaring Feather God King and had engaged Empyrean Divine Dream in an exasperating guerrilla war. He simply hadn't had much communication with the Saints. All he knew was that after Lin Ming returned, humanity had been able to win a number of victories. However, he hadn't returned long enough to hear that Lin Ming had 3 avatars. And in truth, even if he knew this, he still wouldn't necessarily have been able to come up with a plan to deal with them. This was because while Astral Vault God King was formidable, his fighting technique was extremely singular in both offense and defensive, and lacked the variety needed. But Lin Ming had learned a broad depth of skills, and his fighting techniques were ever-changing, making it impossible to defend against. Astral Vault God King was no longer able to tell whether this fourth Lin Ming was an avatar or his main body. All he felt was that this approaching enemy seemed to melt into the starry skies, his body reaching the peak of speed and his attack trajectory nearly impossible to predict. This Lin Ming didn't use a weapon, but simply used a palm to crash into Astral Vault God King. At this moment, Astral Vault God King bit down on the tip of his tongue and forced out a drop of blood essence. This drop of blood essence didn't instantly burn like the blood essence of an ordinary martial artist. Rather, it turned into a golden fog of blood that covered Astral Vault God King's body. Ah! Astral Vault God King summoned his astral essence, attacking for the 4th time in a short period. This sword would soon chop down on Lin Ming's palm. This sudden change bewildered everyone watching. They had all seen how terrifying this Dark Star sword was. With the sword's horrifying weight and Astral Vault God King's all-out strength, even a royal god beast would have all its joints and muscles broken apart, smashed into liquid mush. A flesh and blood body was just unable to withstand this. The moment that Lin Ming's palm intersected with the heavy sword, a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared above his palm. This yin-yang diagram contained a vast aura, leaving one gasping for breath. This was the manifestation of Lin Ming's power of divinity and demons. Astral Vault God King's sword crashed into the yin-yang diagram. Puff! Astral Vault God King spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash he suffered from summoning his astral essence while disregarding the roiling blood in his body. This Lin Ming was once again sent soaring backwards from the tremendous impact force. But, before Astral Vault God King could catch his breath, his complexion changed once more. He could feel a cunning and slippery strength pass through his Dark Star sword, drilling into his flesh and blood. Astral Vault God King froze. He discovered that in that attack just now, Lin Ming had poured a dark demonic strength into the yin-yang diagram. That strength had broken into his body, carrying with it an all-destroying demonic force that actually began corroding away at his flesh and blood. His mortal body began to lose its vitality. This was the fusion of Lin Ming's power of demons and the Holy Scripture Law's Book of Death. The power of death covered Astral Vault God King. What was going on? Astral Vault God King was panic-stricken. In normal times, he could transfer all the astral essence in his body and use absolute strength and his scorching sun-like blood energy to suppress this corrosive strength and burn it away. However, because Astral Vault God King had repeatedly summoned his astral essence and even used a drop of blood essence to make 4 attacks, he had exceeded his limit. This caused Astral Vault God King to suffer a deficit in his blood vitality for a brief moment. And this demonic strength took advantage of this chance to enter his body, directly attacking his life source. Astral Vault God King's mortal body defenses were incredibly formidable. But beneath this continuous attack of laws, he was unable to use his powerful mortal body to resist it. Once a deficit appeared in his blood vitality, then it wouldn't be strong enough, and every time he tried to restore some it would be corrupted and devoured by this demonic strength, becoming a part of that demonic strength. Like this, the demonic strength would continue to expand, forming a vicious cycle. Astral Vault God King's complexion changed. He never imagined that this battle where he had the superiority would be reversed because of a moment of negligence. Or it could even be said that this wasn't a moment of negligence at all, but a trap intentionally laid down by Lin Ming. In fact, from the moment that Astral Vault God King had mistakenly thought Lin Ming's true self was still confined within the sword potential space, unable to do anything, Astral Vault God King had occupied the inferiority. From a single wrong step, the entire game would topple over. Lin Ming chased after his advantage, sending out 3 continuous attacks and furthering his superior position, forcing Astral Vault God King to summon his blood vitality. And in the last attack, when Astral Vault God King had finally exhausted his blood vitality, Lin Ming used his killing move. Moreover, this strike of Lin Ming's had struck Astral Vault God King where it hurt. Using the Holy Scripture's Book of Death and the power of demons, Lin Ming had corroded Astral Vault's diminished blood vitality, making it so that he wouldn't be able to recover from the strike. This continuous attack had been Lin Ming's plan all along. From the standoff to the beginning to the sudden reversal, everything had happened too suddenly. After seizing hold of Astral Vault's mistake, Lin Ming didn't give him a chance to recover. Even the powerful Astral Vault wasn't able to find a moment to use his great strength. Gotcha! At this time, the sword potential space that Astral Vault prepared was torn apart. A black-clothed Lin Ming broke free from that sword potential space. This Lin Ming had a different spear in his hand. This spear was only a high-grade Empyrean spirit treasure, one obtained when he killed a peak Saint Empyrean. It naturally wasn't able to resist the Dark Star Sword, not even a single strike. For Lin Ming's scattered in all directions. Without any pause, they began to summon their strength once more. Lin Ming's true self grasped the Black Dragon Spear and pointed it straight at Astral Vault God King. His entire body fused with a yin-yang power. This was the power of divinity and demons. As for the other 3 avatars, their bodies emitted 3 different colored energies. These energies were Astral Essence, True Essence, and Spirit Essence energies that corresponded to the Great Tao of the 33 Heavens Essence, Energy, and Divine. With the 4 Lin Mings working together, their strength doubled over. Seeing Lin Ming's momentum grow, Astral Vault God King's eyes flashed with rage and shame. Astral Vault was indeed incomparably powerful when it came to the mortal body, but he lacked the variation of change. This became his irredeemable shortcoming. When a fierce tiger was tossed into the broad ocean, it wouldn't even be able to display 1/10 of its strength. At the same time, a shark that was beached in the sand wouldn't be able to be a threat. This was the disadvantage brought about by the inability to change. But in that fight just now, Lin Ming had used clever battle techniques to fool Astral Vault. Astral Vault naturally found this hard to accept. Astral Vault bit the tip of his tongue once more, spouting out a bit of blood essence. As this blood essence appeared, it bloomed with a brilliant divine light. Beneath the shine of this divine light, the power of death within his body melted away like white snow beneath the fiery sun. He had used the price of burning his blood essence to rapidly drive out the ruinous power of death and demons in his body. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the hands of his 3 avatars, 3 great wheels appeared. These wheels were separately black, purple, and blue. At this time, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't give Astral Vault God King a chance to recover. But just as he was about to attack, an icy cold voice sounded out. "Stop!" As this icy voice echoed out, thick layers of feathers sprinkled down from the skies, covering Lin Ming and Astral Vault within and causing the entire space to become heavy and sticky, making it extremely hard and slow to revolve energy. A white-clothed woman fell down between Lin Ming and Astral Vault God King. This person was Soaring Feather God King. It's over. Astral Vault, you lost. Astral Vault's blood vitality was restless, and he gasped for breath like a tired cow. He had just been about to summon his astral essence and fight Lin Ming again when he had been stopped by Soaring Feather. Clearly, he was unwilling to admit a loss. To burn blood essence in a martial arts contest is already disgraceful. And to burn your blood essence and still not gain the advantage, it is your loss. If Astral Vault could burn his essence, then Lin Ming could naturally also burn his blood essence. This was originally not a great life or death war, but a battle to decide whose respective words would take precedence. If they all burnt their blood essence to fight, then it would be no different from a true life or death battle with each side going all out against each other. If this occurred, then no one would be able to leave this battlefield. In truth, after reaching the level of a true divinity, it was rare for one to go all out against someone else. This was because once they received an irreversible wound of some sort, this wouldn't be something that could be cured using ordinary heavenly materials. They would require true divinity-level medicines to have some sort of effect. However, the number of true divinity-level medicines might not be any more than the number of true divinities themselves. Sometimes, even if one searched through the entire 33 heavens, it would be difficult to find one. Even if one did find one, refining it was extremely troublesome. Most alchemists did not possess the ability to do so. Astral Vault looked at Soaring Feather and then looked at Lin Ming. Although he didn't want to acknowledge it, there was nothing he could say. What Soaring Feather said was the truth. He had already lost this battle. He had lost to Lin Ming's planning and variety of techniques, and he was very unwilling towards this loss. But a loss was a loss, and he had no excuses to make. Moreover, Astral Vault knew that from the start of the battle, Lin Ming had relied on his body transformation system's 9 stars of the Tao Palace to fight him for a long time, and didn't use any other laws. After unsealing the divine chains of order that imprisoned the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and also fusing together 6 Tao Palaces, Lin Ming's 9 stars of the Tao Palace had become one of his mightiest combat methods. He desired to see just what level his body transformation technique was at, and Astral Vault was the best experimental subject to do so with. It had to be said that in the body transformation system, Astral Vault God King had reached the extreme. If the two people truly compared solely their body transformation techniques, Astral Vault clearly possessed a great advantage. But in this case, although Astral Vault had been able to completely suppress Lin Ming, he hadn't been able to win in a short period of time. Astral Vault had even used his bloodline body metamorphosis. Lin Ming was a human, but with just his body transformation technique alone, he was able to fight with Astral Vault to this degree. Astral Vault couldn't help but admire this. Thus, when Soaring Feather stepped in, Astral Vault finally suppressed his tumbling astral essence and stopped. In his heart, he knew that after reaching the peak of the body transformation system, this peak had actually become his weakness. In terms of body transformation talent, there was no one that could compare with him, and he was someone who had relied on body transformation alone to become a true divinity. This was remarkable. However, since ancient times there had been many true divinities that dual cultivated or even triple cultivated. They understood more than one of the 33 heavens laws, and such people might possess a slower cultivation speed, but after becoming a true divinity their potential was actually greater. Astral Vault deeply looked at Lin Ming. Then, his body turned into a beam of light and vanished into the ends of the starry skies. This was the same as tacitly acknowledging his own defeat. And at the same time, Soaring Feather looked towards Lin Ming. The starry space was as dark as ink. Lin Ming held the black dragon spear in his hand, his eyes deep like water. Endless starlight sprinkled down on Lin Ming, flowing over his body like mercury. At this moment, looking at Lin Ming in the starry skies, Soaring Feather suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing of her heart. This sort of throbbing was a kind of strange intuition. She suddenly thought that as she stood in front of this youth, he had become the incarnation of the cosmos of the 33 heavens, becoming a mystical and boundless being, as if today she were witnessing the birth and continuation of a legend. Heavenly Tao. Soaring Feather had a foreboding feeling in her heart. She looked up into the heavens, her faint gaze peering outwards, as if she were looking towards the ends of the universe. Perhaps in this era, there would be no calm. She drew back from her thoughts and fixed her eyes on Lin Ming. Her red lips parted. 10 days later, you and I will fight. This deadline should be enough for you to return to your peak state. Lin Ming nodded. He thought for a moment and then summoned Primordius Heavenly Palace. After Primordius Heavenly Palace appeared, it revolved, growing larger. 3 figures flashed as they flew out from it. These 3 people were High Sun, Dark Moon, and Fairy Blue Lotus. At this time, Lin Ming had already drawn out the flesh and blood of famine from their bodies, restoring to them their free will. However, their cultivations had been locked away using the Azura Heavenly Tao, so none of them possessed any combat strength. You are free to go. As Lin Ming spoke, he waved his hand and pushed Fairy Blue Lotus and the others to Soaring Feather God King. He never had the intention of holding these 3 people captive much longer to begin with. However, after they had their free will restored, their memories and experiences of everything that had occurred were retained. As they thought back to everything that had happened, the 3 of them felt as if they wanted to die. In particular, Fairy Blue Lotus. As she thought of how she referred to Lin Ming and how she groveled towards him, her eyes nearly spat fire. Deep humiliation swelled up within her heart. She wished that she could tear Lin Ming to pieces and then kill herself. Master! As Fairy Blue Lotus saw Soaring Feather God King, she knelt down within the void. Never in her entire life had she felt such profound humiliation. After being subdued by Lin Ming, she had been made into a slave for several months, calling him master while having no personality of her own. She did whatever Lin Ming wished her to do, completely at his mercy. Now she had no face to see her master. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't say any words such as begging Soaring Feather to take revenge and kill Lin Ming for her. Although she was incredibly angry, she hadn't lost her sense of reasoning. Looking at the current situation, she was freed not because Soaring Feather used the threat of force, but it had instead been accomplished through negotiations. Otherwise, Lin Ming wouldn't have drawn out the flesh and blood of famine several days ago and locked away their cultivation while returning to them their free will. This was clearly all done to process the hostages while preparing for the final exchange to occur. Along with Lin Ming's calm expression and Soaring Feather's cold and gloomy face, all clues indicated that Soaring Feather must have paid some sort of price to exchange for her freedom. This made the situation even more unbearable for Fairy Blue Lotus. She had shamed her master and shamed her sect, causing her master to be humiliated along with her. She glared at Lin Ming with hate in her eyes, wishing she could kill him. However, in the face of such a glare, Lin Ming remained indifferent. He simply didn't place Blue Lotus's hatred in his heart. He icily said to her, "You led the Saint armies to kill countless human elites. Of course, because our races are at war, your actions are indisputable. Since that is the case, me killing you is also indisputable. However, I left you your life and only humiliated you for several months. And yet you cannot bear this? Is your dignity really that important, but the lives of my human race's elites not important? I would rather you killed me." Fairy Blue Lotus clenched her jaws, rage growing in her heart. Lin Ming sneered. He knew that Fairy Blue Lotus would truly have preferred this. "You have a great enmity with my human race. Since you fell into my hands, then I can dispose of you as I wish. If you have the strength, then you can also dispose of me as you will. While you were being controlled by me for these last several months, the numerous saint martial artists you killed don't even begin to make up for your crimes. Today I freed you, so keep that hatred in your heart if you wish. In the future, I welcome you to come take revenge whenever you want. Although the premise behind that is that you must have the strength. But if you dare to involve my family or friends in your grudge and move against them, then I swear I will cripple your cultivation, shatter all your meridians, and make you experience a lifetime of torture and suffering beneath the hands of countless humans before you die." Lin Ming's words were extremely vicious. He naturally knew what Fairy Blue Lotus feared the most. If there were countless people who she had previously seen as ants, rather, it should be said that she had seen them as even less than ants, and these people defiled her body without end, then this would be a fate 10,000 times worse than death. Listening to Lin Ming's words, Fairy Blue Lotus turned blue in the face. Just how proud and arrogant had she been in her life. Yet today she was actually being disregarded and had her dignity trampled upon so ruthlessly by Lin Ming. I will kill you. Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes nearly cracked open. She really wanted to rush forwards and engage Lin Ming in a life-or-death battle. But she was well aware that her abilities were inferior to his, and inferior by far. Lin Ming had already stated that if she had the ability she could take revenge whenever she wished. He would welcome her arrival. But could she? For the rest of her life, if there wasn't an accident, she would likely never be able to catch up to Lin Ming. Even reaching 1/10 of his strength, even 100th, seemed impossible. In the future, the disparity between them would only grow increasingly wide. This caused Fairy Blue Lotus to feel deep humiliation and anguish. Shut up! Soaring Feather suddenly shouted, her face a mask of frost. Master! Fairy Blue Lotus's heart was filled with grievances. She bit her lips and stood behind Soaring Feather God King. She forcefully held back her tears, not willing to cry in front of her hated enemy. Today she had lost far too much face. In addition to all the events that had occurred in the last several months, this was Fairy Blue Lotus's darkest hour. Soaring Feather disregarded Fairy Blue Lotus. She looked at Lin Ming, gloomily saying, The two of us are clear. Lin Ming hadn't killed Blue Lotus and the others, nor did he do anything too excessively humiliating to her. For instance, Soaring Feather could see that Fairy Blue Lotus's primordial Yin was completely intact. Lin Ming hadn't used her as a living furnace. In fact, as Lin Ming had said, Blue Lotus had led the Legion of Famine to kill many humans. War was callous and heartless, and so no matter what Lin Ming did to retaliate against Blue Lotus, he couldn't be faulted for it. Lin Ming didn't go overboard, nor did Soaring Feather take things past the extreme. At the same time, when Lin Ming was breaking into the Empyrean realm, she didn't disturb him or attack the human fleet. Between the two of them, each had retained their bottom line. Otherwise, everything would have gone beyond redemption. Soaring Feather wouldn't have been able to kill Lin Ming, and she would instead face his revenge in the future. Not just that, but she would have lost her most beloved disciple. As for Lin Ming, although he wouldn't have died, he would have failed in his breakthrough to the Empyrean realm. This would have caused him to require at least several hundred more years, or even 1,000 years of accumulating more strength to undergo his breakthrough once more. Such a price was something neither side was willing to withstand. To end this dispute with a martial arts contest was the least costly possibility. In truth, from the moment that Lin Ming didn't choose to hide somewhere else when he underwent his Empyrean breakthrough and stayed together with the human armies, Soaring Feather had already correctly guessed what his plans to resolve this issue were. 10 days from now, you and I will battle, Soaring Feather said once more. However, as Fairy Blue Lotus heard these words, she was utterly bewildered. She looked at her master's back with disbelief thick in her eyes, nearly unable to believe her own ears. What? 10 days from now, her own honorable master would actually fight Lin Ming? How was this possible? It wasn't just Fairy Blue Lotus, but even High Sun and Dark Moon had dazed expressions as they looked towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming against Soaring Feather? It seemed that Lin Ming was only an Empyrean. When they had been subdued, Lin Ming had been a half-step Empyrean. Now, they felt that his cultivation had rapidly increased and he should be at the Empyrean realm. An Empyrean battling a true divinity. Imagining this, High Sun and Dark Moon sucked in a breath of cold air. Soaring Feather God King might only be a lower true divinity, but she was absolutely not a weakling amongst lower true divinities. Did Lin Ming already possess the ability to contend with Soaring Feather? Everything occurring seemed like a dream. The Lin Ming in front of them had become a nearly unsurpassable existence that they couldn't look up to. Then I await you, Lin Ming calmly replied. Soaring Feather glanced at Lin Ming. Then, with a wave of her hand, she turned into a flurry of feathers. These feathers covered Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, and all of them vanished together into the endless starry skies. Space reversed. Soaring Feather, Blue Lotus, and the others rapidly flew away. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus's complexion was completely ill. She opened her mouth again and again before she finally couldn't help but ask, "Master, when you fight Lin Ming, will you suppress your cultivation?" Soaring Feather looked at Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus shrunk her neck, immediately feeling she had asked the wrong question. "I will not." This simple reply fell into Blue Lotus's ears like a thunderbolt, causing her brain to ring. No suppression of cultivation. Fairy Blue Lotus was dumbfounded, her thoughts chaotic and confused. A trace of despair even surged in her heart. Although she was already aware that seeking out Lin Ming for revenge wasn't too realistic, it was only now that she profoundly felt just how unrealistic her thoughts had been. Lin Ming was far too terrifying. High Sun and Dark Moon also heard. They were both shaken from the core. This Lin Ming really did have the ability to struggle with a true divinity. This was simply unbelievable. They were all geniuses, but when compared to Lin Ming the difference was far too great. Although the saints looked down upon humanity, they were still a race that revered the strong. The existence of Lin Ming caused complex thoughts to rise in their hearts. Soaring Feather was silent for a moment. Then she said, "In the past, when I first broke into the Empyrean realm, I was able to contend with a peak Empyrean for the first 10 moves. And within the Spiritas, the legendary peerless genius Xianxia was said to be able to defeat a peak Empyrean at the early Empyrean realm. Afterwards, she was even able to defeat several peak Empyreans. I had thought this was the limit of possibility, but when compared to Lin Ming the difference is far too great. In the fables, in the ancient era 10 billion years ago, the 33 heavens were filled with life and the martial arts civilization of our universe was incomparably glorious. There were innumerable Empyreans and holy lands rose up from all around, and even true divinities weren't uncommon characters. But I fear that even in that era it would have been hard to find someone capable of standing side by side with Lin Ming. I just don't know how those two existences from the past would compare." As Soaring Feather spoke, Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon and glanced at each other in blank dismay. They could faintly understand just which two existences Soaring Feather was speaking of. Azura Road Master, Immortal Sovereign. They were absolute legends, existences that no others could hope to compare with. But now, Lin Ming had actually stepped onto the road they traveled. In the future, there was a great possibility that Lin Ming would become a character similar to the Azura Roadmaster. He would create his own great world, passing down an inheritance that would last 10 billion years or even several dozen billions of years. As Fairy Blue Lotus thought of this, she even thought that if Lin Ming could truly become such a super powerhouse, then being subdued by him in the past and being made into his slave for a period of time wouldn't be something too difficult to accept. Fairy Blue Lotus originally would rather have died than become Lin Ming's slave. This was become of her prideful heart. However, in the past, the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign must have had their own servants, and if these servants were placed in the present, then perhaps even the combined talent of herself, High Sun, and Dark Moon would be unable to compete with a single one of them. In this situation, just what qualifications did Fairy Blue Lotus have to feel insulted? Fairy Blue Lotus sighed, no longer speaking. High Sun and Dark Moon also fell silent. Their thoughts were all complicated. If one had to be brutally honest, then with their current level of talent, if they returned to the ancient era 10 billion years ago and delivered themselves to the door of the Azura Roadmaster and other such characters to work as their servants, then those existences might not even be willing to spare them a glance. After some time, Dark Moon couldn't help but ask, "Senior Soaring Feather, do you think that the Saints can still win?" "I am not sure." Soaring Feather shook her head. In the past he was only at the Holy Lord realm, and not even the good fortune Saint Sovereign was able to kill him. Now, he has grown up and has gained the capital to preserve his own life. Not to mention chasing him down, just with his strength alone, as long as he finds a place to hide and lays down a concealing array formation, then no one will be able to find him. As for the future of the Saints and just how far Lin Ming will be able to grow, all of that will depend on a single word: destiny. Soaring Feather didn't speak any further. Her body turned into a stream of light, and with everyone else, they vanished into the boundless sea of stars. 2 Saint God Kings departed one after another. This meant that in this battle, Lin Ming had emerged victorious. First, with his recently obtained Empyrean cultivation, he had defeated Astral Vault God King, and he also had another battle with Soaring Feather 10 days from now. Within 10 days, an Empyrean had continuously challenged 2 true divinities. This was destined to leave behind a legend. Several hundred miles away, the human martial artists watching the battle were already seething with joy. People rallied together, raising their arms up high and shouting out loud. Spirit ships bloomed with dazzling radiance that shot into the skies. Emperor Xianxia, vast universe. All of the human Empyreans let out a long breath, their minds and hearts roused. This battle held extraordinary significance. It was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. As long as humanity didn't perish, then it would become an immortal testament, passed down forever. Lin Ming defeated a true divinity with an Empyrean cultivation. This not only greatly inspired the morale of humanity, but with the withdrawal of Astral Vault from the war between humanity and the saints, this would also be extremely advantageous for humanity's plans to retake the divine realm. All the human martial artists were filled with zeal. This blood debt between humanity and the saints had already gone on for over 6,000 years. Although it hadn't reached the level of complete genocide against another race, humanity would still make the saints pay a heavy price for their actions. And as everyone was wildly celebrating, Lin Ming only appeared for a brief moment before retreating to his own quiet chamber. He refused Emperor Xianxia's offer of holding the ancient rite of a grand title ceremony for him. Instead, he chose to make the best use of these next 10 days before he fought Soaring Feather and explore Famine's memories once more. In the past, Lin Ming was unable to move Famine's memories, and the main reason behind this was his own limited soul force. Famine's memories were just far too vast in quantity. In the last several billion years, Famine had swallowed countless intelligent life forms, and the memories of all these lives had been kept in Famine's spiritual sea. To slowly screen out valuable information from all these memories was an incredibly arduous and cumbersome task. In the past, when Lin Ming tried it, he only felt an agonizing pain in his mind. But now Lin Ming was an Empyrean. He perceived the laws of the Holy Scripture and underwent a samsara of life and death, overseeing the myriad changes of the world. In terms of attainments in soul force, Lin Ming had amazing accomplishments. In intensity, he was naturally inferior to a true divinity, but in terms of quality, he surpassed many true divinities. In this situation, Lin Ming finally had a certain assurance that he would be able to explore Famine's soul. Even if he couldn't discover much, at the very least he could gain a basic understanding of Famine and the abyssals. Before now, Lin Ming simply didn't know anything about the secrets of the dark abyss. Time passed. In this small part of the star territory, the nearest several stars hid themselves behind the dark nebula of space. The night was profound and deep. Lin Ming sat in meditation, entering into his fused martial intent. At this time, what lay in front of Lin Ming was a boundless spiritual sea. This was Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Currently, Lin Ming had turned himself into a body of thought and entered his own inner world. A vast mental strength formed strong sea breezes, wildly whipping around. At the ends of this spiritual sea where the water and sky met, the vast soul of Famine was locked up with hundreds of thick spiritual ropes. Most of its enormous volume was submerged in the spiritual sea. Lin Ming flew forwards, straight towards Famine's soul. He slowly lifted his right hand. Atop his palm, endless starlight gathered, slowly manifesting into a black cube. This was the magic cube. And after the magic cube appeared, a red-clothed little girl sat atop the surface of the magic cube, her legs crossed together. She had a cute and lovely smile on her face as she sweetly called out, "Big Brother Lin! Ruby, come and help me to subdue Famine's soul." Lin Ming said, his complexion dignified. Reading through Famine's memories wouldn't be easy at all. "Okay." Ruby immediately nodded. Without further ado, she turned into a beam of light that wrapped around the magic cube, sending it slowly floating up. Lin Ming also poured his soul force into the magic cube. The magic cube emitted a pitch-black divine light. This divine light became increasingly bright as energy gathered, until it finally reached the limit of what Lin Ming could withstand. In that moment, Lin Ming bellowed out loud. A beam of divine light shot out from the sides of the magic cube, firing right into Famine's soul. Chila, as if being cut open by some sharp divine knife, Famine's soul suddenly quivered. A massive gap had been cut into it. Soul force gushed out from this gap. Without hesitation, Lin Ming grasped the magic cube and waved his hand. A black vortex swept out from the magic cube, directly absorbing all of the soul force that leaked out from Famine's soul. Soul force condensed within the magic cube. Like water vapor turning into ice crystals, the soul force became tiny fragments. These fragments were black, as if they were dark crystals. Lin Ming continued to stimulate the magic cube until he canceled out the spirit marks in these fragments and turned them into pure ownerless memories. Then, Lin Ming steadied his breath and began reading through them. These memories came from all the intelligent life forms that Famine had swallowed during its existence, and these weren't Famine's original memories. Although there were many cultivation methods, laws, mystic realm information, array formation techniques, alchemy techniques, refiner techniques, and so forth contained within, none of this was meaningful to Lin Ming. He discarded these memories, leaving behind only their purest soul essence. Then, he poured this soul essence into his spiritual sea to expand his own soul force. The remnants that he couldn't absorb were returned to Famine's soul. This was to make sure not to waste anything. Then Lin Ming activated the magic cube again. He sliced open Famine's soul, taking out another portion of Famine's memories to read. This was already the most reasonable method to search memories that Lin Ming could come up with. Although this method wasn't too efficient, it was all Lin Ming could do due to the limits of his strength. Time after time, Lin Ming felt himself nearly overdrawing his soul force with each try. Ruby was also covered with sweat and her face was flushed red. It was clear she was consuming a great deal of energy. Lin Ming grit his teeth and cut out another part of Famine's memories, then said to Ruby, "Ruby, let's stop for today. Take a rest and we will continue tomorrow. We can take this slowly. Some things may take time, but even if mortals wish to move mountains, they will eventually be moved." Ruby nodded. She was a life form condensed from the magic cube and had a special attachment towards Lin Ming. To be able to help Lin Ming made her feel very happy. Lin Ming patted Ruby's head and then let her return to the magic cube to rest. As for Lin Ming's soul form, he entered the magic cube and started to read these last memories. Originally, he didn't have much hope that he would discover anything of interest. But he never thought that he would be pleasantly surprised as he read through these memories. In searching through these ownerless memory fragments, he finally found memories belonging to Famine itself. These memories were related to the written language of the Abyssals. In other words, abyssal text. This was an incredibly old and mysterious writing system, one which even far surpassed that of the ancient god race. The amount of history contained within these words left Lin Ming stunned. Every word was heavy and complex. Rather, these weren't words at all, but a type of law rune. To use law runes as words, this was a bit unbelievable. This was because when it came to law runes, and in particular high-level law runes, it was extremely difficult for ordinary martial artists to understand them. In other words, the writings within Famine's memories were a type of language system used amongst the upper echelon existences of the Dark Abyss. They weren't something that ordinary abyssals could understand. As Lin Ming looked at these writings, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. He had seen these writings before. With his thoughts racing, Lin Ming stepped forwards and arrived somewhere else in the magic cube. A black book slowly floated in front of him. This black book was the one he had obtained from Imperial Prince Xishan. Xishan was one of the 5 Saint Generals and he had been captured by Lin Ming. But unfortunately for him, his luck was poor and his master was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Lin Ming had an undying hatred with the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, thus it was naturally impossible for him to let Xishan go. Even at this point, Xishan was still being controlled by Lin Ming and believed that he was Lin Ming's most loyal servant. But Xishan didn't understand much about the Black Book. He only knew that this was something he obtained from the primeval realm ruins and that book contained an infinite demonic charm. It could even be used as a weapon. But as for what contents were recorded inside, Xishan wasn't sure. And in fact, Xishan hadn't even been able to open the black book. Lin Ming confessed that he could be considered a knowledgeable individual with a vast understanding of many ancient inheritances. Yet, even he couldn't decipher the complex texts atop the black book. It was only now after reading a part of Famine's memories that he realized the mystical writings atop the surface of the black book were actually the language of the abyssals, and one that had extremely high-level abyssal words that were incredibly difficult to grasp. They could be called runes of demon laws. Lin Ming might have an outstanding memory, but he still wasn't able to fully memorize these law runes. He could only compare the information within the memory fragments, slowly deciphering the words on the black book a little at a time. Lin Ming, what is it? Above the black book was a great seal. This was the array formation laid down by the ancient Elysium seal. Before, because Lin Ming felt that this black book was too strange and bizarre, he had suppressed it with the ancient Elysium seal. Now as the ancient Elysium seal saw the light in Lin Ming's eyes, it couldn't help but ask this question. Senior, this junior has read through some of Famine's memories, and am now able to read a part of the contents of this black book. Oh, the ancient Elysium seal's mind shook. So this ancient black book that it had sealed was actually from the dark abyss. Moreover, it possessed abyssal writings. As the ancient Elysium seal suppressed this black book for these past several months, it faintly understood just how terrifying it was. This was not a true divinity spirit treasure, but simply a letter. A letter, just by relying on the writings on laws contained within, could achieve a might similar to a true divinity spirit treasure and be used to suppress one's enemies. This was simply unimaginable. What did you read? The ancient Elysium seal asked with a dignified expression. Whenever the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens mentioned the abyssals, they always felt a deep sense of fear. For numerous billions of years, the dark abyss had been completely isolated from the 33 heavens. However, people could still find all sorts of clues that indicated there was some terrifying existence within the dark abyss. The dark abyss was deep and infinite. The strength hidden within might even surpass the sum total of all intelligent life in the 33 heavens by several times over. Just a single famine that came out was so terrifying. Who knew what rank of existence famine was considered amongst the abyssals? I'm still reading, Lin Ming said, all of his attention focused on each word. He felt that this black book wasn't a cultivation method, but as for what it was, he wasn't sure. I can only make out a few characters. What are they? The first character is famine. Famine? Hearing this word, the ancient Elysium seal was stunned. Could this mysterious book originate from famine? Thus Famine's name was placed atop it? This character famine seems to correspond to an abyssal word, a kind of foundational demon law. Lin Ming quietly said as he looked at the mysterious abyssal characters on the cover. What are the next characters? Deep, in. Lin Ming pronounced. These words were based on Famine's memories. In truth, there was no word that could be found in the human language which corresponded to these characters. Deep and Ian, without a doubt, these were also characters that corresponded to foundational demon laws. When these three characters joined together, Lin Ming formed a strange association. I feel that Deep and Ian perhaps stand alongside famine. The ancient Elysium seal's thoughts stirred. Lin Ming thought for a moment. I have a feeling that each of the most foundational demon law marks in the abyssal language corresponds to a powerful abyssal demon. And famine is only one of them. This cover has two other characters, Deep and Ian, and these should also correspond to extremely terrifying existences similar to famine. They are abyssal totems, but I wonder just where these other two totems are. They might be hiding in the dark abyss, or maybe they already died. As Lin Ming spoke, the ancient Elysium seal froze. Lin Ming's speculations were not without reason, but if these speculations were true, this was disastrous news. Just famine itself was already so terrifying. Moreover, Famine's divine soul had been sealed by Empyrean Divine Seal 3.6 billion years ago, and that was the only reason Lin Ming had been able to use the magic cube to subdue it. Otherwise, if Lin Ming were to face famine in its peak state, he would have died. Such powerful abyssal demons. How many could there be? The ancient Elysium seal's voice was heavy. I don't know, but there shouldn't be many. At the very least, not more than can be counted on a hand, or maybe just a bit more than that. And this book cover only records 3 of them. Lin Ming continued sifting through the other characters on the cover. He believed that as he further unraveled Famine's memories, he would eventually be able to open this mysterious ancient abyssal book and explore the secrets inside. This was highly important to the future development of the 33 heavens for all intelligent life. The abyssals were like fierce tigers perched just outside the 33 heavens, making it so that Lin Ming found it difficult to feel at ease. After this, Lin Ming entered seclusion. He explored Famine's memories every day. Slowly, he was able to read more and more things. But his time was too limited. As Lin Ming was in seclusion, although he managed to decipher some contents, he still wasn't able to open the mysterious ancient book. This left Lin Ming puzzled. Just what was this ancient book? It didn't seem like some cultivation method, so could it be only a book that recorded the history of the abyssals? If a history book was written, it was written for the future generations to see. Was it necessary to use the most complex and difficult to understand abyssal characters to write it? Perhaps only high-level abyssal figures would be able to read this type of lore writing. Lin Ming had all sorts of doubts swirling in his heart. He faintly felt that there was some important secret recorded in this ancient demon book, and to himself it was inestimably valuable. Oh, time passed day after day. After the 10th day passed, the time approached for Lin Ming to face his second battle. In this battle, he would fight Soaring Feather God King. This was a critical battle. Lin Ming had a premonition that Soaring Feather God King was far more powerful than Astral Vault God King. This battle would not be easy. On the last day, Lin Ming no longer probed Famine's soul. Rather, he adjusted his condition to its peak state. On the day of the battle, the human martial artists within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy gathered outside the star territory where Lin Ming and Soaring Feather God King would fight. Divine Dream, Emperor Xianxia, Skyren Godlord, everyone stood at the front of the battlefield, waiting to witness this historical moment. Force fields were already arranged behind them. Besides Empyrean Divine Dream helping, the other Empyreans also contributed in forming great array formations. These array formations were divided into dozens of different regions. The human fleets and the millions of human elites were dispersed throughout these regions. From there, they would be protected by the array formations and it would be much safer for them. All of the human martial artists were seething with excitement. To watch a battle between true divinity-level opponents was an incredible lucky chance. For those with amazing talent, they would be able to comprehend many things. Humanity only had a single true divinity in Divine Dream. Yet, within a short period of 10 days they were able to witness 2 continuous true divinity-level battles. This was simply unthinkable for the young elites. At this time, hundreds of miles in front of Divine Dream, Lin Ming was floating high in the void. The black dragon spear was carried on his back, its sharp point reflecting a cold starlight. Brother Lin. From afar, Xianxia could see Lin Ming's figure. Although they were separated by a great distance, Xianxia could see every minute detail on Lin Ming's face. This battle against Soaring Feather placed a tremendous pressure upon Xianxia. Since she cared about Lin Ming, it was naturally hard for her to feel at ease. Nearby Xianxia, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others also watched with tightened hearts. As Lin Ming felt the gazes of these women on him, he turned and glanced at them, revealing a faint smile. "I'm fine," Lin Ming lightly said. If he didn't fight against Soaring Feather, then no one knew what the result would be. However, no matter what happened, he would not perish here today. Even if he lost, it would only mean a greater burden for humanity and a delay on their plans to retake the divine realm. Xianxia nodded. Everyone waited. Soaring Feather was a punctual individual. Just a brief moment before the agreed time, a thick pall of feathers rained down from the starry skies. These feathers fluttered in front of Lin Ming, reflecting the vast starlight, as beautiful as a dream. Lin Ming quietly drew out the black dragon spear, his gaze much sharper. Soaring Feather had arrived. She came like a ghost deep in the night, emerging from thin air in front of Lin Ming. All the feathers gathered around her, condensing and forming rainbow-hued energies. Soaring Feather reached out a hand and stroked this energy before pulling out a long sword. This sword was only 2 inches wide, but the blade was extremely long, a full 6 feet in length. Moreover, the blade was supple and soft, as if it wasn't solid at all. When Soaring Feather pulled out this sword, the blade didn't swing, but writhed about like flowing blue water. It was clear this sword represented the extremities of soft flexibility. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at this sword. There was no true divinity whose weapon could be underestimated. Astral Vault's Dark Star Sword had also startled Lin Ming. In particular, the saints guarded the primeval realm ruins. So how could the saint true divinities not have obtained some fierce spirit treasures from those ruins? The atmosphere became stagnant. Several hundred miles away, the millions of human elites watched without uttering a single sound. As they gazed upon this true divinity-level battle that was about to begin, all of them held their breath. This was a battle that concerned the destiny of humanity. It was natural for them to be nervous. In today's battle, I will lay witness to your future. Come, make your move, Soaring Feather lightly said. Lin Ming didn't delay. He focused his aura and the energy within his body began to surge. Behind Lin Ming, the faint phantom of a Supreme appeared. This Supreme stood tall and proud with no expression on its face. A vast and boundless aura gushed out from its entire being, as if it looked down upon the world with cold indifference. After this Supreme Phantom appeared, Lin Ming's aura changed, becoming incredibly deep and gargantuan, as if his laws stood evenly with the heavenly Tao. He stepped forwards, treading upon the stars. The black dragon spear seemed to turn into a divine dragon as it howled outwards. The distance between the two could be crossed in less than an instant. Lin Ming's spear pierced through the impediment of space, seeming to instantly appear in front of Soaring Feather God King thrusting straight towards her head. Feeling this cold spear light, Soaring Feather didn't even bat an eyelash. She gently waved her sword, the wave-like sword rolling towards the black dragon spear. Compared to the overwhelmingly tyrannical black dragon spear, Soaring Feather God King's soft sword seemed far too weak and underwhelming. But when the spear and sword intersected, a brilliant rainbow-hued divine light erupted. Bang! Energy blasted outwards as a terrifying impact spread out from the divine light, as if countless golden swords were shooting out in all directions. Space was recklessly torn apart like decrepit paintings beneath the aftershocks of energy. Divine light dazzled the world, blinding those who watched. And at this time, Lin Ming and Soaring Feather hurtled towards each other. Like this, the great true divinity-level battle had begun. Waves of energy soared into the air, as if the galaxy were collapsing. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear, a profile of epic daring. Lin Ming had poured a terrifying amount of his bodily strength into every spear strike. With loud crackling noises, Lin Ming began to grow. Black scales and bone armor started covering his body. He had activated the Azura blood. After Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm, galvanizing the power of the Azura blood wouldn't create too much of a burden on his body. In the past, he only used the power of the Azura blood when he was going all out. Who dash? Lin Ming waved his spear, the sight like a heaven-supporting pillar falling down. This wild strength was accompanied by endless black thunder, carrying with it starlight of the highest heavens and the momentum of the strike seeming as if it could cleave apart rivers of stars. Soaring Feather wasn't flustered. She released the sword in her hands and welcomed Lin Ming's strike. The black dragon spear against the soft sword. No matter who was watching, this seemed like a completely disproportionate collision. Due to the disadvantage of her weapon, everyone thought that Soaring Feather God King would avoid Lin Ming's strike. However, she didn't do so. Be careful of a spiritual attack, someone shouted out from the human forces. This was also what many other human martial artists were thinking. No one believed that Soaring Feather's soft sword would be able to occupy any advantage when colliding with the black dragon spear. Everyone knew that Soaring Feather God King was extremely strong. However, in their thoughts, Soaring Feather was someone who cultivated essence and divine. From the different forms of combat she had revealed and her form of weapon, they all assumed that she had extremely high attainments in the aspect of souls, illusions, and mental strength. However, when it came to body transformation, she was simply a slender and delicate woman, and people didn't believe that she excelled much in this domain. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to compare with Lin Ming. In particular, the current Lin Ming had activated the Azura blood and was utilizing the strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But even so, Soaring Feather God King was meeting Lin Ming head-on. The only possible explanation for this was that there were profound and complex principles hidden within Soaring Feather God King's attack. Even Lin Ming also instantly made defense preparations for his spiritual sea. He wouldn't allow his enemy any openings. However, when the soft sword clashed with the black dragon spear, Lin Ming's complexion changed. Soaring Feather simply didn't attach any soul attack to her sword. Rather, she used absolute strength and skill to frontally collide with him. If the strength of the black dragon spear was a meteor that crashed into the earth, capable of easily annihilating mountains and puncturing through the world, then the strength of Soaring Feather's soft sword was like a profoundly deep sea, capable of unparalleled accommodation of force. Even if a meteor were to strike the sea, although it would create wild explosions and summon great tsunamis, it would still be extremely difficult to truly blow up a sea. As long as the explosion of the meteor finished, then the sea waves would draw back and the sea would be the same as before. Now, Soaring Feather God King's astral essence gave Lin Ming such a feeling. The moment the black dragon spear clashed with the soft sword, Soaring Feather's astral essence was shaken away by Lin Ming's violent and limitless strength. The black dragon spear continued driving forwards, smashing into the soft sword until it curved. However, the soft sword gave but did not break, and Soaring Feather was also like a piece of cotton in the wind, blown away by the fierce energy storm of the black dragon spear. However, the moment Lin Ming's strength pushed in and was about to strike Soaring Feather, her astral essence returned. Not only did it return, but it carried with it a portion of Lin Ming's strength and instantly submerged the power of divinity carried by the black dragon spear. This was just like the sea water submerging the meteor that crashed into the sea. Bang! A brutal and crazy eruption exploded outwards. Lin Ming's strength rapidly shattered away, creating a dazzling brilliance. However, Soaring Feather wasn't wounded at all. Instead, the moment Lin Ming's strength scattered away, Soaring Feather's 6-foot-long soft sword seemed to turn into a spirit snake that slithered up the black dragon spear and cut towards Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming's palm was as hard as divine iron. But he didn't doubt that as long as he was cut by this sword, then perhaps even his hand would be severed. Soaring Feather's strength contained a sort of opportunistic and unyielding strength, the kind of laws that allowed water to wear away rock. Without hesitation, Lin Ming held the spear in his right hand and used his left to smash at the soft sword that was crawling up the black dragon spear. Kacha! Lin Ming's fist smashed into the ridge of the soft sword. This was where a sword was most fragile and where it had the least striking power. But even so, the ridge of Soaring Feather's soft sword couldn't be underestimated. The moment Lin Ming's fist struck the sword ridge, trillions of motes of the power of divinity rushed in before exploding with the power of vibration. Such powerful vibrations could turn any true divinity spirit treasure that didn't have energy poured into it into powder. It directly blasted away Soaring Feather's 6-foot-long soft sword. Lin Ming pulled his spear and flew backwards. His left fist was covered in blood. The vibration just now was called flow like silk. It was a technique that Lin Ming had learned at the start of his road of martial arts, from a divine realm body transformation cultivation method. In the past, Lin Ming's body-tearing, bone-shattering fist had similar effects from different methods with that strike just then. The great Tao was limitless. The vibration laws might not be some profound law, but if used correctly, it could still play a role even in a true divinity-level battle. When a person had a blood-sucking leech attached to their leg, it was difficult to pull off. Even after ripping off the leech, its fangs would still be sucking blood. But using vibration to free it was easier. With enough correct slaps on the leg, the leech would fall off. In that moment, Lin Ming had used the powerful force of vibrations to push off the soft sword that had wrapped around his black dragon spear. Otherwise, he would have been forced to abandon his spear. Lin Ming and Soaring Feather drew back from each other, thousands of feet away. Soaring Feather held her soft sword, her expression indifferent. The sword still swung about like a reed in a river, not suffering any stress at all. But the combat strength it could display left one frightened. Depending on how Soaring Feather used her astral essence, it could become soft, it could become sharp, it could become hard, all sorts of changes were possible with just a thought. Seeing this, the human martial artists were worried. This battle was too important and the strength Soaring Feather showed so far was too great. She hadn't even used her divine feather force field, nor had she revealed her soul force combat methods. If Soaring Feather used all of her strength to fight, then her combat methods would change without end, making it nearly impossible to guard against. In this sort of situation, it was unknown whether or not Lin Ming could win. Soaring Feather was clearly much more formidable than Astral Vault. 10 days ago, when Lin Ming defeated Astral Vault, it hadn't been a suspenseful victory. However, when considering it carefully, it was related to Lin Ming's planning and Astral Vault's mistakes. This was because Astral Vault had lacked information on his opponent before the battle began. In the most crucial moment, Astral Vault hadn't recognized Lin Ming's avatar and had used the majority of his strength to deal with Lin Ming's essence spirit embryo stone. A single wrong chess move and the entire game falls apart. Lin Ming had seized this chance to push forwards. He gathered all his avatars and struck again and again, leaving Astral Vault God King no chance to catch his breath. Finally, the result of all these attacks was that Astral Vault God King had momentarily used up the power of his blood energy and he was eventually defeated because of this. But Soaring Feather clearly wouldn't make such a mistake. She was a calm and intelligent fighter. If Lin Ming wanted to defeat her, he would have to rely on absolute strength to directly suppress her. How could he accomplish this? Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian looked towards Lin Ming and bit her lips. Not too far away, Empyrean Vast Universe clenched his fists, worried. Hundreds of miles away, everyone's eyes were fixed upon a single figure. At this time, in the starry skies, Lin Ming took a deep breath. He slowly undid the body transformation of the Azura blood. The 9 stars behind him also dimmed a great deal. Seeing this, the audience was shocked. After undergoing body metamorphosis, Lin Ming still wasn't able to obtain the advantage. Then, wouldn't his situation be much worse after undoing his body metamorphosis? What is Lin Ming doing? I have no idea. No one thought that Lin Ming would give up. He wasn't such a person. Then, this could only mean that he had some other plan. Soaring Feather looked at Lin Ming, a smile on the corners of her lips. Saving your strength? It was hard to tell whether Soaring Feather's words were praising or mocking. Lin Ming indifferently said, "You are borrowing strength to fight strength. I naturally wouldn't be so idiotic as to give you more strength to borrow. You truly have extraordinary achievements in the body transformation technique and have surpassed my expectations. But there is something that I am sure of. In truth, your body transformation technique walks the road of law. In terms of absolute cultivation of body transformation, you are inferior to Astral Vault God King. The Saint race's body transformation was also one of the 33 heavenly Daos. However, the change of laws involved in it were far inferior to humanity's 9 divine shifts. Thus, in terms of laws, humanity always felt superior and believed that the saints were nothing but brutish and simple-minded fellows whose only advantage was well-developed bodies. As for the saints, they took pride in their body transformation technique that allowed them to engage others in honest and straightforward combat, frontally colliding with each other. At the same time, the saints also felt that human martial artists only had flowery fists and fancy footwork, all show and no true strength, a bunch of little women in disguise. But today, beneath Soaring Feather's hands, the saint race's body transformation technique was clearly not such an example. She had introduced far more variation and laws into the saint race's body transformation technique, forging her own road. To wear away rock with water, to take all opportune chances with the least effort, these things didn't seem to involve the most profound of laws, but if utilized in a true divinity level fight by a true divinity to a high degree, then everything became different. This was like using simple lever principles to tilt a planet. Lin Ming was surprised, but he still maintained his original judgment. In the end, Soaring Feather God King was still a delicate woman, and it was exactly because she was weak in the aspect of body transformation that she had to walk the road of wearing away rock with water, to borrow strength to fight strength. If she had absolute strength herself, why would she need to borrow strength from others? Facing such a soaring feather, Lin Ming no longer went all out with his strength. Rather, he chose to use skill to win. If he wanted to use strength alone to win, he could only rely on an overwhelmingly massive eruption to do so. But if he used a smaller portion of his strength, then he could better control his abilities and reach the peak of his skill. At this time, 3 avatars appeared behind Lin Ming. These avatars each held spears. The spears were all peak Empyrean spirit treasures obtained from Saint Empyreans that Lin Ming had killed. Since Soaring Feather already knew of the existences of these 3 avatars, it was impossible to hide them. If using these avatars in a sneak attack was meaningless, then he might as well openly and honestly take them out. These 3 avatars and Lin Ming's main body spread out around Soaring Feather God King. Soaring Feather God King's slender eyes suddenly narrowed. Lin Ming moved, his true self taking the lead. He grasped the black dragon spear and shook it. With a clarion sound, the black dragon spear's point began to violently tremble. The 2-inch-wide spearhead seemed to swing like a great flower beneath this wild shaking. Because of the high-speed vibration, countless spearhead phantoms connected together, making it seem 3 feet in size. The vibrational force contained within the spear shaft was extremely terrifying. This was especially true in a divine weapon like the Black Dragon Spear. With the massive vibration potential contained within it, if it were to strike an Empyrean spirit treasure, it could directly shake that Empyrean spirit treasure to pieces. Not just that, but the vibrating Black Dragon Spear made its spear point blurrier. If the spear struck out, it would be impossible to tell where the spearhead's true position was. Seeing this blurry spear point, astonishment flashed in Soaring Feather God King's face. When facing this Black Dragon Spear whose position was difficult to determine, wanting to wrap her soft sword around it would be much more difficult. The Black Dragon Spear swept out in a bizarre arcing curve, and at the end of this curve was Soaring Feather God King's throat. Soaring Feather rapidly drew backwards, but at this time she felt a thick killing intent to her sides, one on the left and one on the right. A blue-clothed Lin Ming and a purple-clothed Lin Ming both rushed towards her. The trajectories of the 2 spears crossed together. The only difference was that the purple-clothed Lin Ming's spear was much slower, and the blue-clothed Lin Ming's spear speed was incredibly fast. One slow, one fast, the 2 spears gave off entirely different feelings. However, what was hard to believe was that even though these 2 spears had different speeds, they clearly kept pace with each other. As they pierced out together, the fast spear didn't fly ahead and the slow spear didn't fall behind. This was the confusing feeling of extreme space and time. It was clear that these 2 spears contained the time laws. In other words, the concept of alacrity and the concept of stagnation. Unless one understood their mysteries, they were nearly impossible to fend off. Soaring Feather God King certainly understood the laws of space and time. However, the key problem here was that these weren't just the laws of space and time. And at this time, the black-clothed Lin Ming also attacked. He was located to the rear of Soaring Feather God King. A spear thrust straight towards her back. This spear contained the power of vibration from flow like silk. Trillions of tiny energy bundles roared out together, like endless waves of tsunamis. The 4 Lin Mings attacked together, for different laws all blocking off Soaring Feather. Since Soaring Feather God King could borrow strength to fight strength, using absolute strength to defeat her was impossible. If so, then Lin Ming would simply contend with Soaring Feather using his skills instead. Lin Ming's skills and fighting methods could be called infinitely variable. In addition, with his 3 avatars supporting him, he could reach the peak in this aspect. Soaring Feather may have been fierce, and perhaps she could easily and calmly defuse the techniques of Lin Ming or his avatars if they came at her alone. But when facing them all together, this was a different story. Soaring Feather focused her thoughts. From between her eyebrows, 10,000 rays of light seemed to bloom. bright and dazzling kaleidoscopic feathers fluttered out, forming an absolute force field around her. Soaring Feather had finally used her divine feather force field. Bang! The four Lin Ming's attacks smashed into the force field. For a time, the force field wildly trembled. A terrifying energy erupted outwards, turning into gorgeous fireworks in the darkness of space that illuminated the void for 1,000,000 miles. Seeing this, many human martial artists let out a sigh of relief. Soaring Feather God King had finally been forced to use her force field. If Lin Ming's all-out strength couldn't force Soaring Feather God King to use her divine feather force field, then he would lose without a doubt. As Lin Ming saw the divine feather force field appear, he roared out loud. A black Azura phantom appeared behind him. This Azura phantom was covered in an armor of shadows, and its eyes shined like bright stars. The moment that the Azura phantom appeared, Lin Ming's 3 avatars also gathered around him. In each of their palms, a mystical ancient wheel appeared. These 3 wheels originated from the Azura heavenly Tao. They united together, forming an ancient wheel of destiny that bombarded the divine feather force field. Open! Lin Ming bellowed. With a loud bang, the divine feather force field was forcibly torn open by Lin Ming. Thick feathers recklessly fell down. Lin Ming grasped his spear and stepped forwards in space. His speed was incredibly fast, his spear point thrusting straight towards Soaring Feather's chest. But at the same time, the black dragon spear violently vibrated in his hands, making it nearly impossible to determine its true path. Seeing this, surprise flashed through Soaring Feather God King's eyes. But soon this surprise morphed into a cold killing intent. In an instant, her pupils vanished from her eyes, turning completely white. An infinite white storm surged out from her body. This was a spiritual storm. In Soaring Feather God King's hands, an originally invisible spiritual storm actually manifested into tangible reality. Gusts of strong winds were like dancing silver snakes. They howled and bared their teeth as they rushed out from this divine light and towards Lin Ming. Spiritual attack. Soaring Feather God King had finally used her secret spiritual attack techniques. Everyone had already guessed by now that Soaring Feather God King actually had astonishing talent in the soul forging system. As for the body transformation system, that was where she was weaker. Now, Soaring Feather God King finally used the power of her spiritual sea. This also proved that Soaring Feather God King was beginning to treat this battle with earnest. Or perhaps she was even already going all out. As long as Lin Ming could guarantee that he didn't lose, then he would win this battle. But as for how terrifying Soaring Feather God King's spiritual storm was, no one knew. Whether or not Lin Ming could defend against this spiritual storm, no one knew this either. Xiao Maxian, Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, all those people that were closely related to Lin Ming currently had palms wet with sweat. This was what others meant when they said concern turned the heart to chaos. Even if someone told them that Lin Ming wouldn't suffer any truly life-threatening danger even if he was defeated, the sight of the spiritual attack left them unable to compose themselves. After all, a divine soul attack was far more terrifying than a material attack. If one wasn't careful, there would be permanent damage caused to one's spiritual sea. The spiritual storm swept outwards, but Lin Ming didn't retreat. The Davik I Dao Palace had reappeared between his eyebrows, and he had activated the all-existence to void state of the 3 lives pupils. He was like a sparrow shuttling through the storm, a fish swimming against the stream. Whoosh! A gust of the spiritual storm whipped towards Lin Ming like a silver snake. Lin Ming didn't dodge or evade, instead grasping his black dragon spear and bringing it chopping down. With his black dragon spear, he contended with this manifested spiritual attack. All of the martial artists watching this battle, in particular the human Empyreans, held their breath. According to common knowledge, it was nearly impossible to rely on a material attack to defend against an invisible and intangible spiritual attack. There were only some defensive spiritual-type magic tools that had such an effect. Or a martial artist could pour their own soul force into their attack. This was tantamount to fighting divine soul against divine soul. But a battle between divine souls was incredibly risky. When 2 such forces met, it was natural for the stronger side to win. Moreover, the victorious side could even suppress the other side's soul force into their spiritual sea, causing an even greater attack. Now, Lin Ming used the Black Dragon Spear to attack Soaring Feather God King's spiritual force. This was the same as using his soul force to directly contend with Soaring Feather God King. No one knew just how formidable Lin Ming's spiritual sea was. But as for Soaring Feather, the strength of her divine soul had already become deeply rooted in the hearts of all present. Although all of them fervently prayed for Lin Ming and supported him, if they had to look at soul force alone, it seemed that Soaring Feather was absolutely above Lin Ming. The moment that Black Dragon's spear collided with the spiritual storm, even Empyrean Divine Dream started to revolve her energy to prevent any dire accidents from occurring. But then an unexpected scene left everyone dumbfounded. Bang! With a loud explosion, the giant silver dragon soaring through the air was cut apart by Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. Everyone was bewildered. Before they could respond, all they saw was a silver light as countless law runes appeared in the skies. These law runes came in a rainbow hue of colors, all of them brimming with a gentle ethereal air. It was clear that these law runes came from Soaring Feather God King. The spiritual strength runes contained within the silver dragon had been scattered by Lin Ming. At that moment, Soaring Feather God King furrowed her eyebrows. She had felt that in that strike just now, although it appeared Lin Ming was casually attacking, the truth was that there was a highly compressed soul force contained in his strike. Lin Ming had compressed his soul force into a knife point. He pushed forwards with his attack, and instead of following up with another blow towards her, he instead attacked at the weakest point of the laws within the spiritual storm. If Lin Ming didn't have an incomparably deep understanding towards Soaring Feather's cultivation method, then no matter how talented he was, he would never have been able to achieve this. Feather Conversion Art. Soaring Feather God King's eyes blazed with an icy light as she glared at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had opened the Davik I Dao Palace and was maintaining the state of all existence to void. He returned her gaze. From my disciple's mouth you obtained a part of the feather conversion art and even absorbed the life-blood essence sealed in the feather. Such a method. How honorable of you. Thinking that her own life feather had been absorbed by Lin Ming, Soaring Feather was enraged to the extreme and began mocking him. Several months ago when Lin Ming subdued Fairy Blue Lotus, he had unsealed Soaring Feather God King's life feather and also ordered Fairy Blue Lotus to hand over the most core true divinity level cultivation method of Soaring Feather God King, the feather conversion art. After that, he spent a great period of time studying this cultivation method. However, Lin Ming didn't train in this cultivation method, nor did he have the time or energy to cultivate it to a high boundary. But just understanding it, and in particular understanding its weaknesses, wasn't difficult at all. This was especially true with such a loyal servant like Fairy Blue Lotus at his side. She had iterated all of her comprehensions in the feather conversion to him, and there weren't many secrets left in the first several levels afterwards. Not just that, but the life feather that Soaring Feather had left Fairy Blue Lotus had a part of the lore runes from her feather conversion art. Lin Ming had taken in these lore runes and analyzed them. Now, when Lin Ming and Soaring Feather God King fought, it would be fine if she didn't use the feather conversion art. But once she used the feather conversion art, Lin Ming would be able to use the Three Lives Pupils and Davik I Dao Palace to rapidly understand the laws distributed throughout Soaring Feather's attack methods, and then use his understanding of the feather conversion art to take the initiative against her. This was also one of the great assurances that Lin Ming used to fight Soaring Feather. Facing Soaring Feather God King's question, Lin Ming remained composed as usual. He said, "When I controlled your precious disciple and made her hand over the feather conversion art, this method was indeed not honorable. But the first time I fought Fairy Blue Lotus I only had a half-step Empyrean cultivation, yet the trump card she took out was your incarnation. And just when I broke through to the Empyrean realm, what I had to face was your true self. So, I was compelled to take certain means, but it wasn't what I hoped for." Lin Ming's words caused Soaring Feather God King to choke on what she was about to say. Indeed, Lin Ming's methods weren't honorable, but she with her true divinity realm cultivation was fighting a junior who had just broken into the Empyrean realm. This was the difference of an entire large boundary, and this by itself made all her talk about honor in martial arts ridiculous to begin with. But in truth, this was also because Lin Ming's strength had already reached the level of a true divinity. Subconsciously, no one considered him a mere Empyrean. Thus the way they spoke to him also changed. Soaring Feather looked at Lin Ming, her eyes dropping in temperature with every passing moment. She reached out a hand and her sword disappeared. It had clearly been taken back into her spatial ring. She no longer planned to use her weapon. This startled Lin Ming. The many human martial artists watching were also puzzled. But there was one thing they were certain about, and it was that if Soaring Feather put away her weapon, it certainly wasn't because she was being modest. Rather, she was about to go all out, and she had an even stronger card in her hand. Everyone watched with bated breath as they waited for Soaring Feather to make her move. Slowly, a ghostly blue light covered Soaring Feather God King. Her divine feather force field also became much more formidable. Woo, woo, woo. Circles of spiritual storms scattered out from Soaring Feather God King. This was the same feather conversion art, but it actually involved higher-level laws and techniques. The feather conversion art was Soaring Feather God King's unique cultivation method, but it wasn't something that she created by herself. In fact, in this world, for the martial arts civilization to develop to such a vibrant degree, there was no high-level cultivation method which existed that was created from nothing. Instead, they were created on the foundations of their predecessors, a comprehensive synthesis of the previous knowledge. For instance, one could relate this to the development of mortal civilizations. It was impossible for a primitive tribe to evolve in a single year to the point where they could construct wondrous imperial palaces. This was the reason why inheritances were important. The feather conversion art was the result of its predecessors. Of course, Soaring Feather God King was the master who had brought it to a whole new level and had improved it by adding in her own understandings. And although Soaring Feather God King had passed down the feather conversion art to Fairy Blue Lotus without reserve, ultimately Fairy Blue Lotus was limited in her ability to comprehend. As for the final level of the feather conversion art, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't understand it. Thus she wasn't able to repeat it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you are truly strong, but in my opinion, you with your recently achieved Empyrean cultivation pose far less of a threat to me than Divine Dream. I do fear you, but what I fear is only your future. As for now, the one I care about is Divine Dream. As Soaring Feather God King spoke, her eyes gently turned, arriving onto Divine Dream, who stood several hundred miles away. Divine Dream was millions of years younger than her. She could be called a rare, heaven-gifted genius. Moreover, in their long battle, Soaring Feather God King had been unable to fully understand Divine Dream, nor was she able to figure out what other means of combat Divine Dream possessed. However, she could confirm one thing, and that was that it wasn't easy to do anything in front of her. For instance, it would have been impossible to kill the half-step Empyrean Lin Ming in her presence. But what Soaring Feather God King didn't expect was that the cards she held back in her battle against Divine Dream would actually be forced out in her battle with Lin Ming. Soaring Feather laid her hands out flat. Beautiful feathers appeared on her arms. I never imagined that in this battle against you I would be pushed to this degree, where I will have to use the final level of the feather conversion art. As Soaring Feather spoke, her body shined with a rainbow-hued divine light. Then more and more brilliant feathers appeared on her body. Even on her face all sorts of feather-shaped curse seals appeared. Voila! With a ripping sound, the clothes on Soaring Feather God King's back were torn apart and two massive pure white wings unfurled. These wings were each the height of an adult man, and her wingspan surpassed 20 feet. They were also 5 feet long. If she pulled them together, she could easily wrap them around her body. Lin Ming was startled. Soaring Feather actually had wings? These weren't wings formed from energy, but true wings of flesh and blood. This was the strength of her bloodline. With her wings gently flapping, Soaring Feather stood steady in the void. As she wore her snow-white dress coordinated with those wings, she seemed like a beautiful angel exiled from the highest heavens. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but the human martial artists were also stunned. Yet this wasn't the end, but just the beginning. After those wings appeared, luminous tail feathers stretched out from behind Soaring Feather God King. These tail feathers were 30 feet long, like the tail feathers of a phoenix. But these feathers were different from those of a phoenix. No one had ever seen anything like them. Tail feather after tail feather extended outwards, glorious and sharp. Soaring Feather God King's body gradually faded away. She was completely wrapped in those feathers, turning into a 7-colored divine Luan. Lin Ming was startled. Soaring Feather God King was just like Xiao Moxian and also possessed a half-god-beast bloodline relationship? Lin Ming didn't know if this was a god-beast in the traditional sense. But what he was sure of was that the bloodline intensity of this 7-colored divine Luan was in no way inferior to a royal god-beast. Everyone said that Xiao Moxian's bloodline was one that was rarely seen even in a billion years within the divine realm. And now, Soaring Feather God King seemed to have a similar bloodline to Xiao Moxian. But no one had known of this before. People only knew that Soaring Feather God King's weapons were feathers and her force field was the divine feather force field. However, they didn't form too many associations. It was only now that everyone realized Soaring Feather God King's feathers weren't there because they were her personal preference, but because they were truly part of her bloodline and originated from her body. I never thought that Soaring Feather would have this kind of bloodline, Dark Demon Monarch suddenly said. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Moxian. Because of similarities in bloodline, the one that could feel the great strength of Soaring Feather was Xiao Moxian. As someone with a royal Dark Phoenix bloodline, she had to pass through Nirvana 9 times to achieve her ultimate state. And she could faintly feel that Soaring Feather God King's bloodline allowed her to go through a similar transformation, and perhaps she had nearly reached the highest boundary, coming close to perfection. It seems that the feather conversion art was originally a cultivation method most suited for your bloodline, or it could even be said that the original progenitor of this cultivation method had a similar bloodline as you do, or perhaps it was changed to such a state in your hands. As Lin Ming spoke, he began to rapidly revolve the power of divinity and demons in his body. At this moment he could feel the terrifying threat that came from Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather didn't answer Lin Ming. She said, "Let me give you a word of caution. In a situation where I reveal my true bloodline, I can display the Saint Race's body metamorphosis technique to the limit." Soaring Feather moved. With her tail feathers, she seemed like a 7-colored divine Luan that was 70 to 80 feet long. Her speed drew towards an unimaginable degree as she nearly vanished from Lin Ming's sight. Kacha! Soaring Feather's 2 claws slashed down, tearing through the endless skies. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He rapidly drew backwards, sweeping out the black dragon spear at the same time. Although this was an automatic reaction, Lin Ming still poured a wild amount of incomparably shaking force into the black dragon spear, causing it to violently tremble. This black dragon spear that could instantly break apart an Empyrean spirit treasure smashed into the 7-colored divine Luan's claws. Soaring Feather had transformed into a 7-colored divine Luan, and her body now contained a divine natural strength. Lin Ming originally thought that the body transformation technique was Soaring Feather's weak spot, but after she manifested her true form, he was finally able to feel just how horrifying an existence she was. When the Phoenix Blood Spear smashed into Soaring Feather God King's claws, the fierce vibrating power was forcefully withstood by Soaring Feather God King. The black dragon spear was suddenly caught by her left claw, and then her right claw came crashing down. Wang! With a loud explosive sound, the web of Lin Ming's hand cracked open. He stuffily coughed out loud as he flew backwards. At the same time, Soaring Feather God King hadn't emerged unscathed. Her left claw that had gripped onto the black dragon spear had been wounded by the vibration force. However, Soaring Feather God King ignored this. Her figure flickered and her right claw grasped at Lin Ming's chest. This extreme speed left everyone panic-stricken. In the legends, the blue-winged roc that understood the wind laws to the deepest degree still wasn't this fast. This was a speed far superior to that of a phoenix god-beast. People didn't even have time to cry out in alarm. Soaring Feather God King's claw had already reached Lin Ming. 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Starlight of the highest heavens immediately gathered towards him, crazily pouring into his body. At the same time, he had already started burning his Azura blood. A potent and thick energy formed layers of protective energy. Lin Ming no longer had time to dodge. He raised his arm, keeping the black dragon spear tightly held to his forearm as he blocked this heavy strike. Kacha! The strike in that moment felt as if a heavy mountain had struck Lin Ming's arm just now. The layers of protective armor also burst apart. Lin Ming's entire body shook and the bones of his arm nearly broke apart. Beneath this great impact force, blood flowed out from the edge of his lips. His body was smashed away. As for the black dragon spear, it had also escaped his hand. He lost his spear. A human martial artist cried out in alarm. Xiao Moxian's palms were wet with a cold sweat. A weapon was a martial artist's second life. Lin Ming's spear had broken in battle before. In his battle with Astral Vault God King, Lin Ming had sacrificed several Empyrean Spirit Treasure spears. But Lin Ming rarely let go of his spear. As a martial artist, even if he lost consciousness, he would still hold onto his weapon. Sometimes, if one wished to take a weapon from a dead martial artist's hand, they would have to break off the corpse's fingers. Spiritual attack. A cold light flashed in Divine Dream's eyes. What made Lin Ming release his spear was not Soaring Feather God King's tremendous physical strength. In fact, in terms of absolute physical strength, Astral Vault was far better. However, in that wild claw attack just then, Soaring Feather God King had added a spiritual attack, making it nearly impossible to defend against. This? How can anyone still defend against this? Some human Empyreans cried out in pure shock. After Soaring Feather became the incarnation of a seven-colored divine Luan, not only did she unveil her horrifying body transformation technique, but her strikes even contained divine soul attacks. This was the last level of the feather conversion art and Soaring Feather's ultimate fighting method. And to any enemy, this sort of fighting ability was undoubtedly a nightmare. After Soaring Feather underwent her transformation, there were already few people capable of resisting her tremendous strength. Even if they managed to do it, they still had to endure the soul energy impact of the feather conversion art, and there simply weren't many martial artists that could withstand this. Divine Dream's guess was correct. The moment that Soaring Feather God King's claws struck Lin Ming's arms, he felt an incomparably insidious energy hurtle towards his spiritual sea. Even for Lin Ming, his face paled at this moment. An incredibly overbearing strength pierced into his spiritual sea, turning into a giant feather that thrust down like a spear. As long as the spear struck, Lin Ming's spiritual sea would absolutely be injured. Even if there weren't any lingering side effects left over, this would be the same as losing this battle. In an instant, Lin Ming's soul form appeared within his spiritual sea. Famine's soul! He bellowed out loud. Behind him, the titanic soul of famine that was submerged in his spiritual sea was stirred into a frenzy. Countless tentacles stretched out, rolling out like an army of blood dragons. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blood dragon tentacles violently collided with Soaring Feather God King's heaven-shattering feathers countless times. Every explosion caused Lin Ming to turn that much paler. Lin Ming knew that if he used the magic cube, it would be easy to defend his spiritual sea. But he didn't want to let Soaring Feather know about the magic cube. The time was not yet ripe to reveal such a secret. Time and time again, powerful feathers were struck into powder. Finally, the moment the feathers were about to touch Lin Ming's spiritual sea, 10 blood dragons rushed out together, shredding apart the final feathers. Pong! The feathers turned into countless motes of light. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was unscathed. However, with Lin Ming's current strength, he was unable to completely control Famine's soul. To forcibly call upon the power of Famine's soul just now consumed a great deal of Lin Ming's strength. The battle over Lin Ming's spiritual sea had occurred in just a moment. When he opened his eyes, Soaring Feather had flown right in front of him, her claws grasping down. This strike came towards Lin Ming's head. It was nearly impossible to avoid, and Lin Ming had already let go of his black dragon spear. If he were to use his flesh and blood to resist the strike, he would need to discard an arm to do so, and if he did that, then this battle would be as good as settled. In this critical moment, the black-clothed Lin Ming, purple-clothed Lin Ming, and blue-clothed Lin Ming rushed towards soaring feather god king from 3 different directions. One of them chopped down at her claws, and the other 2 thrust their spears towards her eyes. Lin Ming's 3 avatars all possessed the ability of independent thought. Even though they were controlled by Lin Ming, they could move on their own. In this moment, the avatars came to rescue him, saving him from this crisis. Soaring feather god king's figure flickered and her wings swept out, sweeping the 3 avatars away. As for Lin Ming's true self, he also took this chance to extricate himself from soaring feather god king's attack. Bzz. The black dragon spear emitted an excited cry as it returned to Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming smashed the spear downwards. In this strike, Lin Ming had used his complete strength, even opening the 9 stars of the Tao Palace to the limit and pouring the power of divinity and demons into the black dragon spear without reserve. For a time, black and white yin-yang colors swirled on the surface of the black dragon spear. The spear broke through the endless skies, unstoppable. The power of divinity and demons kindled, burning like sacred flames and scorching down the vastness of space. Soaring feather god king emitted a keening cry. She had just repelled Lin Ming's avatars with her wings, so she was only able to resist Lin Ming's strike with her claws. Kacha! In that moment all sound was swallowed. A blinding divine light swept through the void. For the surrounding several hundred miles, the human martial artists bore the brunt of the aftermath as they were covered by this divine light. Everyone watched as a large asteroid started to melt away and disintegrate beneath the illumination of this divine light. Be careful! Many human martial artists cried out in alarm, all of them summoning their protective true essence to resist the energy that snuck through the array formations. How horrifying! Even with protective shields prepared ahead of time, so much energy leaked through that we have to use all our energy to resist it. A young Holy Lord level elite said, his complexion changing. Facing such a dreadful strength, even if an Empyrean were to stand exposed in space, it was likely they would be severely wounded. Everyone instinctively wanted to retreat further away. But at this time, Divine Dream moved. She formed a 7-colored divine light that fused into the protective array, stabilizing it so that no energy leaked through anymore. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As they looked at Divine Dream, awe was in their eyes. This massive asteroid had disintegrated beneath the impact of energy, yet Divine Dream was able to easily resist it. This showed just how terrifying true divinity level masters were. At this time, the explosive divine light had dissipated. Everyone looked towards the center of the battlefield and saw that soaring feather god king's 2 claws were stained with blood, and the feathers on her stomach were also drenched red. From a single glance, one could see that this blood didn't originate from Lin Ming because its color was strange, and although it was red, it shined with a rainbow luster. Soaring feather was injured. Moreover, her injuries were heavy. As for Lin Ming, his wounds were even greater. His arm was twisted at a strange angle. It was clear he had broken his bones. His other arm was also covered in blood. It was obvious that he took heavy losses in that collision just now. Not just that, but his complexion was deathly pale, as if in that explosion just now the 2 of them had also undergone a contest of soul force. Looking at Lin Ming's blood-stained body, Xiao Maoxin trembled. Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Lin Xiaoga, and the others were also shaking with worry. For the fight to reach this point, it was simply too brutal. Father! Lin Huang looked at Lin Ming from afar, his thoughts complex. To him, Lin Ming would forever be the one he worshipped and the goal he aimed for in his heart. Lin Ming's back had always been driving Lin Huang forwards. Compared to the nervous human side, Soaring Feather was staring at Lin Ming, her complexion dignified. She had used the final level of the feather conversion art, revealed her true form, combined her soul attack and material attack, and even utilized the saint race's body transformation technique to the limit. Could be said that she had gone all out this battle. Although she had suppressed Lin Ming, she actually didn't manage to defeat him, and at this time, something occurred that caused Soaring Feather's eyes to leap up. Lin Ming stretched out his left hand. He held onto his fractured and twisted right arm, clenched his teeth and pulled. Kacha! With a cracking sound, the broken bones joined back together. Lin Ming slowly moved his right hand. Although his arm trembled, it was clear that there was no problem with his joints. By activating the natal life Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, a martial artist could obtain an unequaled restorative ability. They could regenerate severed arms and even rejoin their body if they were cut in half. Lin Ming held his spear in his left hand. He didn't move his right hand, but instead wrapped it with energy. It started to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Ming's eyes were profound. His 3 avatars gathered around him, clearly planning to delay for time. If he consumed a massive amount of blood vitality on his arm, he could definitely repair it in 20-some breaths of time. But during this time, he would need his avatars to divert his opponent. Soaring Feather's eyes were cold. She rushed forwards. She used her extreme speed once more. She clearly didn't plan on giving Lin Ming time to heal, or perhaps it could be said she wanted to test Lin Ming's limits. Who dash? Who dash? Strong gales stirred up. Soaring Feather and the 4 Lin Mings moved together. Energy wildly blazed outwards, forming a horrifying storm in the cosmos. The speed of the 5 figures neared the pinnacle, and even Empyreans found it difficult to clearly see what was occurring. As for the common martial artists, all they saw were series of afterimages. Although they couldn't clearly see the movements, the energy shockwaves that were capable of disintegrating asteroids reminded everyone just how terrifying this battle was. If it wasn't for the force field released by Divine Dream, then besides the several peak Empyreans there would be no one capable of standing still. Everyone below the Empyrean realm would also be instantly turned to ash. This was the disparity of absolute strength. Chi. Lin Ming gripped his spear in his left hand, drawing a crescent moon through the air as he aimed at Soaring Feather's abdomen. Soaring Feather blocked with her right wing and grasped out a claw at Lin Ming. However, at this time, Lin Ming's avatars attacked from behind Soaring Feather, forcing her to draw back her attack. Lin Ming's body flickered. Space shrank beneath his feet and he instantly appeared thousands of feet away. You fight just to delay for time? Your arm should already be fine by now. Soaring Feather's face was cold and decisive. Lin Ming's avatars were simply too annoying. Although their individual strength was less than the main body, they still possessed formidable defensive powers. And with each one coordinating with the others, it was hard to damage them. I just recovered, Lin Ming suddenly shouted. He stretched out his right hand and the black dragon spear landed in its grasp. You dare to engage me in frontal battle? Soaring Feather asked, her aura erupting. As you wish. Lin Ming roared into the heavens. He grabbed his spear with both hands and hurtled forwards once more. A massive Azura phantom appeared behind him. At this time, Lin Ming was covered in blood, small and large wounds crisscrossing his entire body. He was like a blood-red meteor as he impacted towards Soaring Feather God King. Bang! An explosion no smaller than the previous one blew out once more. Even from trillions of miles away, one could see a blazing light ignite in the distant skies. The protective barriers that were several hundred miles away began to violently shake. Besides Divine Dream, everyone else, including Emperor Xianxia, Dark Demon Monarch, and the others, all had changed complexions. Just how horrifying was this battle? In this collision, Lin Ming's arm didn't break. By using the power of vibration, he dispersed a great deal of the impact force. Taking advantage of this chance, Lin Ming flipped around. He actually rode on top of Soaring Feather's back. This was a weakness of Soaring Feather God King's defenses that he had long since been eyeing. With Soaring Feather God King having become the incarnation of a divine bird, he could avoid many of her attacks by riding on her back. Soaring Feather God King's strongest attack methods were her wings and claws. But her wings were on her sides and her claws near her abdomen. Her back was her natural blind spot. This was what people meant when they spoke about riding a tiger. Riding the back of a beast was the safest spot, but getting off was an entirely different story. Bang! Lin Ming was like a mountain suppressing the earth. Strength capable of cracking open planets was poured into his legs as he clamped down on Soaring Feather God King's back. In that fierce explosion just then, Soaring Feather God King had momentarily lost her balance. She cried out in alarm with not enough time to react. She hadn't expected that Lin Ming would actually decide to fight this way. And at this time, Lin Ming used his blood-stained arms to grab the black dragon spear and bring it smashing down. Puff! Soaring Feather's protective astral essence shattered. Blood splashed out and feathers fluttered into the air. Soaring Feather emitted a keening cry, a cry that contained the wrath of a god king. She wasn't angry that she had been wounded by Lin Ming, but angry that Lin Ming was riding on her back. She suddenly flapped her wings and a terrifying energy erupted. Lin Ming's avatars were sent flying away like broken kites, but Lin Ming twisted his legs, sticking onto Soaring Feather's back so that he wouldn't be flung off by her. Lin Ming erupted with energy once more. He grabbed the black dragon spear and brought it pounding down again. Kacha! The sound of cracking bone filled the air. Soaring Feather God King vomited a mouthful of blood as she hurtled downwards. This scene left all the human martial artists watching dazed. The fight had actually reached such a brutal degree, and Lin Ming was now even riding on Soaring Feather's back, in particular Astral Vault God King. He didn't dare reveal himself in public and instead watched the battle from afar. As he did, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He was the one who understood Soaring Feather's personality the most. Just how arrogant was Soaring Feather. And yet, she was now being ridden by a human and being savagely beaten. Not to mention Soaring Feather, even common god beasts wouldn't tolerate being ridden by others. This was an absolute insult to them, so it was no wonder that Soaring Feather was so enraged. Ayo! Soaring Feather sent out a keening cry once more. At this moment, her entire body seemed to burn like a scorching sun. Countless divine feathers fell down from her body, scattering throughout the air. Spears of divine feathers. This was tens of thousands of seven-colored divine feathers, indiscriminately attacking in all directions. Many of these feathers also contained Soaring Feather God King's blood essence. Zhang! 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 Divine feathers became spears, each spear glimmering with cold light. Tens of thousands of spear lights blazed out, splitting open the endless skies. This was Soaring Feather's attack created from shedding her divine feathers, and also her all-out move. Unless she was in a life-or-death crisis, she wouldn't use such a move. In ordinary times, if she fought with Lin Ming, even if she was finally defeated by him, she still wouldn't use this move. This was because this move was her trump card and also a move that overdrew her blood vitality. But now, because Lin Ming was riding on her back, it was too hard for her to get rid of him, leaving her with no choice but to use her life-saving attack. When Soaring Feather's divine feathers were flooded with energy, each one approached a true divinity spirit treasure in quality. With so many divine feathers scattered in all directions and shooting out, this was a nightmarish attack. Facing this crazy and fierce offensive, it was certainly impossible for Lin Ming to continue riding on Soaring Feather's back. In fact, when Soaring Feather activated her spears of divine feathers, Lin Ming had felt a horrifying killing intent erupt from her. He had quickly drawn back, but in that brief moment his thigh was pierced by a divine feather and started pouring out blood. Spear light shot out. Seven-colored divine light overwhelmed the skies. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He grasped the black dragon spear and rushed ahead. Pong! A beam of spear light formed from divine feathers was shattered by Lin Ming. He used this repelling force to flip around, avoiding the impact of another spear light. Hoo! 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 More and more spear lights appeared. The dancing divine feather spears danced in the air, weaving together and forming a sea of slaughter. Lin Ming roared once more. Behind him, the Azura Phantom reappeared, pushed three great wheels of destiny, spinning like grinding pans. Ka-ka-ka. Spear after spear of divine feathers was crushed by the grinding pans. Lin Ming drew back again and again, but there were too many spear lights. As he rapidly retreated, two spear lights pierced into his stomach and shoulder, but he managed to avoid being hit in any vital points on his body. However, when his mortal body was struck by a divine feather spear, the soul attack contained within caused blood to flow from Lin Ming's nose. This was an incredibly frigid battle. After reaching such a state, it had already surpassed the boundary of a martial arts contest, and was now no different from a life-or-death battle. All of the martial artists watching this battle felt their minds tremble with fear. Even Empyrean Divine Dream sucked in a light breath of air. She hadn't expected that the battle would become like this. In her opinion, if Soaring Feather God King were to fight with Lin Ming, she shouldn't have used all her cards. Bang! 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 Divine light lit up the skies. Spear light soared into the heavens. Countless divine feathers were torn apart by Lin Ming's incomparably powerful combat strength. However, Lin Ming was wounded all over. There was not an inch of skin on his body that wasn't injured. Then, as the barrage of divine feathers was on the verge of ending, another divine feather spear stabbed into Lin Ming's chest. If an ordinary human Empyrean were to receive such a blow, then even if they didn't end up half dead, they would still lose all ability to continue fighting. But Lin Ming simply grit his teeth and pulled out the divine feather spear stabbed into his body. He revolved the power of the natal life Tao Palace and began regenerating his wounds. Today's battle was the most harrowing battle he had been in since he came to the wild universe. Whoosh! 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 At this time, the countless divine feathers that were shot out began to roll backwards, submerging into Soaring Feather God King's body until they all vanished. As for the several divine feathers that Lin Ming held in his hands, although they didn't manage to fly loose from his grasp, all of their blood energy was instantly drawn out as they lose all their luster. This blood energy was naturally used to restore Soaring Feather God King. To take away Soaring Feather's life feather blood essence in front of her wasn't a realistic action. At this time, Soaring Feather God King was still in the shape of a seven-colored divine Luan. However, her back was covered with blood and her bones were broken all over. This was the result of being firmly smashed by Lin Ming's spear just then. Her icy cold eyes glared at Lin Ming. In terms of wounds alone, Lin Ming had far deeper injuries than she did. But Lin Ming possessed the natal life Tao Palace and his recovery abilities were stronger. Moreover, that attack Soaring Feather used just now had affected her blood vitality. If they were to truly continue fighting, then Soaring Feather would have the edge in winning. But that was already meaningless, because fighting any further would mean a true life-or-death slaughter. And both sides would inevitably be forced to overdrawn their life source. "This is as far as we go," Soaring Feather suddenly shouted. Lin Ming was stunned. He slowed the power of divinity and demons revolving in his body, and even the black dragon spear in his hands gently shook. His injuries were far too deep and he had just received heavy losses. Even just now, Soaring Feather's final strike had caused 3 wounds that pierced through his body. The natal life Tao Palace helped Lin Ming regenerate his wounds. And at this time, Lin Ming's 3 avatars stood on guard, protecting him as they stared at Soaring Feather. Lin Ming's fighting method was to restore his injuries using the natal life Tao Palace and use his 3 avatars to delay for time. Such a plan was to engage Soaring Feather in a battle of attrition. However, Lin Ming didn't know how many times Soaring Feather could use that final Spears of Divine Feathers killing move she just displayed. If she was able to use it 2 more times, then that was absolutely something he could not withstand. "This is as far as we go?" Lin Ming looked at Soaring Feather. "Fighting further is meaningless." Soaring Feather coldly looked at Lin Ming. Because he had ridden her just then, she still brooded over this. The truth was that her thoughts were extremely complex at this moment. Lin Ming's strength had surpassed her expectations, and she never thought she would even have to use her Spears of Divine Feathers. Hearing Soaring Feather's words, all the human martial artists let out a long breath of relief. In truth, in their opinion, they all believed that Soaring Feather had the upper hand, and they worried whether or not Lin Ming would be able to continue the battle much longer. "Lin Ming!" Xiao Moxian covered her mouth. Tears started streaming down her cheeks. "It's finally over." Empyrean Vast Universe wiped away a cold sweat. "It's good that it's over." Empyrean Vast Universe was someone that wasn't afraid of any situation. But, when that fight just now reached such a dire degree, he found it difficult to relax. His heart had been caught in his throat the entire time. "Then our bet." Lin Ming gloomily said as he looked at Soaring Feather. Previously, they had said that even if Lin Ming didn't win, as long as they came to a draw or if he could show he had combat strength equal to a Saint True Divinity, then Soaring Feather and Astral Vault would fulfill their end of the bet. But with their battle having concluded in such a manner, Lin Ming actually didn't believe this could be considered a draw. This was because for anyone watching it would seem that he had been at a disadvantage. "The bet will be as we agreed," Soaring Feather frostily said. She had already developed thoughts of withdrawing from the war between humanity and the saints. The great war between humanity and the saints all began because of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's ambitions. Soaring Feather had no intention of fighting to the death for the good fortune Saint Sovereign. As for the final result in the war, the truth was that even if humanity won, the foundation of the saints wouldn't be shaken. In the past, humanity only had a single heaven, and even after being occupied by the saints, it was impossible to kill off every human. So now the opposite was also true. Humanity didn't have too many elites to begin with, but the saints had 7 heavens with an impossibly large population base. The saints had Empyreans, even peak Empyreans, several times the number that humanity possessed, so it was truly impossible for the humans to do anything to the saints. Moreover, the most dangerous Lin Ming had already promised that he would withdraw from the war with her and Astral Vault, and place his every grudge onto the good fortune Saint Sovereign alone. As for the blood debt between humanity and the saints, that would have to be taken back by the human armies. In this situation, what reason was there for Soaring Feather to continue doing all this? This battle was originally just a way for her to find a legitimate reason to withdraw from the war. The reason the battle devolved into such an appearance was because Lin Ming's strength far surpassed her expectations, and also because Lin Ming's actions had provoked Soaring Feather. Thinking of this, Soaring Feather indignantly glared at Lin Ming with resentment. Unfortunately, it would be impossible for her to do anything to Lin Ming, and there was also no way for her to clear this insult in the future. "You remember me?" Soaring Feather coldly tossed out these words. After finishing speaking, she didn't delay at all as her body turned into a beam of light that shot deep into the universe. Lin Ming was left dumbfounded. He didn't think Soaring Feather would leave in such a simple and immediate manner. Like this, his battle against 2 true divinities had concluded. Lin Ming. Ha! Human Empyreans flew towards him, several hundred miles passing in a moment. "Are you fine?" Emperor Xianxia quickly looked over Lin Ming, making sure that he didn't have any major issues. Ha! Empyrean Vast Universe slapped Lin Ming's shoulder. This day would be recorded in the history of humanity, a day remembered for time immemorial. Within 10 days, Lin Ming defeated Astral Vault with an Empyrean-level cultivation and then fought Soaring Feather to a draw. Throughout the last 10 billion years of history in the 33 heavens, such a record had never been reported. As for before 10 billion years ago, when those like the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign were at the early Empyrean realm, it was unknown just what sort of strength they possessed. At this time, the human fleets were already stirred up in a frenzy of jubilation. Everyone shouted out Lin Ming's name, their cries forming endless waves. If it wasn't for the many Empyreans, then because of Lin Ming's identity and aura, these warriors would have already eagerly rushed up to praise him. In the great calamity of humanity, when humanity was about to make their counterattack and retake the divine realm, what they needed was a hero, someone who truly inspired them. Lin Ming. 3 days from now, let's hold a celebration feast. At this time, Divine Dream arrived by Lin Ming's side like a cool breeze. Her body was accompanied with a vague fragrance, and the surrounding Empyreans quickly made way for her. Celebration feast? Lin Ming shook his head. There's no need for one. Lin Ming didn't want to attend such a celebration feast. Not to mention that he didn't want to waste his time. Now was not the time to celebrate. Only when they killed the good fortune Saint Sovereign would a celebration feast have any meaning. There is. Divine Dream lightly said, "This celebration feast will also be your Ascension ceremony, where you will obtain your Empyrean title. To the human powerhouses, this Ascension ceremony is highly important. Moreover, your Ascension ceremony will greatly inspire the morale of humanity." Title? Lin Ming was surprised. In the past, when he adventured through the Sky Spill continent, He had obtained titles like Evil God, Azura, and other such titles. But these were simply honorifics that weren't related to him too much. However, upon becoming an Empyrean, a title was necessary. Almost every human Empyrean had their own title, and after being conferred this title, they would often substitute this for their own name. For instance, Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe, 3 Lives Old Man, Dark Demon Monarch, and so forth. Even Xiao Moxian was given the title of Empyrean Demon Fairy after breaking through to the Empyrean realm. As for Xiao Moxian's original name, Jixianer, only those like Lin Ming and a small minority had the qualifications to call her that. The disciples of Demon Fairy Palace only referred to Xiao Moxian as Empyrean Demon Fairy. The juniors of humanity needed a way to refer to Empyreans. They couldn't call an Empyrean by their true name. This was an act of disrespect. Moreover, an Empyrean was an unparalleled ruler of their race. Their name needed to represent the dignity of their role as a powerhouse, and their original name might not possess such majesty. In fact, it might even sound extremely ordinary. This was why, after a long period of time, people would use an Empyrean's title to refer to them. So, it could be said a title was extremely important to an Empyrean. Lin Ming currently needed this breadth of dignity because he was already the one worthy of being called the spiritual leader of humanity. The position of spiritual leader was a sacred throne. It could even be called the belief that all human martial artists held in their hearts. To many martial artists, Lin Ming was a nearly omnipotent existence. If Lin Ming was strong, then morale would surge upwards. If Lin Ming was weak, then morale would plummet. The name of faith that these martial artists kept in their hearts should be somewhat sacrosanct. Young Hero Lin, Senior Lin, Sage Lin, Hero Lin. Titles like these were inappropriate. Thinking of this, Lin Ming also believed that a title was necessary. Thus he nodded. Then I will have to bother Senior Divine Dream to help me arrange this. As humanity was arranging Lin Ming's Ascension ceremony, Soaring Feather had already activated a great void shift and passed through hundreds of millions of miles of space. She rapidly flew into a milky white spirit palace located deep in starry space. Only Fairy Blue Lotus was within this spirit palace, anxiously waiting. Master! Seeing Soaring Feather rapidly fly over, Fairy Blue Lotus rushed to greet her. As she saw Soaring Feather's appearance, though, she was startled. At this time, Soaring Feather had still maintained her body metamorphosis appearance. Her back was covered in blood and many of her feathers had been torn out. I'm fine. These are just external wounds. The moment that Soaring Feather flew into the spirit palace, she undid her body metamorphosis. Her naked body landed on the great rugs that lined the spirit palace. Her snow-white skin was stained red with blood. Seeing these wounds, Fairy Blue Lotus was horrified. She didn't dare to believe her own eyes. These wounds were caused by Lin Ming? Yes. Soaring Feather nodded. Master, you lost? Fairy Blue Lotus uttered, disbelief thick in her voice. It was already hard for her to accept that Lin Ming had the abilities to contend with Soaring Feather, but to defeat Soaring Feather and severely wound her. Fairy Blue Lotus thought this was impossible. This was simply too ridiculous. I didn't lose, but I didn't win. Lin Ming's wounds are heavier than mine. Soaring Feather lightly said. The new was constantly replacing the old. Lin Ming's great strength had left her bewildered. Prepare a barrel of medicinal solution for me. Although Soaring Feather cultivated the Saint Race's body transformation technique, her restorative abilities were far inferior to Astral Vault's. This was the difference of their bloodlines. When Astral Vault fought with Lin Ming, his recovery abilities far exceeded Lin Ming's natal life Dao Palace. In truth, Astral Vault God King was not weak. His strengths lay in his endurance and recovery abilities that far exceeded Lin Ming's. Astral Vault God King could fiercely battle for 100 days without using up all his strength. His blood vitality was far more powerful than that of a god beast, and in battle he recovered more energy than he used. He wasn't injured easily, and even if he was fine. The more he fought, the stronger he became, until the time his opponent collapsed. Unfortunately, he fell into Lin Ming's trap. He had been rapidly defeated by Lin Ming in a short period of time and wasn't able to display his advantages. Could be said that Astral Vault had lost with many regrets. A true divinity was not skilled in all aspects. Soaring Feather was superior to Astral Vault in many areas, but she lagged behind in recovery abilities. After receiving a heavy wound, she needed the support of medicinal solutions to help her quickly recover. She held her naked body and stepped into the jade barrel. As her snow-white skin sank into the green medicinal solution, it was like white jade being buried in liquid emeralds. Soaring Feather slowly fell silent. She didn't know what would occur in the future of the 33 heavens. Nor did she know what the good fortune Saint Sovereign would do once he left seclusion. And she didn't even know what the Soul Emperor was plotting. She was clearly aware that with her strength, it was impossible for her to go from being a chess piece to a chess player. Originally, it was the Soul Emperor and the good fortune Saint Sovereign playing against each other. Now, Lin Ming had joined in from the side. As for how this game would play out, Soaring Feather couldn't see. If she couldn't see what direction the chess game was playing in, rushing in to do anything was extremely dangerous. Moreover, for these past years she had felt increasingly tired and long since wanted to withdraw. She didn't want to be a chess piece. Even if she was the most important game piece on the board, so what? As a true divinity, the truth was that she didn't need to attach herself to anyone. Upon reaching the level of a true divinity, if one discounted the hidden true divinities who no one knew whether or not they truly existed, then the ones that were known amounted to around 10 in total. But, as for where the limits of these people's strength lay, no one knew. The strength of the 33 Heavens Soul Emperor and good fortune Saint Sovereign was also a mystery. Soaring Feather was only faintly aware. Besides the good fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor, the other true divinities were likely at the lower true divinity realm. As for what rank of true divinity the 33 Heavens Soul Emperor and good fortune Saint Sovereign were, no one knew. They only vaguely referred to them as outstanding amongst true divinities. Soaring Feather had never fought with the good fortune Saint Sovereign or the Soul Emperor, so she hadn't seen the limits of their strength. She didn't know if they were upper true divinities or middle true divinities. All she knew was that she was absolutely not a match for either one of them. Oh! At this time, in Demon Fairy Palace, on the top floor of Demon Fairy Palace on a warm bed within Xiao Maxian's chambers, Lin Ming was wrapped in fragrance, enjoying a warmth he hadn't felt for a long time. Mu Qinyu was quietly splayed over his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. As for Qin Xingxuan, she held onto Lin Ming's arm, curled around him like a little sleeping kitten. As for Xiao Maxian, she was leaning on Lin Ming's side, stretching out a delicate finger and naughtily drawing circles on his chest. This moment of peace gave the three women an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. Naturally, Lin Ming was also extremely satisfied. The truth was that in these past years, Lin Ming had chased after the peak of martial arts and tried to preserve the future of humanity. He had spent nearly all his time and energy on these two matters. In his heart, the desire between men and women wasn't able to create many waves. However, after being separated for thousands of years and then reuniting with the women he deeply loved most in his life, the warmth and pleasure that returned could no longer be expressed with the word desire alone. After an unknown period of time, Mu Qinyu quietly opened her eyes. She suddenly said, "Lin Ming, I want a child." Mu Qinyu's startled Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan also immediately awakened. Her pitch-black eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Ming. "I also want one." Qin Xingxuan's face blushed red. Xiao Maxian laughed, but this playful and friendly laugh left Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu even more embarrassed. In the past, when Lin Ming was in the lower realms, if he wasn't involved in the chaos in the South Sea, then he was being chased down by Yang Yun. In between, he had risked his life countless times. And with his limited strength and his desire to struggle against destiny, Lin Ming wasn't prepared to bring children into the world. This was because he couldn't provide an environment to look after and train his children. When he was with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu, although they had made love numerous times, he had actually locked in his source of life because he didn't want children. Afterwards, when Lin Ming was in the Azura Road with Xiao Maxian, he also didn't want a child. However, the difference was that Lin Ming had a different bloodline than Xiao Moxian, and it was extremely difficult for her to become pregnant. Lin Ming thought the chances of her becoming pregnant were nearly zero, thus he didn't care too much. However, he never thought that after he left the Azura Road he would win the jackpot, thus resulting in Lin Huang. Brother Lin, for these past years, my two big sisters have had many concerns that you weren't aware of. Xiao Moxian playfully pinched Lin Ming. Then, she leaned in close to his ear, whispering something to him before quietly putting on her clothes and walking away. The truth was that Xiao Moxian was already aware of Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu's thoughts. As women, they longed for a child, and this wish had continued for thousands of years. As Xiao Moxian left the room, she gently closed the door behind her. Lin Ming was stunned. He looked at Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu in a daze, unsure what feeling was in his heart. Mu Qianyu grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand, affectionately staring into his eyes. Lin Ming, did you know that when you left more than 6,000 years ago, I nearly broke down. With the sorrow of humanity, there was nothing here but endless vicious beasts of the wilderness. It was with great difficulty that we developed our territory, but even then all our efforts were for naught. This was because no matter how much we constructed, we never knew when the saints would come rushing through and savagely destroy everything. I couldn't find hope and I couldn't see a future. I waited for you, but everyone said that you had died. I wasn't willing to believe them, but slowly I began reaching the precipice of despair. It was during this time that I thought, if I had your child, how wonderful would that be? With a child, I would have a focus for my life. I could pour all my emotions into our child, so that even if something happened to you I wouldn't collapse, because there would be a reason for my life. Mu Qianyu earnestly said, not blinking as she looked at Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan held onto Lin Ming's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Brother Lin, do you plan on leaving again in a few days? Lin Ming froze. Looking at in Qin Xingxuan, he couldn't bear hurting her again. However, he knew that he didn't have much time left. When he used negotiations and his own strength to force Astral Vault and Soaring Vault to withdraw from the war with him, many people had already guessed his plans. Eventually, Lin Ming nodded. Qin Xingxuan wasn't surprised, nor was she hurt. She had already expected this. She said, Brother Lin, 6,000 years ago, Huanger was born, and every day I would help little sister Xian'er look after him. I truly did envy her. Afterwards, I watched Huanger slowly grow and regarded him as my own child. But, in the end, he wasn't. Every time Huanger went out to adventure, and then when I saw him return, I would think how wonderful would it be if I had my own child. As Qin Xingxuan spoke, her eyes sparkled with tears. She finally spoke of the sad days she had experienced for over 6,000 years. This sort of loneliness, this sort of fear, the pain brought by these emotions was difficult to describe in words. Lin Ming didn't speak because words were no longer necessary at this moment. He firmly gripped Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's hands. Then he held them in his arms and gently kissed them. Together, they fell back onto the soft bed. Everything continued to occur naturally. For the next 3 days, Lin Ming didn't train anymore. For the entire 3 days he completely relaxed himself and enjoyed a sensual peace with his wives. And every time, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan would carefully accept Lin Ming's life essence lest it flow out from them. Seeing this, Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. The truth was that as long as Lin Ming no longer locked in his life essence, the chances of becoming pregnant were nearly 100%. This was because Lin Ming's essence energy possessed a life force, vigor, and survival time far surpassing that of a mortal. It wasn't wrong that it was difficult for a more powerful race to reproduce. But it was Lin Ming that was strong, not his race that was strong. He was still a human and also himself. Because of this, his ability to reproduce wouldn't weaken, and instead become stronger. If there was a woman with a unique bloodline like Xiao Moxian, then if Lin Ming was with her, the chances of her becoming pregnant would also be magnified by several times. But if he were weak, then the chances of her becoming pregnant would be nearly zero. This was an issue concerning the amount of life essence that one possessed. It was impossible for a mouse to impregnate a phoenix. So in the future, if Lin Ming broke into the true divinity realm or even stepped beyond divinity, it wouldn't be impossible for Xiao Moxian to have a second child. 3 days later, early in the morning, Lin Ming woke up from the sweet warmth that surrounded him. He changed into new robes and exuded an energetic aura. Today, Lin Ming's Ascension ceremony would begin. The ancient Ascension ceremony. It meant to offer a sacrifice to the heavens and earth. These Ascension ceremonies also existed in the mortal realms. For instance, mortal emperors would climb up mountains to worship the heavens and earth, singing praises towards the world. But it was different in the world of martial artists. Here, the heavens and earth referred not to the heavens and earth in the eyes of a mortal, but to an Empyrean. This was because after a martial artist broke into the Empyrean realm, the laws they possessed would be able to stand on even ground with the heavenly Tao laws in some aspects. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say that an Empyrean was the universe of the heavens and earth. Before the great calamity occurred, human true divinities had long since vanished, and an Empyrean was the highest boundary one could reach. With this, the word Empyrean possessed the meaning of being singular and proud in the heavens above or the earth below. Without a doubt, Lin Ming's Ascension ceremony would be the greatest celebration for humanity ever since they entered the wild universe. Nearly 100 human Empyreans gathered for this ceremony. In terms of scale, there was only one other event that could compare with this, and that was when Divine Dream broke into the true divinity realm. The base of humanity had already been transferred to a nebula deep in the center of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Today, this nebula glowed with a divine light. Every human Empyrean brought their heavenly palace. The 100 heavenly palaces circled together, gorgeous lights emitting from them that spanned the vastness of space, beautiful to the extreme. And this divine afterglow surrounded a force field that was 100,000 miles in radius. Within this force field there were countless rare flowers and trees, treasures of the heavens and earth that were blooming together. Such a marvelous sight appeared in the starry space of the cosmos, leaving one shocked, and by this time, Lin Ming's title had already been decided. Just yesterday, in order to decide Lin Ming's title, several high-level figures of humanity had convened a special conference. This was something that had never occurred in human history before. The vast majority of Empyrean titles were personally chosen by that Empyrean. They would use whatever title they were fond of. These titles would often be related to their cultivation methods, combat methods, life experiences, place of birth, the reason they became famous, ancient ruins they visited, or other such factors. However, Lin Ming's title held a different significance. He was the might and authority of humanity. The symbol of a leader certainly couldn't be randomly chosen. This title needed to be accepted by the common people. Moreover, this title was destined to be recorded in the annals of history and spread down for eternity. Thus, one couldn't help but be careful. 3.6 billion years ago, the leader of humanity was conferred the title of Empyrean Divine Seal. This title possessed monumental momentum and importance. Even after so many years passed, when people mentioned the name of Empyrean Divine Seal, they would do so with infinite respect in their voices. As for what Empyrean Divine Seal's true name was, no one knew. Of course, this was likely due to the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, in which most of humanity's inheritances were destroyed. At the start, someone suggested that they call Lin Ming Empyrean Immortal, to indicate that Lin Ming was immortal, and that with his life, humanity would continue to exist in perpetuity. However, this proposal was directly rejected by Divine Dream. While the title Immortal might be domineering and great, it was already taken by someone 10 billion years ago. At the same time, Empyrean Azura was the same. More ideas were proposed. From Lin Ming's cultivation methods, Empyrean 9-star, Empyrean Thunderfire, Empyrean Heretical God, all of these possibilities were rejected. The reason was because they only described a small part and didn't reflect Lin Ming in his entirety. Divine Dream had had every person participating in this conference propose a title. Even the primal god race proposed the title of Everlasting God King. But after Divine Dream considered it for a moment, she also rejected this. When it came to Vast Universe to offer a proposal, because everyone had offered so many ideas and he couldn't duplicate them, he thought for a moment before suggesting Empyrean New Dawn. This left Divine Dream at a loss for words. Although Empyrean New Dawn did have some nice meaning to it, this name didn't resound in the ears at all. Then, how about we call him the Human Sovereign? As all the other Empyreans finished speaking, Divine Dream spoke up. Everyone listening was stunned. This name not only resounded loudly in the ears, but it also possessed a deeper meaning. The saints had their saint sovereign. The Spiritas had their soul emperor. Then humanity should have their human sovereign. This title also indicated Lin Ming's position. Human sovereign, the sovereign of humanity, in other words, the number one person of the entire human race. In the future, when this great calamity was recorded in history, Lin Ming would be considered the highest leader of humanity, and his name would be written down forever. When others mentioned these history books and spoke of Lin Ming, they would refer to him as the human sovereign. In other words, human sovereign Lin Ming. And in the future, when the divine realm recovered to its golden era, humanity would no longer refer to Lin Ming as senior or sage, but would instead call him Your Majesty, or sovereign. This title obtained the approval of the Empyreans present. This was also a title won by Lin Ming's strength. Because even if Empyreans could choose their title however they wished, no one would dare to call themselves this, since it would be the same as challenging all other human Empyreans. But for Lin Ming to be conferred the title of human sovereign, no one refused it. When Lin Ming learned of this title, he felt that it was a bit exaggerated. But after considering multiple factors, a bit of exaggeration was acceptable for the war effort. Like this, the Ascension ceremony officially began. Banquets were held one after another. Many of the items at these banquets were heavenly materials, priceless and rare. Eating them was greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. This banquet and ceremony continued for a full 3 days. The title of human sovereign Lin Ming also spread through humanity from this ceremony. On the last day, Lin Ming sat atop the throne of the human sovereign. Throughout the endless starry skies, the chants of human martial artists echoed. Human sovereign immortal, humanity forever. This chant formed a storm, causing the blood of every human warrior to boil over. Looking at these human martial artists with their momentum that soared to the skies, Lin Ming knew that it was finally time for humanity to return to the divine realm and settle their blood debt. This was also the time for him to leave. To Lin Ming, everything that was occurring in front of him, all of this worship and adoration, all of it seemed like a fog that could disappear at any moment. Without absolute strength, before long all of this would turn into illusion, let alone being something that spread down through history. This was because before that ever occurred, humanity would have turned into the dust of history. Time was of the essence. After the Ascension ceremony ended, Lin Ming flew into the void of space by himself. He left behind the Legion of Famine to protect his family and friends. As for the great armies of humanity, they were preparing to retake the divine realm. In such a situation, Lin Ming quietly passed through the connection between the wild universe and the divine realm, and arrived at the Azura Road by himself. In the past 2 months, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu became pregnant one after another. And as the 2 women were preparing to become mothers, Lin Ming entered seclusion once more to perceive Famine's memories. As his understanding towards the abyssal language became increasingly profound, he slowly understood more and more things. The origin of the dark abyss and the abyssal demons slowly formed an outline in Lin Ming's mind. A terrifying guess emerged in Lin Ming's heart. Because the information from Famine was incredibly messy and chaotic, Lin Ming didn't dare to assume that his guesses were correct. He had an idea, but to confirm this he had to personally go to the dark abyss. Now, within the 33 heavens, there was no place necessary for Lin Ming to go. He had already explored the depths of the Azura Road. As for the Akashic Dream universe, although he hadn't fully explored it, Lin Ming had already become fully aware of the laws of life and death, and even if he went there he wouldn't gain any heaven-shaking harvests. Moreover, there was still the Soul Emperor. Although Shang Mei had said that the Soul Emperor would need to go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years, or even longer after absorbing his eternal soul, in order to cultivate the so-called laws of immortality. However, Lin Ming couldn't say that the Soul Emperor wouldn't end this seclusion midway. Thus, after thinking about it, the place Lin Ming needed to go the most was the Dark Abyss. Lin Ming was aware that within the Dark Abyss, there were horrifying existences that were scarier and stronger than the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens. Infinite secrets were contained in the Dark Abyss. These secrets involved the great calamity of the 33 heavens 10 billion years ago, and even involved more ancient eras of the universe. Lin Ming didn't know what the history of the universe was like before the Azura Road Master. Could there have once been a martial arts civilization that was even more glorious? But, before going to the Dark Abyss, Lin Ming thought of going to the Azura Road once more. There were some matters he needed to finish first, and he needed to go into seclusion for a period of time. The area Lin Ming chose to stay at in the Azura Road was not the final trial but God-Burying Ridge. Over 6,000 years ago, when Lin Ming arrived at the Azura Road's Great Desolate with Xianxia, they had been hunted down by Imperial Prince Naki in God-Burying Ridge, and finally even caught Tian Mingzi's attention. In a life-or-death crisis, Lin Ming duel cultivated with Xianxia, and as a result, they killed Tian Mingzi. Thinking of those days made Lin Ming feel as if they happened just yesterday. His battle against Tian Mingzi had been incomparably perilous. A single wrong step and they would have been doomed. Lin Ming's heart still sped up when he thought back to Tian Mingzi's cunning plots. In the past, the reason he could kill Tian Mingzi and even bring down Imperial Prince Naki and the half-step Empyrean Mr. Ash murder was because he had drawn support from a death zone in God-Burying Ridge, Blue Throne by Chi's tomb. One of the Azura Road Master's disciples was buried in by Chi's tomb. Without a doubt, this person had once been an ancient true divinity-level character. After being weakened for 10 billion years, the tomb that this character left behind had its array formations and force fields weakened to an incredibly low degree. Otherwise, if they weren't, then using the tomb's array formations to kill a lower Empyrean or middle Empyrean wouldn't have been difficult at all. In the past, when Lin Ming entered Bai Chi's tomb, he had disturbed Bai Chi's eternal slumber. Then, in order to protect himself, he had used the array formations in Bai Chi's tomb to kill Imperial Prince Naki, Mr. Ash murder, and the others. In order to express his thanks and also apologize for his actions, Lin Ming had pledged that once he gained the ability he would re-enter this land and repair Bai Chi's tomb. And now Lin Ming had this ability. He used his knowledge of array formations and the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, spending a full 6 days to repair all of the killing arrays in Bai Chi's tomb. He poured in sufficient energy, and with the heaven and earth origin energy that would supplement the array formations, they would revolve without issue for several billion more years. Like this, Lin Ming could be said to have fulfilled his past promise. Besides repairing Bai Chi's tomb, he had made another pledge. He had promised Empyrean Divine Mist that he would kill Empyrean Divine Void. Thinking of this, Lin Ming estimated his strength and realized that it might be too difficult to achieve. Divine Void's strength was likely comparable to that of Astral Vault God King. While he was stronger than Astral Vault God King, if he hadn't used tactics and had instead directly faced him, then defeating him wouldn't have been as easy. Moreover, that was only defeat. Defeating someone and killing them were two completely different concepts. As long as Divine Void walked away, there was nothing Lin Ming could do to stop him. Even if Divine Void wanted to engage in a final life-or-death battle and Lin Ming fought with him, there were no advantages to be had. In this sort of situation, it was impossible for Lin Ming to avoid all the array formations and subordinates within Divine Void's lair and kill him. He didn't believe he could accomplish this even when he reached the Middle Empyrean realm. Thus, Lin Ming chose to go into seclusion. This was also the most important goal for which he had come to God-Burying Ridge, because God-Burying Ridge contained a mysterious cultivation land, Tragic Death Valley. Within Tragic Death Valley, time and space were twisted underneath the yoke of some strange rules. The flow of time in Tragic Death Valley was 10 times faster than in the outside world. Every 10 days in Tragic Death Valley was equal to 1 day outside. Time enchantments weren't strange. But the enchantment within Tragic Death Valley didn't twist the laws, thus it didn't affect a martial artist's cultivation. This was beyond rare. Of course, there was also a price in staying in Tragic Death Valley. This was an immutable, never-changing environment. A martial artist wouldn't gain new insights, nor would they experience lucky chances. They would not be able to engage in life or death battles, and their cultivation speed wouldn't rise too quickly. If a human holy lord were to enter tragic Death Valley, it was simply unrealistic for them to break into the Empyrean realm during their stay. In the past, when Lin Ming developed his inner world and perceived the samsara of life and death, even if he didn't have enough time, he still wouldn't have entered tragic Death Valley. Firstly, the things he needed to feel and comprehend didn't exist in tragic Death Valley. Secondly, and more importantly, was that there wasn't much origin energy within tragic Death Valley. In fact, it could be called extremely thin. This was because tragic Death Valley was completely isolated from the outside, and the heaven and earth origin within only circulated amongst itself. The scattered energy inside originated from the life forms that fell in tragic Death Valley as well as their magic items. Such energy was certainly limited. Moreover, when Lin Ming was a world king rushing towards the Empyrean realm, he needed to absorb a massive amount of world power. Thus, tragic Death Valley was not an ideal cultivation place. But presently the circumstances were completely different. Lin Ming had comprehended the laws within the Holy Scripture and even gradually fused them with the Azura heavenly Tao. The power of divinity and demons also formed a system, and his inner world had absorbed enough world power. Lin Ming's comprehension had reached a high level, and what he lacked now was cultivation. Moreover, after Lin Ming successfully broke into the Empyrean realm, because he had to withstand tribulation of the 33 heavens, he had absorbed an enormous amount of heavenly Tao law fragments, many of which came from the law's ancient god kings. When Lin Ming shattered these phantoms of ancient god kings, a minor part of their aura and comprehensions and even the laws they cultivated were inevitably inherited by Lin Ming. All of this could be digested in tragic Death Valley. Thus, Lin Ming didn't lack laws that he needed to perceive. As for heaven and earth origin energy, it wasn't wrong that the origin energy within tragic Death Valley was barren. But Lin Ming never planned on absorbing heaven and earth origin energy from there to begin with. Instead, he had brought Famine's avatar with him. This was a massive treasure trove of energy which contained an incomparably large amount of blood vitality and demonic power. A shortage of heaven and earth origin energy was unimportant. Lin Ming only needed to absorb Famine's avatar. Like this, Lin Ming entered tragic Death Valley. To him, this place that was an absolute death trap to ordinary martial artists was actually as calm and leisurely as a garden. After so many years, Lin Ming returned to tragic Death Valley once more. Nothing had changed from the past. Endless bones littered the ground, and there was also the incomparably large god-beast tomb array that should have originated from the Azura Roadmaster. Tragic Death Valley was pitch black, and the peace was horrifying. When many peerless masters arrived here, they couldn't see any hope of escape and were slowly driven to insanity. However, within such an environment, Lin Ming's mind was as still as a placid lake. Even in this darkness and deathly silence, all that Lin Ming felt was peace and quiet. In these past years, Lin Ming felt a great pressure on his shoulders, and he had experienced far too many tribulations. After arriving at an absolutely safe place like tragic Death Valley, he immediately relaxed. This was an array formation that the Azura Roadmaster had personally laid down in the past. Even someone on the level of Soaring Feather God King would have a hard time freely entering and leaving as they pleased. And no one could expect that he would hide here. While inside he was absolutely safe. Lin Ming began his seclusion. There were too many matters he had to complete. Just absorbing the memories in Famine's soul would take an extremely long time. Lin Ming needed to go to the dark abyss, and without Famine's memories as a guide, then a single human entering was no different from a sheep wandering into a wolf den. He had to protect himself, and the greatest measure with which to do so was Famine. The years passed without sense of time. Lin Ming fell into an absorbed state. He didn't know how much time passed, only that his hair constantly grew longer, brushing against the ground and still growing. Dust rose and fell on his body. At certain intervals, waves of demonic energy would rise up and the dust on Lin Ming would fly away. However, he steadfastly sat there like a rock. When Lin Ming first entered the Azura Road, he was already just barely able to deal with the demonic energy tides in tragic Death Valley. Now, he was like a reef in front of a breeze, simply not feeling it at all. But Lin Ming's clothes slowly tore apart. As several demonic energy tides rose, they wore away at his clothes. Soon he became utterly naked. Every now and then his exposed skin would glow red. He was absorbing Famine's essence. To Lin Ming, Famine's avatar was powerful, but it was only slightly more powerful than himself. With sufficient time, Lin Ming would surpass Famine's avatar in strength, and by that time the avatar would be weak. Thus, the most effective method for Lin Ming to use the avatar of Famine was to absorb its essence to further develop himself. As time passed, Lin Ming absorbed more and more of Famine's energy into his body. Not only did he absorb a massive amount of pure demon energy, but he also absorbed the laws within it. Faintly, Lin Ming seemed to arrive in a chaotic space. Deep within this chaotic space, a massive black hole of space-time slowly revolved. As energy neared this black hole, it would be sucked in. Seeing this, Lin Ming froze. This was laws of swallowing? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Famine's flesh and blood and even its soul contained the secrets to the laws of swallowing. After absorbing Famine's soul and now absorbing Famine's flesh and blood, all of Famine's essence was being transferred to his body. Then, perhaps he could also peek into the deepest secrets of the laws of swallowing and begin plundering talent like Famine could. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Ming to do this to such a heaven-defying degree like Famine could. But it would be good enough if he could inherit a tiny portion of the talent in the laws of swallowing. Disregarding everything else, just his speed in absorbing world energy in the future would be incomparable to the present. To swallow. In Lin Ming's mind, these weren't the methods of the enemy, but a new shortcut that would allow him to grow faster. With these intentions in mind, Lin Ming no longer hesitated. He composed his mind and poured all of his mental strength into Famine's flesh and blood, greedily absorbing nutrition from its essence. Unknowingly and unwittingly, 100 years passed. Outside this was only 10 years. In these 10 years, Lin Ming's 2 children were born. One was a boy and one was a girl. Mu Qinyu gave birth to a boy named Lin Yu, and Qin Xingxuan gave birth to a girl named Lin Xian. The names of these 2 children came from both their mother and father. Lin Yu and Lin Xian's talents were slightly worse than Lin Huang's. But they had inherited Lin Ming's Azura bloodline, and if they cultivated in the future, they were sure to become extraordinary individuals. Another 10 years passed. In the divine realm, the war between humanity and the saints raged like a blazing conflagration. Because Soaring Feather and Astral Vault withdrew from the war, humanity's ability to face their opponents on the battlefield was no less than the saints. Many territories in the divine realm had already been reclaimed by humanity. As the human refugees scattered throughout the divine realm saw the return of their fellow comrades, all of them sobbed in joy. No one could understand what they felt after waiting for this moment for more than 6,000 years. They were happy, so happy that even if they died, they could die in peace. In terms of the great war between humanity and the saints, a mere 20 years of fighting was in truth only a short period of time. It would take much longer to reclaim the divine realm. After all, the divine realm itself had 3,000 great worlds. The battles in the wild universe alone had continued for several hundred years. Now, the great effort to retake the divine realm would require at least several hundred years before they could truly reclaim their land. But during the 3rd decade of the effort to retake the divine realm, the saint armies began to retreat. They relinquished divine realm great worlds they had seized on their own initiative, riding on spirit ships to flee back to Saint Convocation Heaven. Soldiers receded like a falling tide. With the saints retreating, the human armies were able to push in without facing any obstacles. The human warriors were incomparably excited. However, the several human Empyreans leading the war were startled. They hadn't expected such a result to occur. The saints are retreating. What should we do? Emperor Xianxia asked Divine Dream. He was asking whether or not they should chase down the armies of the saints. Without a doubt, the saints were retreating because the good fortune Saint Sovereign was in seclusion. Because the good fortune Saint Sovereign couldn't be interrupted midway, the saints had decided to return to Saint Convocation Heaven where they could regroup and maintain their strength. With the death of the good fortune Saint's son, the withdrawal of Soaring Feather God King, Astral Vault God King, as well as their subordinates such as Blue Lotus and the others, that meant the saints had no highest leader to turn to. To return to Saint Convocation Heaven was an intelligent move in these circumstances. When humanity took back the divine realm, it hadn't been easy for them, even though this was territory they were profoundly aware of. If they were to march into Saint Convocation Heaven and face the unknown breadth of the saint armies from the seven heavens of the saints, then this would be far too risky a move. It was unwise to pursue a hard-pressed enemy too far, much less an army that was deep in enemy territory. However, Divine Dream still issued the order to give pursuit. This was because with her presence, she could maintain the integrity of the human fleets. Divine Dream knew that it was impossible for humanity to seize the Saint Convocation Heaven no matter how much they chased after their enemies. She knew that besides annihilating some of the saints' overall war strength, there weren't any advantages to be had. But she would still continue the pursuit. Even if this was only a tribute to the countless martyrs who had died bravely in battle in the wild universe. The blood of humanity couldn't be bled in vain. She needed to give those heroic martyrs an answer to their deeds. This battle continued for another 30 years. Humanity's war in the Saint Convocation Heaven was even more difficult. Humanity had yet to recover their energy. In terms of Empyrean-level characters, they only had a bit more than 100 and only 2,000 some great world kings. Although Divine Dream was powerful, she was only a single person. This would be the same if the good fortune Saint Sovereign went to the wild universe to fight. The human Empyreans would immediately hide away, making it so that the good fortune Saint Sovereign wouldn't be able to kill many of them. And now, with Divine Dream battling in the Saint Convocation Heaven, the Saint Empyreans naturally wouldn't line up so that Divine Dream could slaughter them. Thus, Divine Dream's greatest function was to protect the main force of humanity and threaten. With Divine Dream, the human armies did not fear frontally facing the saints, nor did they fear being surrounded. However, Divine Dream couldn't replace the human armies in fighting. To annihilate the armies of the saints, what humanity truly relied on were their Empyreans, world kings, and holy lords. The size of the human armies was far too small. It was simply impossible for them to wage war throughout the seven heavens of the saint race. Soon, the fight reached an impasse. The saints actively avoided battle. In this situation, humanity wasn't able to achieve much. To further expand their war victories, they could only destroy planets of saints and wipe out massive amounts of low-level saint martial artists. But if they did this, then they would be no different from the saints, and perhaps might even be worse. Thus, on the 50th year, the human armies returned to the divine realm. The moment that the armies withdrew, the divine realm wildly cheered in revelry and celebration. Countless people cried out hot tears. They had paid a deep price for over 6,000 years, putting in generations of effort, and now they finally had their homeland back. They had preserved their dignity, had preserved the bravery of their bloodline. Although this was only temporary, they had all firmed their resolve. No matter how the saints counterattacked in the future, they would continue fighting on to the last person. With humanity's victory, two names shined ever brighter in human history. These two names were Human Sovereign Lin Ming and Heavenly Empress Divine Dream. No one referred to Divine Dream as Empyrean Divine Dream anymore, but started to call her the Heavenly Empress. This corresponded to Lin Ming. Within the heavens and earth, Lin Ming was the human sovereign and Divine Dream was the Heavenly Empress. One sovereign, one empress. These were similar to the names of the Spiritus Soul Emperor and Soul Empress. Emperor, Sovereign, Empress. These were some of the highest titles given to men and women in humanity. They were unrelated to whether or not one was married. While the divine realm was being rebuilt, Lin Ming was still deep in seclusion. 70 years had passed outside, meaning 700 years within tragic Death Valley. During these 700 years, Lin Ming had already started the 7th cycle of the grand reincarnation art. The energy needed to recultivate from the start of a reincarnation came from the avatar of famine. And during the process of fusing with this energy, Lin Ming started to slowly touch upon famine's laws of swallowing. Bit by bit, he imprinted famine's talent to swallow into himself. By now, Lin Ming was completely able to control the power of demons. If he camouflaged himself as an abyssal, then no one would suspect him, and they would even think he was a high-level existence amongst abyssals. This paved the way for Lin Ming to enter the dark abyss. Otherwise, a human entering the abyss was no different from suicide. After 700 years of cultivation, Lin Ming's foundation had consolidated. This gave him the ambition to attack the Middle Empyrean realm while in tragic Death Valley. Another 500 years passed. Lin Ming had reached the peak of the Lower Empyrean realm. Strength gathered crazily within him. The planet-sized avatar of famine gave him strength without end. In addition to the talent of swallowing he had now, absorbing the flesh and blood essence of famine came as easily as drinking water to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's cultivation speed couldn't even be described as traveling 10,000 miles in a day. After staying in tragic Death Valley for 1,500 years, he finally felt he had accumulated sufficient strength. The conditions were ripe. It was time to break into the Middle Empyrean realm. The Azura Road's Great Desolate was forever a land that awed others. In particular, the depths of the Great Desolate. That was a place even Empyreans didn't dare venture into, otherwise there was a chance they could perish. And tragic Death Valley was one of the most fearful lands in the Great Desolate. Even true divinities were unwilling to approach it. It was a land with layers upon layers of strange killing arrays, wrapped in a shroud of space and time. If a martial artist entered, they would be forever lost to history. During these past years, only some low-level martial artists would form groups to explore the God-burying ridge area that was 10,000 miles around tragic Death Valley, in order to obtain experience and possibly treasure. There were unfathomable dangers, and a single mistake would mean one wouldn't even have their bones left over. But these people had no other choice. After all, these people had to survive and grow. In the Azura Road, slaughter was a common theme. If a martial artist didn't possess sufficient strength, then it was likely they would be killed and have their possessions taken. And if sects weren't strong enough, they might possibly be taken over in a single night or perhaps even be completely eliminated from the world. Although God-burying ridge was dangerous, it was rich in God-burying stones. And because the environment here was special, there would often be inestimably precious world treasures born. On this day, bright flashes of light emitted from a place within God-burying ridge. 8 martial artists led by 2 middle-aged men were fighting a crowd of ghosts. These ghosts were all evil beings naturally formed in God-burying ridge. God-burying ridge was originally a massive sealed force field. Over billions of years, countless geniuses, powerhouses, mortals, vicious beasts, all sorts of life forms had died here, leaving behind their blood vitality, energy, Tao fields, martial arts laws, and so forth. These things percolated in this sealed space, fermenting and eventually becoming all kinds of evil beings. The truth was that not to mention these super powerhouses that died here, even if poisonous insects were sealed in a jar, they would eat away at each other until finally evolving into a super bug. Now these people were engaged in battle with these evil beings evolved by God-burying ridge. These evil beings had bizarre and strange attack methods. They were invisible and intangible, only a mass of energy or a moving force field. However, once these evil beings passed over the bodies of others, they would instantly suck away a massive amount of blood vitality or even take possession of their victims. In the worst case, one would visibly wither away into a dry corpse as everyone watched in horror. "Master, we can't last much longer," a youth shouted out loud as he beat back an evil being. "We must run away. If we continue fighting, then we will all die here," a middle-aged man replied. However, the other middle-aged man bitterly smiled. He used his sword to force back 3 evil beings, seizing the brief moment of respite to pass on a sound transmission. "There is no way we can flee. Even if we manage to lose these evil beings, we can only run forwards, and 100 miles away from us is Tragic Death Valley. If we enter Tragic Death Valley, and perhaps even if we merely see the entrance, we will be lost forever without any chance of returning. That land is an absolute death trap, a place where even Empyreans will perish. Rather than that, we might as well desperately bet everything here and now and hope that we can live through this." As the middle-aged man spoke, the others felt a chill crawl down their backs. To say that they should all hope they could live through this, that hope was simply too small. Ah! A young girl cried out in misery. She had clearly been injured. Many of them had consumed a great deal of blood vitality in their battle with these evil beings. If things continued like this, then they would at most be able to last for another quarter hour. Once that time passed, all of them would die here. They struggled to maintain a formation, their circle of fighting constantly shrinking in order to minimize losses on their side. But the price of this was that they were now surrounded by evil beings, and the chances of them escaping this encirclement became increasingly small. They could only risk their lives this final time. As everyone felt their strength wasting away and their hearts approached despair, no one noticed that 100 miles behind them, a thin layer of black light was brewing. This black light became increasingly strong, increasingly large. After several breaths of time, a pitch-black beam of divine light shot into the skies. In that instant, the skies turned dark and the clouds were washed away. The group of trial challengers was shocked. A moment afterwards, they discovered something strange. As they looked all around them, they didn't know when, but the evil beings that surrounded them had started to withdraw on their own initiative. Not just that, but they didn't make any moves to attack. Instead, they all crawled on the ground, looking at that pitch-black divine light with dread and awe in their eyes. And it was only now that the group of trial challengers saw the true appearance of these evil beings. These evil beings had the appearance of little wolves with wings. Because of their extremely fast speed and their normally vague and blurry appearance that was covered in black fog, no one had been able to clearly see what they looked like. But now, these trial challengers saw these small wolves crawl on the ground, even trembling where they were. What is going on? That black light! A middle-aged man's pupils shrank. It was clear that these evil beings didn't fear them, but feared the pillar of divine light 100 miles away. That divine light didn't seem too grand. It was like a black column of divine iron that thrust into the skies, extremely condensed as if it were made of material matter. The light continued for several breaths of time before disappearing. As for the evil beings, they remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to rise. Not just that, but more and more evil beings appeared. They drilled out from the ground or fell down from the air. These evil beings came in all shapes and sizes, and all of them crawled on the ground. This sort of feeling was as if they were worshipping a king of their kind. The trial challengers felt their hearts turn icy cold. None of them were happy or glad to see these evil beings give them a moment to catch their breath by falling down in worship. With the current scene occurring all around them, they faintly felt that an even more horrifying existence was about to appear. If so, then their fates would be far more miserable. The place that divine light came from, isn't that tragic Death Valley? A middle-aged man gulped as he spoke. He realized that the area the divine light came from was Tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley? Everyone was stunned. Tragic Death Valley was an absolute forbidden zone within the Azura Road. Everyone who didn't believe in these tales and had ventured in had died without exception. It was an incomparably mysterious place, but none of these people had ever heard of a beam of black light emitting from Tragic Death Valley, nor had they heard of anything similar to this occurring. Tragic Death Valley was like a never-changing tomb that had existed since ancient times. For billions of years it had swallowed countless lives yet never changed. "Master, do we?" A young girl uttered, her face pale with fear. She didn't know whether they should use this chance to escape or wait here instead. In front of them, more and more evil beings appeared. Many of these evil beings were existences that left them horrified. But behind them lay Tragic Death Valley emitting that black divine light. This situation left them in a dilemma, and at this time, the young girl who spoke suddenly seemed to choke on something. Her eyes went as wide as full moons as she looked into the distance with utter disbelief. There, far away, the fog was being separated, and the appearance of a man slowly emerged from this fog. This man wore simple black robes. His eyes were profound and his eyebrows were as sharp as swords. He gave off an inexplicable feeling. He walked through the fog, moving forwards a step at a time. To him, this dangerous land known as God-Burying Ridge seemed no different from a garden, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll through the courtyards. But the middle-aged man actually noticed that once this black-clothed youth appeared, the evil beings all around them were even more frightened. They all remained motionless, caught in incomparable awe. "You all, what year of the great desolate is this now?" the black-clothed man asked from afar. This man was Lin Ming, who had gone into seclusion for an unknown period of time. Because he was in tragic Death Valley, he simply didn't know how many years had passed. He had immersed himself in a completely entranced state. Unconsciously, his Azura laws had undergone a transformation. The Azura laws were the highest laws of the universe, covering the entire breadth of the 33 heavenly Taos. As for Lin Ming, when he became an Empyrean, he had experienced the tribulation of the 33 heavens and his mortal body had been baptized. He absorbed a countless amount of great Tao law fragments, and even the comprehensions and enlightenments of ancient god kings. These laws slowly filled up the Azura laws. If the Azura laws were like a jigsaw puzzle, then this jigsaw puzzle came in 3 parts with a total of 33 images. In the past, the Azura Road Master cultivated 33 lives and perceived 33 heavenly Tao laws. 1 life, 1 Empyrean, 1 life, 1 divinity. With this, he brought the Azura laws into perfection. Lin Ming didn't have time to do what the Azura Roadmaster had done. But just absorbing the heavenly tribulation laws was already amazing. Through the years of meditation, what Lin Ming did was to place these 33 jigsaw puzzle images into their rightful positions, making his Azura heavenly Tao even more perfect. That black light just now was not emitted when Lin Ming broke into the Middle Empyrean realm. Rather, it was a world phenomenon that occurred when his Azura heavenly Tao stepped into a higher level. In fact, Lin Ming estimated that he had broken into the Middle Empyrean realm around 1 or 2,000 years ago. When he broke into the Middle Empyrean realm, there had indeed been world phenomena that accompanied his breakthrough. But these phenomena were limited to tragic Death Valley, as it was impossible for them to pass through tragic Death Valley's absolute space-time enchantment. Tragic Death Valley's enchantment was personally arranged by the Azura Road Master. Only phenomena that evolved from the Azura laws could pass through this sealed space and arrive outside. And now, the reason these evil beings worshipped Lin Ming as if he was their god was likely because his Azura laws had evolved further. These evil beings were all produced from the Azura Road. They evolved here and were born here, and they naturally conformed to the Azura heavenly Tao. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Azura Roadmaster was their creator. And now, the current Lin Ming had the aura of the Azura Roadmaster, and he also controlled the power of the Azura laws. It wouldn't be too far off to say that Lin Ming was the new ruler of the Azura Road. This was the reason these evil beings were all awed, why they dug out from the earth and fell down from the skies to worship Lin Ming. Otherwise, even if an upper true divinity arrived, while these evil beings would fear them, they absolutely wouldn't run out to worship them. Now is the Great Desolate Calendar Year 1768. One of the 2 middle-aged men said as he gulped, finding it hard to speak. Because of habit, he only spoke the last 4 digits of the calendar year here. There were naturally calendars in the Azura Road, but these calendars didn't start from the day the Azura Road was created. In fact, a calendar that counted a mind-boggling number like billions of years was a nearly impossible matter. Different areas in the Azura Road had different calendars. Moreover, in history, when a large influence unified a massive territory within the Azura Road, they would often create their own calendar and set the first year as the day they were established. For instance, Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom both used different calendars. As for the Great Desolate, it used the Great Desolate Calendar. This calendar had already been in use for several million years. As the middle-aged man suddenly said the number 1768, Lin Ming thought for a moment and asked, "Do you mean year 121,768? Lin Ming added in 2 more digits, leaving the middle-aged man startled. The middle-aged man immediately guessed that this young man in front of him hadn't come out into the world for a long time, at least several thousand years. Thus he asked them to confirm the calendar year for him. Just who was this person? Why would so many evil beings be awed by him and submit to him? These methods were something that not even an Empyrean would possess, right? Had they managed to bump into some 100-million-year-old monster that had been in seclusion all this time? Thinking of this, everyone felt a cold chill crawl down their backs. In particular, that black beam of light just then had clearly emerged from Tragic Death Valley. Could it be that this man had come from Tragic Death Valley? Realizing this possibility, the group was left speechless. The middle-aged man still managed to keep his wits about him. He respectfully replied to Lin Ming, "Yes, senior." He used the honorific of senior to refer to Lin Ming, and in truth this honorific wasn't wrong. The only difference was that Lin Ming's age was far from being as high as he imagined. Great calendar year 121,768. If so, then this period of seclusion has already gone on for more than 5,000 years. I thought that I broke into the Empyrean realm 1 or 2,000 years ago, but perhaps it might have been even longer than that. It's just that because I fused the 33 heavenly Tao laws together. Time passed too quickly, and in my entranced state I wasn't able to clearly tell how much time I spent in there. 5,000 some years within Tragic Death Valley corresponded to 500 some years in the outside world. According to the information provided by the Good Fortune Saint Sun, over 500 years shouldn't be enough time for the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign to finish his seclusion. But the moment was rapidly approaching. The truth was that even if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign left seclusion, Lin Ming wasn't afraid. He had Divine Dream helping him. Although Divine Dream couldn't defeat the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, it shouldn't be a problem for her to protect them and hide them away somewhere. Currently, the Divine Realm was open and connected to other universes. With the Wild Universe and its convoluted terrain as well as a third universe, humanity had 3 universes they could hide in. To use the phrase that a crafty rabbit has more than 3 burrows and a cunning man has more than 1 backup plan was about right for this situation. Like this, if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to dig out human elites and kill them, then this wouldn't be easy. But Lin Ming had to make haste. He didn't want to leave his destiny to the heavens. "Thank you." Lin Ming faintly smiled. He passed through the crowd of martial artists and continued walking out of God-Burying Ridge. He seemed to walk at a slow pace, as if he were casually idling his way through fog. But in the blink of an eye he had vanished from sight. As for the evil beings of God-Burying Ridge, they still lay sprawled out on the ground. Seeing the motionless evil beings all around them, the squad of trial challengers had cold sweat dripping down their palms. They nervously said, "Let's hurry and leave." They wanted to take this chance to quickly leave God-Burying Ridge. But even though they were scared and apprehensive the entire way, they weren't attacked by any evil beings as they left. It was only when this squad emerged that they learned that what occurred around Tragic Death Valley happened in a much wider range than they thought. This marvelous sight within God-Burying Ridge was spread in numerous tales and exaggerated in different ways. However, because there were too many guesses and too many versions of the story, even if some people had stories close to the truth, no one believed them. After all, their stories were far too unbelievable, and since they were only a minority, they didn't have much persuasive power. Slowly, what occurred in Tragic Death Valley morphed into a pure legend. Oh! Azura Sea, final trial. Lin Ming stood in a broad starry space. 2 old men were in front of him. They were the guardians of the final trial and also the servants who had served the Azura Roadmaster for generations. Clear and Ink. "You want to go to the dark abyss?" Hearing Lin Ming's decision, Clear was bewildered. The dark abyss was simply far too dangerous. "Two seniors, I have decided that I must go to the dark abyss, and this is a decision that came after a long period of deliberation. Since I dare to go, I naturally have methods to protect myself and no one should be able to recognize me. The reason I came here today was in truth to confirm something, a secret related to the dark abyss and the abyssal demons." As Lin Ming spoke, the 2 old men fell silent, not speaking for a long time. Lin Ming continued, "I originally thought that the dark abyss and primeval realm ruins might be entrances to a whole different world and that the 33 heavens weren't the only world there is. But afterwards I obtained some information. It seems that the dark abyss comes from an ancient era of ancient eras. That it could be a place which existed 100 billion years ago or even further back than that. I wonder if this is right." Hearing Lin Ming's question, the expressions of the 2 old men changed. They glanced at each other, then Clear said, "Concerning the dark abyss, We only know some speculations, and these are descriptions that the High Lord left in his letters in the past. Indeed, the dark abyss might have already existed for 100 billion years. So it really was like that. And the great calamity of the universe 10 billion years ago was the ancient races fighting with the abyssals. Lin Ming asked. But concerning this assumption, many clues already confirmed that it was correct, and it wasn't too difficult to guess anyways. Moreover, Famine's memories proved this. That's right. In the Great War 10 billion years ago, countless god-kings perished and innumerable races were wiped from existence. Some universes were even left in tatters and devolved into wilderness. Compared to the great calamity of 10 billion years ago, the war between humanity and the saints isn't anything at all. I see. Then, it seems that 100 billion years ago, an even greater calamity erupted in this universe. Compared to it, even the Great War 10 billion years ago between the abyssals and the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens seems to be a minor matter. Lin Ming suddenly said after a period of contemplation. This was only something he extrapolated from Famine's memories. But because he couldn't be absolutely sure, he asked these two old men. The two old men were stunned, seeming as if they didn't expect Lin Ming to ask such a question. They looked at each other. Then Clear said, "The events of 100 billion years ago are far too distant, so distant that it is horrifying and nearly impossible to discover." The High Lord also managed to extrapolate some speculations. He believed that the primeval realm ruins and the dark abyss were formed in that great calamity. The High Lord called this great calamity the shattering. The shattering? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. In truth, he had already heard the arguments people made against eternal life. To them, eternal life went against the heavenly Tao laws, and the reason for this was that all things in existence had to be born and had to die. Mountains could collapse, rivers could dry up, stars could fall, and even a boundless world would collapse and be destroyed. There was nothing that could withstand the erosion of time. Then what about the 33 heavens? Would there be a day when this world was destroyed? If this were really to occur, then this would be the true horrifyingly great calamity. All order, all rules, all life, nothing would exist anymore. Lin Ming knew that the three divine treasures of the Magic Cube, Purple Card, and Grand Mist Spirit Bead were possibly seeds of universes. Since a universe could have such a seed, then that implied a universe could be born. And with birth naturally came death. This was cause and effect, the cycle of samsara. At this time, Ink said, "The High Lord suspected that the dark abyss and primeval realm ruins are a piece of the world left behind after the previous 33 heavens underwent the shattering. As for why this part of that world wasn't destroyed along with everything else, that is an unknown. And the abyssal demons are life forms that might have existed 100 billion years ago. They always lived in the dark abyss, and the dark abyss was originally isolated from the 33 heavens. But because of some unknown reason, the two worlds connected. Thus the great calamity of 10 billion years ago erupted. Of course, all of these things are merely guesses that the High Lord made," Ink quietly said. "In fact, regardless of what the origins of the abyssals were, there was one thing that no one needed to doubt. That was that the abyssal demons were the mortal enemies of all intelligent life in the 33 heavens.